Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-24. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and elaborate and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal people and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I'm the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Catley and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of police, counter-terrorism and the Hunter. I ask everyone in the room please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses may say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for the inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn to giving evidence. Minister Catley, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and we'll begin with the first witness on my left, Mr Lanyon.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Deputy Commissioner Malcolm Arthur Lanyon, Lanyon spelled L-A-N-Y-O-N. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Sanos.
Deputy Commissioner Paul Nicholas Pizanos, P-I-S-A-N-O-S. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you. I'll just take the Bible. Commissioner Karen Leanne Webb. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Mr Hudson?
Thank you, sir. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. David William Hudson, Deputy Commissioner of Police.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 till 5:30. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. Oh, there's a couple more. Where are they? They're not on the desk.
Over here.
Oh, they need to come up? Or...
Deputy Commissioner Peter Glenn Thurtell, spelled T-H-U-R-T-E-L-L. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms Ackley, would you like to... Oh, okay, we're going to swap around. Okay.
Good morning, Kenna Elizabeth Ackley, Acting Deputy Commissioner Corporate Services, New South Wales Police. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Wheaton?
Jonathan Wheaton, Acting Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Programs in Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1
Excuse me,
p.m.
Chair. There's one more.
Is it another one?
Yes, Commissioner.
That
Crime
one's
Commissioner.
not on the list.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Michael Barnes, Commissioner, New South Wales Crime Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr Barnes. I'm not going to start that again. In the afternoon, we'll hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. till 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During the sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15 p.m. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister and officials, for being here with us today. Minister, I just want to start with you. Can you outline for the committee what powers you have under the Police Act, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much for your question. It is my role as the Minister to ensure that the police are properly resourced and to set the policy framework for them to work under.
Thank you, Minister. So I just want to take you to Section 2, Part 2 of the Act, Section 8, where it says, and I quote Part 1, "The Commissioner is, subject to the direction of the Minister, responsible for the management and control of the New South Wales Police Force." Do you accept that part of the legislation, Minister?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was just interrupting.
Sure. Part 2, Section 8, Part 1, it reads, "The Commissioner is, subject to the direction of the Minister, responsible for the management and control of the New South Wales Police Force." Are you aware of that part of the Act?
Yes, I am. You might also note that the Commissioner is also an officer, an authorised officer, and if you continue to read through the Act, you will see that I, as the Minister, cannot authorise an officer or direct an officer, and particularly when we're talking about operational matters in the New South Wales Police Force. So it's very important that you don't cherry-pick parts of the Act.
So what do you take that part of the Act to mean when it says subject to the direction of the Minister?
Well, I will set the policy settings for the police and for the Commissioner to work within and her executive team. That is right and proper. It is not my role to direct the New South Wales Police in their operational workings in this state.
So you don't believe that the Act gives you the power to do that?
I believe that sitting here next to me, Mrs. Mitchell, is more than 150 years of experience, and I trust their knowledge, I trust their advice, and I will continue to do that. Why the opposition is all of a sudden questioning the experience, the knowledge and the advice of the New South Wales Police beggars belief. You are suggesting, and I have answered your question, that my role is to support the police and to make sure that the policy settings are absolutely accurate so they can be the best police force in this country.
Thank you, Minister. And just for the record, I'm not in any way suggesting that the police are not capable of doing their work and that you don't have very distinguished officials sitting next to you. What I'm interested in is understanding how you, perceive your responsibilities under the Act. So even though it says subject to the direction of the Minister, I just want to be clear, you don't feel that it is your role to ever provide direction.
You might want to also go to, Mrs. Mitchell, the Wood Royal Commission, where, as we all know, that was on the back of a lot of corruption that we saw in the New South Wales Police, and I'm sure you would agree with me that we do not want to go back to those days. And in the Wood Royal Commission, it was actually stated that there should be a separation of powers between the Police Commissioner or between the New South Wales Police, led by the Police Commissioner, and the Police Minister. And that was for good reason. I support Mr. Wood's recommendation. That has continued to be the convention in New South Wales. And I want to know why you want to change that.
Well, no, I'm asking, Minister, with respect, it's our turn to ask you questions. What you see as your powers under the Act, and you've made it clear that you have no intention of ever giving direction to police. Is that correct?
I have made it clear that under the Act it states, and I'll say it again, that my powers are to support the New South Wales Police and to make sure that they have the policy settings to do the work that they need to do to be the best that they can.
Okay, thanks, Minister. I want to ask you now about when you first became aware of the decision to light up the sails of the Opera House in the Israeli flag colours. What was the date that you were made aware of that?
Well, like all of us, on the 6th, I think it was.
The 6th? Did you want to...
The 8th? No, the day before, but the 8th, my apologies.
So Sunday the 8th of October?
Correct, yes. Well, that's when we all found out.
Who informed you of that decision?
My Chief of Staff told me that he had received a text message to say that.
Who did he receive a text message from?
It would have been the Premier's office.
Right. So the Premier didn't call you at all on the 8th of October to discuss that decision?
No.
Did he speak to you at all that day on the 8th of
No.
October? No. Why not?
Well, the Premier made the decision to light the Opera House. I beg a belief as to why he would actually call me specifically. Well, to be fair, I think that you're getting your dates confused. It's actually the next day that there was obviously some issues, but there were no issues on the Sunday.
With respect, Minister, we had the Premier appear before budget estimates. He made it clear that he made the decision on the 8th of October. My understanding is that there was an incident that evening out in Western Sydney, and that the 9th was actually the date that the sales were lit on that Monday. My question to you is, given that there are obviously some tensions around these issues in the Middle East, that there was going to be the lighting of the Opera House sales, you don't think it was important that the Premier speak to you as Police Minister about what security measures or advice should be in place? You say that that beggars belief, that he would call you?
Well, I didn't envisage any concerns on at the time when I found out when the Opera House sales were going to be lit.
Right. Well, there's some emails that have come through, documents released to Parliament that are publicly available, that do indicate that there were some concerns from the police force on that date, on the 8th of October, potential further escalations of current tensions, etc., and it's all publicly available. Did you speak with any members of the police force on Sunday, October 8th, about what might be happening and concerns about the next day?
I spoke to them, of course, to get updates. I had my first conversation early in the morning, actually, on the Saturday, obviously after the events that had happened.
On the Saturday?
Yeah, because of the events that happened in Israel the previous
Just want to be
evening.
clear of the timeline.
Yeah. Saturday the 8th, that's right.
No, Sunday is the 8th.
Sorry, Sunday the 8th, my apologies.
So, sorry, when did you first have a conversation
Well,
with
the
police
event
about-
happened on in our world on the Saturday, and I spoke to the acting Commissioner Hudson on Sunday morning.
Okay.
Yeah. And then again later in that day when he gave me some running updates.
So how many times would you have spoken to the police on that
I can't
Sunday?
remember exactly how many times, but the police keep me very well informed. We have a very strong working relationship, and Mr. Hudson kept me very well informed.
So were there concerns then raised about what processes, protocols, safety measures would need to be put in place the following day? Was that raised with you as the police minister by your officials?
No, it was not. The last conversation that I had with Mr. Hudson was to advise me that there were 2 protests happening in the city, one at Lakemba, which you alluded to, and the other one at Town Hall the next day. He had advised me that the New South Wales Police had worked with these organisations in the past, and it wasn't envisaged that there was any heightened risk at that point.
Did you call the Premier to let him know that you'd had those discussions, that these things were being looked at? Did you speak to him? You didn't speak to him at all on Sunday the 8th
Ms
of
Mitchell,
October.
can I just describe to you, the New South Wales Police deal with at least 1,500 protests in this city alone. In the broader metropolitan area, it's more than 2,000. They are very experienced in what they do. There was not a significant cause for alarm in my discussion that I had with the Commissioner on that Sunday afternoon. This notion that I'm going to ring the Premier every time I have a conversation with one of these expert police officers is just ridiculous.
Well,
There was, no, I'm sorry, but I don't accept your premise that I had to ring the Premier to advise him of a protest that was happening in both Lakemba and in the city when I was not given any cause of alarm. If there was reason or cause for alarm, I have no doubt whatsoever that Mr. Hudson would have told me that and would have probably advised me that I should have called the Premier. That wasn't what happened.
Okay, so but with respect, Minister, as I said, it's not unusual that there would be tensions relating to things that happen in the Middle East. There was not any part of you that thought, I should just give the Premier a call or his office, I'll give them the heads up that we know that there's now a pro-Palestinian rally happening at Town Hall on the same day. Police have got, the appropriate measures in place, but I'm just going to call the Premier and tell him that this is what is happening from a police or a security. You didn't think to make that call, you didn't think that was important to do?
My office was in contact with the Premier's office, which is completely normal, and I have the trust that their communications are open, robust and frank.
But isn't that your role as the Minister?
Well, that's what happened.
Okay, so I want to take you now to the Monday the 9th, the day of the actual lighting up and the issues that happened. We know that the Premier was on leave that day but was taking some calls. Did you have any conversations that day, firstly with the acting Premier
No, I did not. I
Okay.
did speak to the Premier that day, which has already been recorded
How many times-
in this committee.
How many times did you speak to the Premier that day?
Once, that I
What-
can recall.
What time of day was that?
Oh, again, I'm unsure. It's nearly 3 weeks ago.
Well, it's quite an important
Well, I
event,
don't
Minister,
recall.
with
I'm
respect.
sorry.
Okay. Morning, afternoon, no memory.
It was
no
a very
recollection?
busy day. I started the morning extremely early. Of course, I have to come from Swansea to come down. I don't recall the time of the
Okay,
day.
but you spoke to him once that you can.
Well,
recall.
I think it was once, at least once.
Who initiated that call? Did you ring him or did he call you?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
All right.
But
Do you know or can you remember what you discussed?
it would have been about the protest.
And did you give him any advice, any indication of things that you'd been hearing from
I would have been
the
relaying
police?
to him what police relay to me.
And what would that have been, Minister?
Well, I don't recall the conversation, but it would have been about the protest in general and whatever it was where we were up to at that point.
So,
I mean, the police, again, I go back to, this point about the New South Wales Police and the advice that they provide and the ongoing up to speed and up to date. I mean, the police, which I've learnt very, very quickly, they do risk assessments constantly, particularly in an environment that was eventuating on that particular day. And they do those risk assessments so that they can continuously deploy the operation that they need to deploy to address whatever's before them, and also to make sure that they've got the resources that are adequate to the situation on the ground. Like they have
Thanks,
to
Minister.
respond to whatever is before them.
No, I understand
So
that,
I'm just explaining to you. So I was getting updates about if that situation changed throughout the day and what the police's response to that
so
was
you were
going
getting
to be.
multiple updates across the day.
Well,
about
I don't
what
want
you
to
might
say
need
multiple.
do.
I don't want you to over-egg it because that's unfair. I was getting them as Mr. Hudson felt appropriate.
Okay, but you only spoke to the Premier once, and you can't remember exactly what advice you gave him.
Well, I wouldn't have given him advice because I would have provided, as I say, I would have relayed the advice that I received.
Right, but you can't remember what that was.
No, not really. I mean, it would have been similar to what I was getting from Mr. Hudson, which was that it was later in the day that it became apparent that there was going to be a march. At first, and that's probably important that the committee are aware of this. Initially, it was to be what's referred to as a static gathering at Town Hall, and at some point in the day, and I don't recall at what exact time that was, maybe Mr. Hudson can, but I'm not exactly sure, that they were intending on marching, that the pro-Palestinian group were intending on marching down to the Opera House. And I spoke to Mr. Hudson, he advised me of that, and he said that their operational management of that would be to work with the group and to set the route for them to march down. And it was the police's belief, which I trusted, was that it's best for them to work with them to make sure when they get to their destination that there is the right amount of police there to keep what they referred to as could become a volatile conflict.
So, Minister, you became aware of that on the Monday afternoon. Did you tell the Premier?
My office did. My office continuously briefed.
But again, why did you not speak to him? You're the Minister, he's the Premier. You've now got advice that you're going to have a march from Town Hall down to the Opera House, where you're obviously going to have a large gathering of Jewish people as well.
Yeah.
There are emails that make it very clear that senior police were concerned about tensions, and you didn't think that it was worth picking up the phone to the Premier to give him a call?
That probably was what I spoke to him about
so maybe that was what you talked to him. You can't remember.
No, I don't remember.
So with
I had
respect,
with respect, I had very many conversations repeating exactly or very similar to what I just said to you now.
Right, but you can't remember when you spoke to the Premier. You only spoke to him once.
Well, that's
you
not...
think it might have been about these escalating concerns, but you're not sure. On a day where you would argue...
I reject your premise of the way that you just characterised... I reject your premise of the way you just characterised my day.
Well, that's what you said.
I provided the information that was provided to me. I relayed that information Both officers were in constant communication. I was in communication with the police as the police minister, as I should be, and the Premier's office knew when my office knew. There is nothing to say here in relation to that. That is exactly appropriate. You know that yourself as a former minister. And I reject your premise which is that I don't recall and I don't know. I am saying to you exactly what occurred, and it is on this record.
Well, with respect, Minister, you did say multiple times in those questions that you didn't remember.
Well, you asked, with respect, you asked
specific
specific times, you asked specific conversations.
Well, I did.
I don't want to mislead the House.
But how can you not recall, like, with respect, I would say that this is probably one of the main incidents in your time as police minister that has put the eyes of the world on Sydney and what happened at the Opera House. How can you not recall exactly what happened, who you spoke to, what advice you gave the Premier? I think the average person on the street would be expecting the police minister and the Premier to be in constant communication that day. The Premier told us he spoke to the Minister for Multiculturalism 7 times. He only spoke to you once. What kind of relationship is there? Does he trust you to do your job if you're not speaking to him on a day when we're about to see some of the biggest sort of scenes of unrest we've seen in our country for years? You didn't talk more than once?
I have the trust, the full trust of the Premier, and I have the trust of the Police Commissioner and her executive.
Do you expect or accept, Minister, that you could have, or you did have the power to direct police to keep that pro-Palestinian rally at Town Hall and not to go down to the Opera House? Do you accept that you did have that power?
I accepted the advice and I trusted the advice that was provided to me by the police. Police who have been doing this job for a very long time. Mr Hudson is one of the world's expert counter-terrorism law enforcement officers. I trusted what he was telling me, which was that it was the most appropriate operational management of what was happening on that day in this city was to work with that group, to set the path of which way they were going to walk, and to ensure that there was a very large police presence at their destination, and that was to avoid what was being characterised as could become volatile and a large conflict.
Minister,
can I also just add that it's very important, and I want the committee to know this, that there was not one person, not one member of the public injured. There was not any other people injured who were actually involved in that gathering, and not one police officer was injured. These are always risks. These are always serious risks when we talk about these types of gatherings and the volatility that as it was characterised. The police managed that to the best of their capacity, and that outcome is significant, and it's one that we should actually thank the police for.
Well, with respect, Minister, you also had situations where there was very vile and hateful anti-Semitic chanting happening. The Israeli flag was burned. I don't think it is appropriate to downplay the seriousness of what happened that night. Did you tell members of the Jewish community to stay away?
No.
Never? Not once? You never spoke to any community leader and said, you should keep your kids at home, I wouldn't go to the CBD?
No. And I agree with you that those anti-Semitic and also any sort of hate speech that we did see on news, it was awful. It was absolutely shocking. And we don't expect to see that on our streets here in Sydney, or indeed in New South Wales.
You didn't do your job.
And I truly regret the fact that the Jewish community was not given a safe space for them to grieve.
So, Minister, do you admit that you made a mistake? Do you admit that you made a mistake?
I followed the advice that was given by the New South Wales Police, and I've demonstrated just in my comments previously that the New South Wales Police's job is to keep our streets safe, and they did that on that night in terms of what was before them. And that's what's always missing here, is the police have a set of circumstances before them and they have to deploy their operational management to address what is before them. And that is what they did.
Questions about this. Do you admit, as Minister, that you made a mistake, that you could have handled the situation better, and that you regret what happened that night?
Well, I've already said that I regret that
Do you
there wasn't a
apologise
space.
to the Jewish community?
I have already apologised,
Well,
and
you could do
know
it very
that.
clearly now. You didn't when you were asked in the House. Do you apologise to the Jewish community for what occurred that night?
I suggest you read Hansard,
I have read
because I have
Hansard.
already apologised. Well, then you need to withdraw that, because I apologised
You
in the
could
House.
do it again now, Minister.
I have apologised, and I do apologise that there was not a safe space for the Jewish community on that night.
Do you acknowledge
I don't
that the
think
government
anybody,
failed that night? Do you acknowledge
I
that
do
the
not
government
believe
failed?
that anybody does not think that what we saw that evening was wrong. We don't want to see it again. And I can say that subsequently we have had another 4 weeks of gatherings of both the Jewish community have gathered, the Palestinian community have gathered, and we have seen peaceful gatherings on our streets, and I think that that's what we
So
want
you
to
don't admit
continue
the
to
government
see.
failed that night?
Point of order. Time.
Thank you. Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
I just want to place on the record that I'm about to say words that I would never naturally say. Minister, do you condemn the people who chanted "Gas the Jews" at the Sydney Opera House on Monday, 9 October this year?
Oh, look, that sort of language on our streets is unacceptable, and hate speech is unforgivable, and I condemn any hate speech.
Minister, I'm asking you specifically about the event on the 9th of October at the Sydney Opera House and the condemning. Do you condemn those people who chanted "Gas the Jews" at that event?
I find that sort of language abhorrent, and I have all of my life been someone who is respectful of all races and religions, and
Thank you,
I
Minister. Can I just interrupt? I'm just asking about the words "Gas the Jews,"
yes, I condemn that.
and have you received... so you have no doubt that those words were chanted that night?
Well, no, I'm only relying on you telling me that.
Have you received any information or intelligence to suggest that those words were not said?
No, I have not.
None whatsoever?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. On the 10th of October, you were quoted in the media as saying, "I don't want to see protests on our street at all from anybody. I don't think anybody really does." And you also said that if an application is declined, referring to the protest that was following the night of the Monday protest, if that application is denied or declined, it will be an unlawful protest. So do you now understand that's not the case?
I probably did not choose my words correctly. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Ms Higginson. In relation to protests, again, I probably should have used the words gathering and rally. And in relation to unlawful, well, correct, you're quite right. I have used the incorrect word because it would not be unlawful, but it certainly would not be authorised.
And so have you had conversations with your senior police officers about the importance of really accurate communication about the right for people to gather and protest without a Form 1 authorisation?
We certainly have conversations about the keeping or trying to keep, and the objective of course is to keep any gathering or rally on the streets of Sydney, or indeed right throughout New South Wales, peaceful and respectful. And the police understand that entirely, and that is why they go to so much effort to ensure that those objectives are met, that when people gather and when they rally, and indeed when they march,
Minister,
that
just
they
in
are
relation,
actually in that the rest of the city as well is a safe place.
Thank you, but just in relation to the importance of clear communication with all of New South Wales about being accurate that people have a right to protest and gather regardless of whether or not they have a Form 1 authorisation.
Well, that is true, and I think that they do that quite well. However, you know as well as I do that if a Form 1 has not been authorised, then that is because those people who are organising the protest are not giving a guarantee to be peaceful, or they are possibly going to be not adhering to what they've actually put on their form. So I think that it's important, Ms Higginson, that you state all of the consequences around and all of the parameters around a Form 1.
So Minister, you understand.
Can I just line it out though?
Can I just
Because
interrupt?
I do think
I've got very limited time.
I understand. I'm sorry.
In no uncertain terms, you understand that you don't need a Form 1 to have a lawful protest and gathering anywhere in New South Wales on public land.
I do understand that,
Thank
but there
you.
will be consequences if you are not peaceful and you are working outside of the law or indeed break the law, and that is also very important to note.
Thank you. Minister, you're aware that the recent finding of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission in relation to the Suspect Target Management Plan was found to be unreasonable, unjust, oppressive, or improperly discriminatory in its effect on young people and children. We know that it has had a disproportionate impact on First Nations young children. It's a program that has allowed police to make home visits at all hours, stop, search, particularly young people in the street. And the Commission actually concluded that the police use of the management plan was an agency maladministration. What are you going to do in terms of a redress scheme for the young people in particular that have suffered drastically at the hands of the police under this administratively gross system?
Well, as we all know, the New South Wales Police have discontinued the suspect target management plans for youth, and I'm very pleased that they have done that. And we will continue to work on making sure that the suspect target management plans are fit for purpose, if you like. In relation to the
Minister,
redress scheme, I want
are
to,
they,
in relation
sorry,
to the
can I
redress
interrupt?
scheme.
Can I interrupt? Are they, when you say that they are appropriate, are they still in place for young people?
No, they're not, as you know. That has changed.
And so can I just,
that policy
can I
has
please
changed.
direct you to my question, which is what is your intentions, and have you had discussions about what the state will need to do going forward in terms of a redress scheme for children and young people who have been unfairly treated at the hands of the state?
It is not the government's intentions to introduce a redress scheme, and in relation to my conversations that I've had with the executive of the police, it's important that there's broad consultation with the community and with community groups, and that is certainly a commitment.
Minister,
that
what
we
about
will
the
make.
young people whose lives have literally been ruined because of the over-policing and the harassment and the oppressive targeting and the unfair policing that they've been subjected to over many years now? What about those young people? What do you suggest we should be doing?
Well, as I've said, the police have will no longer, they've discontinued using the STMPs for youth, but it is not the government's position to introduce a redress scheme. I want to make that very clear.
So will there be any complaint system that young people can access? So an 18-year-old now who looks back over the past 8 years of their life and was subject to the suspect target management plan and police targets, and they are an individual, and we will be able to track the application of that plan to their police interactions on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and that they resulted in incarceration and their life has been destroyed. What can they do now?
Well, it's not the government's intention to introduce a redress scheme, as I have said. And it may be the case that some of those youths that you are referring to have already been addressed. They may have already put in civil litigation claims. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that you might know that.
So you
in
think
actual
that,
fact.
so the government's response will be all of those young people need to get a lawyer and start looking at making a civil claim against the state. How many have you assessed? Have you done a cost analysis?
I'm just making the point that you know as well as I do that that is quite likely the case already. We will not be introducing a redress scheme, as I have indicated, Ms Higgins.
And so have you done the cost-benefit analysis to the state on whether a redress scheme would actually be more in the public interest than leaving it open to the civil litigation scheme of the state, the private system?
No, I haven't done a cost-benefit analysis.
Do you think you
scheme.
should? Do you know how many children we're talking about?
As the police minister, no, I shouldn't.
Do you know how many young people we're likely talking about?
No, I don't know the actual number, and I wouldn't want to mislead this committee.
Are you going to get that advice?
I can certainly ask.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, welcome.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner, the New South Wales Police have extensive and very tough powers to prosecute hate speech. Is that true?
In fact, just to correct that point, the DPP has the authority to commence prosecutions for hate speech. We can take the evidence and submit it to the DPP. New South Wales Police Force itself isn't the prosecutor in a hate speech offence.
Thank you. Well, given some of the hate speech we've heard recently, what action's been taken in relation to the individuals who are publicly advocating for gassing the Jews, basically killing the Jews, oppressing the Jews?
So the immediate steps that New South Wales Police can take are for things like offensive behaviour and other offences, and continue the investigation to lay before the DPP for hate speech.
So are you progressing any of those investigations in relation to recent events?
Yes, those matters are still under investigation for the substantive offence of hate speech.
Thank you. And given more recent public hate speech from certain mosques and prayer rooms, do police intend to investigate those and, if thought fit, press charges against hate mongers?
That matter was referred to us yesterday, and it's under consideration by us at this point in time.
Under consideration? Does that mean that it actually will be investigated or considering to be investigated?
Well, it will be examined to see if an offence has been committed, and that's, I don't want to suggest that it is an investigation until we know enough about what's been reported. As I said, it was reported yesterday.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have it as part of your ongoing brief, I'm certain to, for example, to Deputy Commissioner Hudson, that as long as these hate speech is public ranting that goes on against Jews, that they will be investigated as a matter of course, that we're not just simply going to be pressed into it by the public or by the inquiries such as this?
Like any crime, sir, though, if reported to police, we will conduct those inquiries to investigate if it's reported as a crime.
Thank you. Commissioner, regarding officers who were sacked due to COVID vaccine mandates, why are you refusing to allow officers back to work who, and in one particular case, an officer has actually reapplied after resigning rather than being terminated?
I don't know the circumstances of that particular officer, and that could be subject to some other settlement that I'm unaware of. Specifically, I can take that one on notice, but certainly the officers that were dealt with under the mandatory period, which changed on the 1st of June this year, they were exited from the organisation on the basis of disciplinary action, not because of the mandate itself.
Are these officers free to reapply?
As I said, each one would have to be assessed on its merits. In fact, as a commissioner, I assessed at least one officer that I'm aware of who was able to rejoin. So it's not excluded, and I'd have to take it on a case-by-case basis.
Sure. And that particular officer was readmitted to the force?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Why were the officers that refused to conform with the mandate? Why were they not suspended like any other officer for in the process of misconduct investigation and allowed to have full pay? Why were they excluded from being paid, just basically thrown on the scrap heap? While we investigate, you get nothing. Why was there different treatment of these people?
There was a course of action taken by the previous commissioner at the time, and I can take the rest of that on notice if you like, but certainly...
Well, I'd really like to know what the qualitative difference for suspension was and why they should not be paid as compared to what happened with other officers.
I might be able to get you that answer before the close of today, but as I said, that was a process put in place by the former commissioner.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there other examples where officers are suspended without pay for misconduct?
Yes, there are.
Can you elucidate a couple of them for me?
Particularly where officers have committed very serious, the allegation is very serious, and the balance of the evidence before available suggests in weight of the seriousness of the offence, and they may be suspended without pay.
Okay, thank you. So you weren't the commissioner at the time, but obviously, have you any idea why not conforming with a vaccine mandate would be considered such a serious offence?
As I said, I'll hope to get that answer to you by this afternoon.
Thank you. Commissioner, how much has been and is being spent in legal and other costs to have these officers terminated?
As a separate costing, I don't have that, and I can take that on notice.
Okay. And how many officers were originally suspended, and how many are currently still under suspension and are being prosecuted?
The first part of the question I will take on notice. The latter part is that all matters bar 3 have now been resolved in the IRC. There's still 3 matters pending finalisation in the IRC.
Only 3. Okay, thank you. And regarding the current status of the police force and obviously the shortage of officers, would you consider bringing any of the officers back that have been suspended in the past?
As I said, I would take that on a case-by-case basis, and as I've indicated, I've reconsidered at least one officer, and that officer is back.
So would you encourage officers to reapply?
As I said, I can't, each one would have to be taken on its merits.
No, I
So,
accept that, but
yeah.
would you encourage them to reapply given the condition of
They can reapply.
manning levels?
But that's no guarantee I would accept them.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying you would consider them if they reapplied.
I would.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe this one's for Mr. Hudson. Is it a reality that most people work much longer hours? It is a reality that due to higher cost of living, high house prices, mortgages, high interest rates, leaving retirees in their 60s, 70s and 80s to carry the load in volunteer organisations. And where I'm going... You relate to that, do you?
I do relate to that, sir.
Yeah. They're all smirking. So you're telling me you're about to retire?
Don't suggest anything, sir.
Shh.
I'm not commenting.
No comment?
No comment.
Okay,
Personal matter.
thought you might break something here for us.
No.
No, all
The
right.
answer's no.
The Minister doesn't want you to break that here. No. Oh, that's a shame. All right. In light of this fact, is it the policy of the New South Wales Police to remove firearms from licensed firearm owners of impeccable conduct simply because of their age?
It's their ability, Mr. Bullsack, to actually appropriately handle that firearm and fulfil the obligations of maintaining that, not simply because of age, but that can be a trigger for a review of the firearms licence. Similar to age can be a trigger for a reassessment of someone's driving licence.
So can you explain to me how that trigger works?
I will get more detailed advice on notice for you in relation to it. It's something that's never been raised with me before. I am aware that we do have an ability to, if we do not believe that someone is a fit and proper person to to hold a firearms licence, that we can withhold issuing of that licence and cancel an existing licence based on medical grounds, based on medical condition, and based on their physical ability to handle that firearm.
Well, you are aware that there are examples where shooters who are wheelchair bound have been told they're no longer to have their licence and have been put under review after having had a licence for 20 or 30 years, not relating to age. That's another issue.
I'm not aware of the specific instances you're referring to, but I'm aware that some wheelchair-bound people currently have an existing licence as well.
Sorry, currently have?
Currently have.
Have licences? Sorry, I missed that last part.
Yes, have licences.
Oh yes, no, they do, but when they are more and more becoming under review when they're up for renewal.
I
And
think
why would that
that's-
automatically be a situation? Just because they're in a wheelchair, they've had a licence for a long time, it's not age related. Why could they now no longer suddenly be able to control the use and storage of their firearms?
I'm not suggesting they couldn't, but certainly that should be the subject of a medical assessment that we would ask for.
But why should you suddenly need a medical assessment when they didn't need one to get a firearms licence in the first place?
When it comes up for review, if there are individual circumstances surrounding a firearms licence holder which would cause us to ask the question of whether they're still a fit and proper person to continue to hold that licence, including the request for a medical assessment, we will do that. And I think that would be expected by the community, Mr. Borzak.
So you're saying that because you're in a wheelchair and we've realised you're in a wheelchair, that you need a medical assessment, whereas it was never needed in the past?
Well, it probably was not flagged. It's not disabilities is a question on the application, my recollection is. But depending upon the extent of that disability, and disabilities can deteriorate over time as well.
No, I grant you that, but are you saying that the Commissioner is quite happy to discriminate on the basis of disability if you happen to be a shooter?
I don't think we're discriminating. I think we're ensuring that the intent of the Firearms Act include ensuring the protection of the community and public safety, which is the priority of the Firearms Act, is complied with.
So you're honestly saying that someone in a wheelchair is potentially dangerous to the community?
I don't know, but the medical assessment, if passed, will lead to the issue of that firearms licence.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I want to take you back to the 9th of October. Could you take on notice for the committee, you said you spoke to the Premier once, what time of day that phone call took place and who initiated the call, please?
I'm sorry, what are you asking me to do?
I'd like you to provide to the committee on notice what time you spoke to the Premier on that day and who initiated the call. You should be able to check your call log and find out.
I will check if I have that information.
So, well, maybe the Premier would have it in his phone. If you could let us know what time you spoke and who initiated the call
As I say,
on notice.
I will check if I have that information.
So you will provide that on notice?
I said I will check if I have that information.
Why are you so hesitant to tell us when you spoke to the Premier? I don't understand.
I'm not hesitant at all, but I'm not sure that I have that information, so I don't want to mislead this committee.
You don't keep your phone logs? You don't have the record in your phone of who called you when?
Well, I'll check.
Well, you should as a minister, because that information is actually important. Can you also advise whether, if you had your time over, would you do anything differently on that day?
I still would have accepted and worked with the police in the way that I did. What would have been great if we all had more time. That's what would have been better. But again, that's not policing, and that's not what happened. The circumstances changed. It was a dynamic circumstance on that particular day. They changed throughout the day. What we thought was going to be one thing turned out to be another thing, and the police just had to put their operational management of that in place as they were presented with different sets of circumstances. That's what they do. But had we have had more time, and that has been demonstrated in actual fact in subsequent weekends with other gatherings and rallies that we have
Right,
seen
so the
where
only-
we've had the
I'm
I think
asking
it's
about this
important because
specific one. I mean, I have very limited time,
No,
speaking of
well,
time.
but I think this is important
I
because
wanna know
we're
about
talking
this
about having
particular
two,
event, Minister. I'm not interested in the
two
others.
organisations, two groups being able to meet on the same day at the same time. Had things been different and we'd had more time to organise for that, then yes, I agree
Right,
with
so
you.
it's the
We
Premier's
would
fault
have-
that he made a call on the Sunday that it would happen the Monday. It didn't give the police enough time. It didn't give you enough time to put what you needed in place. Is it the Premier's fault?
Well, the issue here was that a static, what was referred to and we believe to have been a static gathering at Town Hall, became a march.
But you knew
was-
that well in advance, Minister. You gave evidence earlier that said you knew throughout that day that the march was going to be moving from the Town Hall to the Opera House. You've told us that under oath right now.
Yes, but in terms of policing and putting in place an operation, that still is only a matter of hours.
So the
Just
Premier
input-
shouldn't have announced it in such a swift manner. Is it his fault?
This has nothing to do with what you're suggesting is completely inaccurate. You have to understand that the police had to operate or had to put an operational plan in place to manage.
I understand that, Minister.
Well, you're
but I'm
suggesting-
asking what
well,
you
I'm-
did as the...
I'm-
I will address questions to the officials this afternoon about these issues. My question to you was, would you have done anything differently? Do you admit that you made a mistake and that the government failed on that particular day? Do you admit that?
What I've said to you is, as the police minister, the police's role was to ensure...
You know, I'm
that-
asking about you. Do
Point
you
of order.
admit
Well-
that you
Point
failed
of
on
order.
that day?
Point of order.
There are significant questions being asked and legitimate questions, but the procedural fairness resolution does require the Minister to be afforded a little bit more time in order to answer those questions appropriately. So I just ask that you uphold paragraph 19, the procedural.
Yeah,
pretty
look, I
straightforward
understand
question,
Ms Mitchell is very keen to get an answer, but I uphold the point of order. Please give the Minister a couple of seconds at least to get started with an answer before you throw in the next one, please.
So do you admit that there was a failure by government on that day?
I believe that as the police minister, the police have, their duty is to keep the streets safe, and they put in place an operational management that best suited the circumstances that they were presented with, which changed, which I've said repeatedly, which changed throughout the day, to ensure the safety of the group, the broader public, once it was realised that there was going to be a march, and indeed to ensure that when that group reached its destination point, which we know was the steps of the Opera House, that there was a police presence there to avoid any
Okay.
conflict and volatility.
Thanks, Minister. You've effectively put yourself at odds with the Premier because he told budget estimates, and these are direct quotes from his hearing, we made a mistake. I think it's important that the government acknowledges this failure. A protest from Town Hall to the Opera House, we shouldn't have allowed it to happen. So why are you at odds with the Premier about this issue? Why will you not say, yes, we did it wrong, we should have had a better outcome on the day, I failed that day as Minister, I made a mistake. Why will you not accept responsibility?
I do not agree with you that I am
But
at
you-
odds
this is
with...
what the Premier
Point
has
of order.
said.
It's quite obviously an important part of what Ms Mitchell is seeking to do. I would have thought in those circumstances the witness should get more than a second and a half to answer.
Yeah, look, I uphold the point of order. Please allow the Minister to answer at least 2 sentences before she's interrupted again.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I do not agree with your premise that I am at odds with the Premier. My role as the Police Minister is to work with the police. As I've said repeatedly, they executed what they believed was the best operational management on that day.
Minister, and I'm not
I think
disputing
you are
that.
confusing my
No,
role.
I'm not. What I'm
I
saying
think
to
you
you
might be
is that the
confusing my
Premier
role,
was
Ms
very
Mitchell.
clear on the record saying, we got it wrong. We failed, we made a mistake. Why will you not also admit that now?
I'll say it again. I'm
Just
the
say
Police
yes.
Minister.
Just say yes, we
Point
got
of
it
order.
The
wrong.
Police Minister's
It's
role...
not for Ms Mitchell to discourteously try to put words into the Minister's mouth. The Minister is attempting to answer and it's proven pretty difficult. She's continually being interrupted.
I acknowledge the point of order. Ms Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, it's not the first time in your tenure as Police Minister that you've made a mistake. I want to take you now to what happened with Claire Nyland. And I firstly do want to put on the record, of course, our very deep sympathies for her family and her loved ones. I know that this would be an incredibly difficult period of time for them. And I don't in any way want to make this more challenging for her family. But I do think there's a public duty in terms of the questions that we need to ask.
So the point of order
Sorry?
is about the very first part of what's been said, which was, this is not the first time you've made a mistake. With the greatest of respect to Ms Mitchell, that is not a question. It's gratuitous commentary. It's discourteous. It shouldn't be included in questioning.
Yeah, look, I don't find the point of order. She's entitled, Ms Mitchell's entitled to set the scene, to describe that, and yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to ask some questions in relation to what happened with Ms Nyland. Particularly, I guess, your response as Police Minister. Why did you not hold a media conference for 22 days following that incident? Why did you go missing in action?
Well, again, I don't agree with that premise. I too want to acknowledge the family. It is a very difficult time for them, there's no doubt about that. And I think it's important that we also set the scene, as you quite rightly put it. You know, there was a 95-year-old woman was tasered in a public institution. I think it's pretty fair to say everybody found that completely shocking. Of course, the police set up, as we well know, a critical incident investigation immediately. That meant that we had some of the best homicide detectives in New South Wales investigating that incident, which was very, very important. LEC were also there immediately to oversight that investigation as well, which is critically important too. We know now that there have been serious charges against that officer who discharged the taser, and that matter is before the court, and there will be a coronial
I'm
investigation.
very well aware of that, Minister, but what I would like you to articulate for the committee, this was a very serious incident, as you say, of an elderly woman who was tasered and subsequently passed away. It was clearly something that the community was very concerned about. Why, as Police Minister, did you fail to stand up for 22 days, answer questions from the media, take responsibility for your role as Police Minister when something so tragic had occurred? Why did you not do public media for nearly more than 3 weeks?
I'm not sure on the timing, but anyway, I'll accept that that's the case because
true.
it's quite a long time ago. I certainly
Surely you
provided
remember,
a public...
Minister, this was a fairly horrific event.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution. Can we extend some courtesy to the witness, please?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution. Courtesy. Could the Minister be allowed to answer a question before the next question is asked?
I find in order. I find for you. Please allow the Minister to answer the question.
What you're not saying is that I absolutely provided a public statement on behalf of the government. In addition to that, I will remind you that this was a police operational matter.
I'm aware
and
of that,
the police,
Minister.
well, then let me finish, if you would please. And the police spoke to the media on several occasions, is my recollection. I couldn't provide you the dates because it was quite some time ago, and perhaps the Commissioner might be able to talk to you further about that later today. But it was an operational matter where where the public needed to hear the facts that were going on within the police, how they were going about this particular investigation, which is why I wanted to lay out the preamble in the beginning, so we're all very clear on what the police was putting in place. This was very normal for the police to be fronting the media on this operational matter, and they did that very professionally, and I thank them for that.
But I'm asking why you didn't very professionally,
Well,
as the Police Minister, stand up and give that reassurance to the community. That is your role, and you went missing in action. Why?
Oh, look, if I had my time over again, perhaps I would have.
Okay, thank you. Can you also advise us when you first became aware? You've told Parliament that you received a briefing from police that day, the 17th of May, which I understand it was in the early hours of that morning that the incident occurred. What time on that day did you receive a briefing from the police? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact time, but I did receive a verbal briefing
Morning
from the
or
police.
afternoon?
Morning, definitely morning.
What were you told in that briefing?
That there had been an incident in Cooma and that a elderly person had been tasered,
Right.
and that she was still alive but in a very serious condition.
Did you receive,
to that effect?
Sure. Did you receive more than one police briefing that day?
I was actually travelling with the Commissioner that day. We would have spoken about it again, but I couldn't tell you if...
So my understanding, and again this has been well canvassed, is that there was a draft police media statement that was written, I suppose, that morning that referred to tasering. Did you see that draft?
No, I did not, and I want to make it very clear for this committee that it would be, in my view, inappropriate for the Minister's office to have oversight over material that comes out of the police media unit. I did not see it. I would not see it,
Right.
and I won't be interfering in police media releases any time into the future, and I think that it's inappropriate that you even ask that I would have seen it.
So your office, no one had any discussions about removal of tasering. Obviously that was in the draft, and in the statement that went out that was removed, but you're saying you weren't aware of that, your office wasn't involved, there were no discussions between your office and police media about the reference to tasering in that draft media release, which that was subsequently removed from the one that was issued? No one spoke about it at all?
I'll restate to you again, it would be incredibly inappropriate for the Police Minister's office or anybody in the Police Minister's office to get involved in the drafting of a media release that's going out in relation to a critical incident, the death of, the critical incident, I apologise, that wasn't the case at that point in time, to a critical incident that was occurring. It would be incredibly inappropriate for that to occur.
Okay, so there was no discussion, you didn't see anything until the final statement went out by police that day, which omitted reference to the tasering. You saw that statement, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that, of course, there was also information that said that no further information was available? Now, that obviously isn't correct because you knew at that point that Miss Nyland had been tasered, but you didn't feel that that was appropriate to be out in the public domain?
Well, I think this has been articulated very clearly by the Commissioner and by the police more broadly. The family deserve the right to know of the circumstances around what had happened in that incident, instead of them hearing it on radio or reading it in the paper. Now, I think having a humanitarian approach is decent and dignified, and whilst I didn't know about the first iteration, so I didn't know if it was in or out, when I saw the second, or the statement that eventually went out, I was not alarmed because it had been explained to me that family needed to know first, and indeed, I think also, which is important, also an investigation was underway. People needed to be interviewed and the like. So, the appropriateness of the media statement, the police are a professional outfit, and I read that and I was not alarmed in any way.
Thank you. Minister, did you tell the Premier about what had occurred at that aged care facility on the 17th of May? Did you call him? Did you tell him what had happened?
No, I didn't call the Premier directly.
Right, so that's a second critical incident that you haven't picked up the phone to your boss, the Premier, and said you should be aware of this.
No, I didn't, and I'm not concerned that I didn't. My office spoke to the Premier's office, and we advised them of all incidents that I'm aware of. Obviously, I'm not told of every incident within the police remit because that would be too many, unfortunately. But certainly in relation to serious incidents, my office contacts the Premier's office constantly. I did not speak to the Premier directly on that day.
So you've got an issue or a critical incident where an elderly woman was tasered by a police officer in a nursing home in Cooma. You didn't pick up the phone to the Premier. You've got a pro-Palestinian rally on its way to the Opera House where you've got members of the Jewish community you didn't pick up the phone to the Premier. I would argue or put to you that they're two very serious law and order and safety issues in our community that during your time as Police Minister, you didn't think it was necessary to pick up the phone, call the Premier and discuss what was happening. What is your threshold of an issue that's serious enough that you'll raise it with your colleagues if those two don't pass that test?
I made sure the Premier knew. Don't accept your premise.
But do you ever speak to him? Why don't you call him? I think that beggars belief that you're the Police Minister and you cannot call or do not call the Premier when there are serious issues that are happening in this state.
I speak to the Premier regularly.
Well, clearly not.
So that is a restatement of exactly what the Minister was attempting to answer, but the Minister only got 2 words into her answer. She's entitled to redirect the Honourable Sarah Mitchell. She's not entitled to interrupt and restate the question.
I reiterate, please allow the Minister to answer a question, but of course you can redirect.
Thank you, Chair.
I will answer it if that's okay then, Mr Chair. I speak to the Premier regularly, and for you to suggest otherwise is incorrect. It is absolutely the case that my office informs the Premier's office regularly on incidents that they need to be informed on, and I know that you know that that is absolutely the practice that Ministers' offices do with the Premier's office.
With respect, Minister, it's not me suggesting you don't speak to the Premier. You've told the committee this morning twice in relation to these critical incidents that you didn't speak to the Premier. It's not my evidence, it's yours.
Well, that's not true. You told me I did speak to the Premier about the pro-Palestinian. So
on the Monday,
now
not
you're
on the
contradicting
Sunday,
yourself.
and you didn't speak
now
to him at all about this issue.
Now you're contradicting yourself, Miss Mitchell.
Well, Minister, you didn't pick up the phone when you could have, and arguably when you should have.
Well, that's
on these
your
issues.
that's
well, I
that's
think
your
that's the
assessment.
view of the people of New South Wales.
Well,
I think law and
don't
order
agree
is an
with your
important issue,
assessment.
and they would expect that.
I speak to the Premier regularly. We have a very strong relationship. He said in the committee that he supports me. So you know,
for now,
you can make your assessment. I'm pretty comfortable.
Minister, just in relation to when the information was publicly released about Mrs. Nyland being tasered, and I accept what you said about her family needing to be told first, and nobody would disagree with that. Can you explain why there was a 19-hour delay after the critical incident team had met her family and a further release being issued that did in fact provide the information that she'd been tasered? Why was there a 19-hour gap?
Well, I'm not sure that there was, but I will accept what you say. As I say, the police make those decisions on the basis of what information they had been able to give to the family, and I would think that time fitted in with that situation. Commissioner,
I'll go to the Commissioner this afternoon. Can you just confirm, on the 17th of May, you didn't speak to the Premier, you said your office had spoken to his office. Were they made aware that Ms. Nyland had been tasered? Was that information relayed to the Premier's office?
They would have been given the information I was provided.
Which was that she had been tasered, yes or no?
Time.
It's important.
I'd
Yes
already
or no?
said it.
Time. Thank you. Crossbench? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Minister.
Good morning.
I wanted to ask you, do you personally know what is happening with the replacement of the antiquated COPS system to the IPOS system?
No, but I can refer you to the Commissioner in relation to that.
Just if we can make it really quick, is there a deadline, Commissioner, for when the new system will be up and running?
The replacement is in a number of phases.
Are any of those phases
that we're
on track?
actively in procurement for 2 of those issues at the moment. It would be inappropriate to go into any detail on that while there's an active procurement process in place.
Thank you. As you know, this has been going now for 10 years, this slated upgrade of this system. And last year, the latest company to be given a contract to do the upgrade was Mark 43. They were, for whatever reason, cancelled by the police, by New South Wales Police, and they took New South Wales Police to court. What's been the outcome of that case?
We also took them to court, and that matter has been settled with terms of confidentiality, and so I can't talk to it any further.
The Auditor General, in her 2022 report into police responses to domestic and family violence, called out the antiquated cop system as a major failing in New South Wales Police's response to DV. Are you concerned, Minister, that we have that we're basically really behind when it comes to being able to effectively deal with domestic and family violence in this state?
As the Commissioner has said, they are in the throes of changing that, and I look forward to receiving an update on that and making sure that we do have the best systems available, because I agree with you, domestic and family violence is a scourge on our community, and it's important that we as a society do everything that we can to change those awful statistics that we have. The one thing that I will say to you though, Abigail, is the amount of sort of resources aside from that system that the police are putting in, and I'll go directly to
Can I just bring you back
domestic violence registry.
Can
But
I
I think
just-
this is important because
with respect, my question is actually in relation to our antiquated systems. We can come back to the other stuff, but I have limited time.
No, well, as I say, the Commissioner has addressed that in terms of...
Okay,
of
but
course
this has
it's
been
concerning.
going, and
Of course it's
I
concerning,
understand, Minister, that this was not on your watch. You've only been the Minister for 7 months. But this system has been in need of an upgrade for 10 years. In previous estimates over the last 4 years, I have spoken to every police minister and commissioner about the fact that we are the only state in the whole of Australia not to be able to record the reasons why sexual assault victims withdraw or whether or not a discontinuation of their case is because of a withdrawal or for other reasons, because of our outdated system. Every time I ask about this, I'm told that upgrading this system is going to be a priority, and every time we don't have it. It's been 10 years now. We talk about putting resources into this issue, both sexual assault and also domestic and family violence, which are suffering under this system. What will you do, Minister, to ensure that, on your watch, we will actually upgrade these systems really quickly?
I will certainly work with the Commissioner. The last thing we need in New South Wales are antiquated systems. The New South Wales Police Force is one of the best in the country, and it should have also the best IT systems. I agree with you entirely. I will work with them, and I hope that the next time that I'm back here in front of you, I'm able to give you a much more positive update.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The Auditor General in her report, that 2022 report, she notes that COPS is a single event oriented system. And so what that means is that when police are looking up an individual or there's a particular event, it's not necessarily very clear, or it's very hard. They have to do a manual search to find related events and people. As you will no doubt know, after the coercive control inquiry and the new legislation coming in, domestic and family violence is predominantly not incident-based. It is a pattern of behaviour. And so having a system that has these the ability to look up multiple events and for them to be automatically linked is going to be critical to our response to coercive control. What confidence do you have that this system will be ready in time for the coercive control offence coming in next year?
Well, what I can tell you is in relation to the... I do want to go back to the domestic violence registry, because they are actually building there a resource that identifies high-risk offenders, and it's exactly to the point that you are making. So all events are recorded there, and they are using that, and there will be an integration of that into COPS at hopefully into the not too distant future. I don't disagree with you though in relation to COPS that it is sort of singular based, but again there has been some work done by the police in broadening that as well. The police, in relation to coercive control, the police are doing all of the mandatory training that they are required to do, and I am told that they are up to date with where they need to be with that training at this point in time.
I put it to you, Minister, that it is actually impossible for 12,000 police to receive the face-to-face, in-depth training that they require for a coercive control offence to take place by mid-2024. Do you have evidence to suggest otherwise?
Well, Mr Lanyon has given me an update on that. Mr Lanyon, would you like to let Ms Boyd know what's
Please
going
make
on
it
with the police?
quick, or I can come back to you in the afternoon session.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm informed that the training is on track. Obviously, phase 1 has been completed for 19,000 police employees.
Yeah, the online training module.
Correct, and we're over 1,200 employees currently have undertaken face-to-face in phase 2.
will undertake or have undertaken?
Have undertaken.
And how much was that face-to-face? How much time was that?
I'll have to get back to you on that if I can. I can come back to you today on the answer.
I understand that there was insufficient or zero consultation with the domestic and family violence sector when it came to the development of that training, and that they haven't even seen that training. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. Would you make available to this committee the details of that training and the training module, exactly what it covers? Thank you. When we heard last year about the IPOS development, we were told that it would have the capability of actually recording more detail in 2025 on the basis of the contract that was already in place. Now that that has been cancelled, and we are going out again for procurement for someone else, presumably the date at which the system will be able to be fit for purpose is going to be way after 2025 now, and significantly after the date of the coercive control offence taking effect. Would you support a delay to that coercive control offence taking effect to reflect our antiquated systems?
Well, I would want us to have the best technology that's available, and certainly that is fit for purpose, particularly in relation to coercive control, domestic violence and sexual assault. I guess I'll have to ask the Commissioner if you think that we're in a position that we'll be able to meet that time frame.
So as you're aware, Ms Boyd, the coercive control legislation starts 1 July next year. The training has been ongoing, will start in July this year, in phases, so that general duties officers are the ones that are able to identify what might be coercive control. It is envisaged that investigators will be the ones taking the statements from victims of coercive control because of the nature of coercive control, and that will take time for them, and we want specialist officers with those skills. It's also possible in relation to the procurement of the calls for assistance, CAD system, that we might get a better system and it doesn't take that long.
Yep.
So it would be premature to assume that will take longer. The replacement of the COP system was envisaged that the calls for service would automatically create a COPS event, and that's hopefully something that will be remedied, but certainly the data that's available to us in CAD and in COPS is full, it's fulsome. There's a lot of data there, and certainly we'll exploit all the data sets that we've got available to us.
Commissioner, are you aware when coercive control, when the offence was implemented in Scotland, just how much work was done in relation to police training in order to bring the force up to speed to be able to do this effectively?
I can't answer what Scotland have done specifically, and whether Mr Lenyon, who's the corporate sponsor, can answer that. But certainly, as I've indicated, we've taken a tiered approach because I think it would be a disservice to victims to expect that general duties officers have the time and ability to take a statement from a coercive control victim, and that's why we're geared that towards investigators.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And I think the worry here from the domestic and family violence sector is that we're going to end up with poor implementation of an offence, and that will be more dangerous than not having the offence at all. Do you have concerns? Is there more resources that could be provided to make sure that New South Wales Police have everything they need for the implementation of this offence to be effective?
As has been said, we believe we're on track for the training. 19,000 officers have done the online module, staff, including unsworn staff, because we want all our employees to be able to recognise what might be coercive control. And the second element is we believe we're on track, and we've brought together a number of specialists to develop the program from court systems and from other parts of the criminal justice sector, and we've consulted in the development of the training program. So I think we're in a good position, and we'll work through that certainly, but I'm not sure if Mr Lenyon had any further detail to add to that.
Oh, Commissioner, I think, ma'am, one of the things that I would like certainly the committee to be aware of, and certainly for the community, is the introduction of coercive control will be an added tool for police to obviously protect victims. Individual events or individual courses of conduct are what will lead up to that. The COP system as it currently exists, while old, does record that and does link that to both the victims and the offenders.
It doesn't allow you to easily search it, you have to manually trawl.
No, that's not correct.
That's what the Auditor General said in her report.
No, certainly not. By actually entering the name of a victim or the name of an offender, we can get all of the events related to those people.
We'll come back to it in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps, Commissioner, through you to Mr Hudson again, if you're okay with that. I've got a couple more firearms registry questions. Is that okay? Well, unless you'd like to answer them.
I'm happy to go to the expert.
Thank you. Commissioner, no, Deputy Commissioner, are firearms officers at each individual station given training to diagnose licensed firearms owners' mental health?
What do you mean by firearms officers at stations?
Well,
People with responsibility to conduct
Yeah, sorry, yeah,
storage,
in relation
licensing
to,
officers?
I mean, you know, obviously from my personal interaction, there are officers who look after firearms-related licensing issues and inspections, etc. Are they specifically given any training to assess the mental health of people they meet?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Is it the policy of the police to look for reasons to question the mental health status of licensed shooters on renewal?
Not on a proactive basis, no. If there's other information that's been provided to the registry or to police that's contained in the system, it'll be captured upon the review of that individual when a licence is reapplied for. That may cause us concern, but we certainly do those checks.
And at other times?
Not proactively. If somebody's outside of a renewal phase, we don't actively look for reasons to cancel a licence, no.
Okay, thank you. Does the New South Wales Police access the MyGov health records of licensed firearms owners at will in order to try and find justification for removing firearms from older or disabled licensed firearms owners?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So the police don't have a routine access to MyGov?
No, we don't.
You don't? Okay, thank you. If not, why do cases repeatedly occur where officers come to licensed firearms owners' residences on the premise of inspecting safe storage and then ask leading questions about their physical capabilities in relation to shooting and firearms ownership? And I've got plenty of examples of these if you would like to talk about them.
My understanding is, sir, that that's based on observations of the individual doing the safe storage inspection, and those questions are the catalyst, or that safe storage inspection. The observations made by that officer are the catalyst for those questions being asked.
Yeah, in one particular case, the fellow was in a wheelchair and he was asked those sorts of questions. Do you think that was fair? Given, again, he was a lifetime shooter and had been in a wheelchair most of his life.
Not simply because he was in a wheelchair, no, I wouldn't. I don't know if there's any other behavioural aspects that caused the officer to further question him, but not simply because he's in a wheelchair. He's an authorised and lawful firearms licence holder. That shouldn't have been the only reason. I agree.
Thank you. Does New South Wales Police have a policy of discriminating against military veterans or retired police officers when these upstanding citizens apply for firearms licence or seek to renew their licence?
It can be a problematic area, sir, especially with veterans who've been disengaged for disability reasons. Certainly mental health discharges would cause us some concern for further justification from those individuals and the requirement for a medical health assessment to be provided by a doctor to ensure that they are capable of fulfilling the functions of the Firearms Act.
How do you determine whether they need to have another opinion of a doctor or a psychologist or even a psychiatrist?
How do we determine that?
Yeah, when you don't have access to MyGov.
It's based on their application on the form. In relation to retired military personnel, they apply for a discount because of their disability.
That's right. So when what are you saying? So because they apply for a discount using their gold card, that they're automatically up for a review?
No, because that flags the fact that they have been discharged from the military based on some disability, and therefore that triggers, and I think quite rightly, an inquiry as to the nature of that disability and whether that disability would preclude them from being able to appropriately deal and handle a firearm.
Well, Commissioner, that's not actually right. I mean, you can get a gold card as an ex-serviceman or woman without necessarily having anything other than long service in the forces. You need not necessarily be given a gold card simply because you've been put out.
I accept that, but it's certainly many people who do have those gold cards do have been discharged from the military for medical reasons.
But what about the ones that aren't?
Then their licences progress through.
But that only happens after a process where they've been told their licence has been refused.
Not necessarily, they're not automatically refused.
Well, I've got an awful lot of examples coming to my office where that seems to be happening, and it's almost, it's actually perverse because they apply for a small discount because they've got a gold card which has been given to them by the New South Wales government in recognition of their service. And then the veteran's gold card initiates a review and a refusal. They then have to go along and get a psychologist's report to say that they're a fit and proper mental person, and the costs associated with that are extreme, certainly in excess of the veteran's gold card discount that they might be offered. Then, and again, in many cases, they end up in NCAT where they've got to defend themselves and employ lawyers to try and help them get through their processes to get their licence back. Don't you think that this is all a little bit perverse?
My understanding is that simply because you are in possession of a gold card is not, that is not the process, but if on the application form, suffering from some form of previous illness is flagged, then that may trigger that process you've just outlined, but I think that's appropriate to inform and to comply with the Firearms Act.
Look, I accept your answer, but in many cases, all the boxes are ticked no. All the boxes are ticked no, and yet still a review can be initiated.
I'm not, you'll have to provide the individual circumstances to me, Mr. Borzak. We can have a look at them, but that's not my understanding of the process that we comply with, and obviously you would understand we have many veterans and many former police that apply for firearms licences, and many of them are issued.
Well, many are issued, but many are also being refused because of the simple presence of a gold card request. Do you know now that it's going through the shooting community that if you have a gold card, never ask for a small discount? Do you think this is a good example? Should we be doing this?
I think it's a good indicator, but also in conjunction with affirming on the application form that there has been some previous issue in relation to mental health, which is a requirement of the application.
Look, I know as well as you do that if you tick the box that you have had some issue of the 18 questions that are asked on renewal, and they're all very detailed declarations, you tick yes on one of them and you'll initiate a automatic review. That's fine, I get that. But why, when they tick no to everything, should they then get it because they then apply for they apply their gold card for a discount?
I think the question's asked, Mr. Borzak, because many people answer no to all the questions, but then apply under the gold card for a discount, but have been discharged from the military because of some psychological illness.
So, but how can you judge that? If the form's
the cause
answered?
of the review. We don't know that. That question is asked, what the purpose of or the nature of the illness which brought the disengagement from the military. And if that's a psychological illness, then potentially they've misled on the application form as well.
So the only way you can find that out is by automatically forcing everyone that applies for a gold card, regardless of what their response was in the 18 questions asked, to a review.
I don't think it's done in all cases. I'll stand to be corrected, but at the moment I'm aware of numerous cases where individuals have not flagged appropriately on the form. There's been inquiries based on the conduct, licence has been refused, and that refusal's been upheld at NCAT.
Do you think that you should be thinking about another format to try to come to that arrangement? Because it's not, this doesn't smell very fair to those that are being not discharged for the wrong reasons.
I think they are those that don't have a previous condition, that have retired through years of service and are entitled to a gold card, I think they are issued licences. It would be a concern to me if they weren't, based on the fact that they've simply got a gold card. That would be an issue for me. But if they've got accompanying psychological history, then I think it's appropriate that's reviewed. We go to the mental health assessment and get an appropriate medical practitioner to certify that application.
I think we're talking across purposes, but anyway, Deputy Commissioner, does the New South Wales Firearms Registry employ a psychologist full-time to overrule decisions about applicants' suitability even after they've recommended as safe and an independent psychologist or psychiatrist?
No.
Does the Firearms Registry seek separate opinions in relation to these matters when they are presented with a clean slate or a clean opinion from the member?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. I think now, government, questions?
No questions.
There are no questions? Okay, thank you. We've now reached 10:45 and we'll have a break now until 11:15. Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
We might get started again. Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to take you back to where we were in the last round of the opposition's questioning. You said that your office let the Premier's office know about Mrs Nyland and that she had been tasered. That's correct?
Yes, that was the information that was provided to me, and that information was subsequently provided to my office.
Did you or your office provide the Premier's office with any drafts or final versions of the police media release? Did they have a copy of that sent to them from your media team?
No, not to my knowledge.
Why not?
The draft, because
Or
I didn't have
the final
draft.
media release. Were they made aware? Did they see the release that went out from the police? Did you send that to the Premier's office so that they were across that?
I assume they would have. As I was in the Tweed command. I assume they would have.
Could you take that on notice?
I didn't send it myself.
But could you take that on notice and check with your office whether the Premier's office received a copy of that statement?
Sure.
Thank you. As I said before, we know that the critical incident team met with Mrs Nyland's family in Cooma on the afternoon of Thursday, the 18th of May. At any time before then, did you understand whether the family had been told about the tasering?
Look, that's an operational matter that you're referring to, so I would ask the Commissioner to respond to that.
But did you know?
That is an operational matter for the police, and I will ask the Commissioner to answer your question.
Commissioner?
With respect to this matter, we have 4 matters before different courts at the moment. So civil claims, an employment, a criminal matter and a coroner's matter, as well as we've provided answers on question on notice before. So respectfully, I'll take any questions about this on notice.
Right, so what we're wanting to understand is whether it was at that 3 o'clock meeting on the 18th of May that Mrs Nyland's family were made aware of the tasering incident, or if it was beforehand.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Minister, did you see the Daily Telegraph report on that same day, Thursday, the 18th of May? They published a story saying that Mrs Nyland had been tasered. Do you recall seeing that on that date?
I probably did.
Okay. And then, as I said earlier, a second police statement, this time referring to the tasering, was subsequently issued the next day, Friday the 19th of May, but not until 9:57 a.m. That was about 54 hours after the incident, and as I said, 19 hours since the critical incident team met with Mrs Nyland's family. Did you or your office have any contact with police or police media about it after that Daily Telegraph story was issued, in terms of that second media release and the content of that?
Sorry, what is your actual question?
So my question is, the meeting took place with the family and the critical incident team on the 18th of May. The same day the Daily Telegraph published an article indicating that Mrs Nyland had been tasered. It wasn't until the next day that an official statement came out from police that also had that information. In that time between the Daily Telegraph article appearing and the police statement on the next day, did you speak to police or police media, did your office, about providing that additional information to the public?
I'll refer you back to my earlier comments, and that is that my office does not provide advice or content for the police media unit.
So you
have not, did not, absolutely not.
Right, so you had no involvement with the police during that time where, between the Daily Telegraph article appearing...
One, you're saying police. I was with the police commissioner, so I was with the...
trying...
Well, yeah, but I want to be very clear here. You're saying police and police media unit. Which is it?
Well, both, either.
I was with the police, so I'm not saying that I wasn't talking to the commissioner because we were at events together. Police media unit, absolutely not.
But you said earlier, Minister, that the reason for not providing that initial advice to the public that Mrs Nyland had been tasered was because her family, with all perfect respect, needed to be told, and I appreciate and agree with that. I'm trying to understand why there was a delay between her family meeting with the critical unit and an official response coming from police that gave the advice that the tasering had occurred. There was a subsequent Daily Telegraph article in the middle of that timeline. The public had been kept in the dark for at least 19 hours after the critical incident team met with Mrs Nyland's family. What involvement did you have in that time? Were you saying the public should be made aware of this? Did you give any indication or direction that this should be made public, this information, or not?
This was obviously a very serious operational matter, and I did not provide advice.
Okay, and you didn't, have you asked for an explanation as to why the delay between the meeting with her family and the details being made available to the public?
Well, I'd go to the point that I made earlier on this morning, Mrs. Mitchell, and that is that these people around me have spent their whole lives as police officers. They are extremely experienced, they do a tough job, and they do a job with the circumstances that are in front of them. I accepted the approach that they took in this particular operation, and I still accept
And
that
that
approach.
delay doesn't concern you, that the public weren't made aware?
Well, I think that the police made decisions with information that was before them. Like, we're not just talking about something that isn't complex, and we're talking about a family, we're talking about an incident that was unimaginable, absolutely unimaginable. If the police felt that they needed that length of time, then they needed that length of time.
And so you again, don't think that there's any explanation needed, justification needed for that delay in putting that information out into the public domain?
Well, again, I accept the advice that was provided to me.
So you don't think
and
that's
the
your role?
explanation
You leave
that was
that to the
provided to
police?
me. That it is the police's. This is a significant operational matter, no doubt about that. We've already discussed the complexities and the concerns around the incident that occurred, and the sensitivities around the family, and the fact that witnesses had to be interviewed. A team came from Sydney, as I've said earlier, the critical incident. We had those senior officers coming down, homicide officers coming down to undertake what was a very serious critical incident.
And you stand behind not getting involved?
And they obviously had to do their job. This isn't just about... I feel as though you're trivialising the work that police do.
Not at all, Minister.
Well,
I'm trying to understand the work that you do.
Well, I'm
with
trying to
respect.
understand
Do you
why
stand
you're
behind-
trivialising
No,
the
I'm
work
not-
that they
I'm not
do,
at all.
which
I'm not
is
at all, Minister.
so incredibly important. And
I'm trying to
they
understand
make
what your role is
decisions
and
based
what
on...
you do.
Point of order. My point of order
To the
is
point of
that
order.
we know that this goes back and forth, question and answer, and the Minister, whoever's answering the question, needs to provide with that opportunity to answer the question. So, just ask
look,
to the attention member.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. Please allow the Minister to answer questions.
I absolutely do not believe that you understand policing and how policing works. You are trivialising their role in what is an incredibly awful situation, but a very significant police investigation had to occur.
Thank you,
and
Minister.
They
I
had
have
to have
very
the
limited time.
Well, they had to have the
I
time to
understand
do
that.
that. Well, you obviously don't
but
understand
I'm
that.
trying to understand, with respect, what your role is here, what you did as Police Minister, whether or not you've sought any advice or indication as to why that delay between Mrs. Nyland's family presumably being informed on that afternoon and several hours later the public being informed. I'm trying to understand what you did, and I think from what the evidence that you've given is that you were happy to let the police make those decisions. Is that correct?
The police made decisions on an operational matter,
And you didn't-
which was
you
a
didn't
very
feel that you should be
serious,
involved?
which was a very serious matter.
No one's disputing that, Minister.
And I have answered this question
Okay.
several times. I don't think that you're listening. You might not be
No.
hearing the answer that you want, Mrs. Mitchell, but I'm
No,
telling
I'm
you
fine with what
that
I'm hearing.
the police had a very significant role here.
I
They had
understand.
a significant investigation underway, and they did that job.
And you were happy as Minister to not involve yourself, not direct public information
Did you think
that
that
you
I
wanted
should
that.
go down there and run the
No,
investigation?
Minister,
Is that what? I know.
No, Minister.
I'd
I'm
like to
asking
ask
about
you.
the no, it's
Order.
my turn
Please allow the
to ask
Minister to
questions.
answer the question.
My question to you was about that delay in the information around what had happened to Mrs. Nyland being made public. There was clearly a gap of 19 hours between that meeting and the public reporting about that from the police. My question to you was, do you think that it was acceptable for that information to not be available in the public domain for almost 24 hours? But you've said that you wouldn't involve yourself and that the police made that decision, and I just want to make it clear that that's your evidence.
I find it hard to believe that you think the police minister should get involved in what is an incredibly serious investigation. Is that what you did when you were in government? Did you get involved in the Darryl Maguire affair? Did you get involved in the Gareth Ward affair?
I'm not asking you.
You are
I'm
asking me
about what you do. You have a role
might
as
think
police
that-
minister,
You might think that you're
presumably.
asking me something, but you are asking
have a
me
role
to
as-
get
Order,
involved
order.
in an
One at a
investigation,
time, please.
a serious, critical investigation, and
Minister,
that is inappropriate, and you know it's inappropriate.
I'm asking you about your role as police minister in terms of providing information to the public about a serious incident involving a very elderly woman and a police officer, and whether you thought that delay was acceptable. But clearly from the evidence that you've given, you don't see an issue with that. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much to the Minister and Commissioners for being here today. Minister, last week the Paddington Police Station closed due to staff shortages, is that correct?
I will have to get confirmation on that. I read that in the paper, but I would like to get confirmation on that. Can you confirm if that is correct, please, Commissioner?
There was a local decision made that not endorsed by the executive, and that position has been overturned. I've subsequently asked Mr. Lanyon, who's the Deputy Commissioner, Metropolitan Field Operations, to review the work of Paddington Police Station, and in fact whether it should be part of Eastern Suburbs Local Area Command, or in fact to be part of King's Cross Local Area Command. So I've asked for that review. What I don't yet have the answer to is a note that appeared on the door of the police station that wasn't of the making of the commander from Eastern Suburbs. So someone's been cute, perhaps, but we don't know who placed that note on the door to say so.
Minister, when were you advised that the police station had been closed?
Through the media.
Through the media?
Yeah.
And when was the decision made to reopen the police station?
I'll refer to the Police Commissioner.
I'll have to take that on notice specifically, but certainly the day that I became aware of it, Mr. Lanyon and I spoke about it and overturned that.
And for how many hours or how many days was the police station closed?
I'll ask Mr. Lanyon to detail the specifics.
If I could take that on notice, ma'am, but I believe it was short of 2 weeks.
2 weeks it was closed. Minister, how many other police stations have closed since April this year?
I don't want to mislead the House, so I will get advice from the police in relation to that, or we can get back to you by the end of the day. Something, though, that I do want to say to you is every truck or car, police car, is like a police station. And last week I had the opportunity to go on a ride along, and I asked this question of the two fantastic constables that took me out, Morgan and Chris, and a big shout out to them. They were sensational young officers. And I said to them, how many times will we go back to the station? I was in Mount Druitt, so you know. I said, how many times will we go back to the station? They said, probably not at all. Of course, the cars these days are so technically advanced that it's like being in a police station, and they will just go from job to job to job. And that is high visibility community policing. And that is what is important. And it's what's missed here. It's critically important that you understand how important every car is on the street, and that they are, I think, better off being 5 minutes away in a car than sitting at a desk waiting for me to ring up at the
So
police
during that
station.
2 weeks, how many cars were available in that area?
Well, I will check that and I'll get back to you.
And can you
but
also...
hopefully we'll be able to get back to you
Yeah.
by the end of the day, because I'm not sure of the exact number.
And also in advising the committee as to the number of stations that have closed since April this year, can you also advise the exact number of these mobile cars that are available to people in those areas as well?
So you want a list of if
Every-
there are any police stations that have closed down, you want the number of vehicles within that command?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Minister,
Thank
did you say you found out about the Paddington closure through the media?
Yes.
So are you not told as Police Minister when stations are closing?
No, not as a matter of record.
Why not?
So the police is an organisation of more than 20,000 people, Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
It has a large budget, as you know, of over $5 billion. It has more than, I think it's 500 properties. It's a very large organisation. I don't expect that the police would tell me every tick they make and every cross they make. And if you're suggesting that they do, then I'm just answering your question.
But what do you get told as Police Minister if not things like stations closing?
I am provided with information to do my job as the Police Minister to ensure that they are properly resourced and that the policy around policing that ensures that they can do their job.
Sure, but with respect, Minister, if you're not told about closures of stations, how on earth can you do your job to make sure they're getting the resources that they need? Isn't that a fairly pivotal part of the role of police to ensure that you do have police stations in the community and you're not briefed or told when they're closing? Isn't that a concern?
Well, I think that the police are experienced enough and professional enough to make decisions about their property portfolio. That's what we employ them to do.
Yeah, but you're the one who's, as in your own words, are there to make sure that they have the resources that they need. How can you be doing that adequately and efficiently if you're not told when there's closures of stations?
Well, you make the assumption that closing a police station is a resourcing issue. It isn't necessarily the case, so you shouldn't jump to those conclusions, Mrs. Mitchell.
Minister, it was advised that it was closed for 2 weeks because of staffing.
Point of order.
Well, that's what was read in the media report.
Well, that's where you found out about it. You just said that's how you learned.
Order.
Minister, what was the reason for it to close?
Point of order. The Minister was providing an important introductory context to the operational environment in order to answer the question around resourcing. I would just ask again that paragraph 19 of the procedural fairness resolution be upheld and the Minister be afforded the courtesy of answering that question.
Yeah, I uphold it.
I'm happy to move on to another question.
So in relation to resourcing, it is the case that, these very senior police, again, I don't need to tell you over and over again, make decisions about property, about resourcing and about property within the property portfolio. And like anywhere in the public service,
Minister,
that's exactly
I have very
what we
limited
would
time.
expect.
Minister, I have very limited time. Is it true that Paddington Police Station was closed for 2 weeks because there were no staff?
Well, we'll ask Mr. Lanyon if he would be able to explain that.
No, ma'am. It was a local decision made on a deployment basis that it only provides a front counter service, Paddington Police Station, and the local commander believed that better use could be made out of the shifts from that station doing front counter by making a car crew. Obviously, in their current environment, one of the things we are doing is putting a lot of high visibility police in the eastern suburbs to deal with that conflict at the moment. So it was decided by the local commander that better use could be made of the resources.
So it did close because there was not enough police to keep the shopfront open?
No. It closed because the commander felt that there was a better use of those resources by making an additional car crew.
But is it fair to say if there were more police, they would have been able to keep that police station open?
No, I don't believe that's fair. I think that would be something that could be said anywhere. There is a finite number of police resources. Commanders have to make decisions from time to time. There is a process that we expect commanders to go through if they wish to do what happened. That wasn't followed, and as the Commissioner has said, that decision was overturned.
Minister, was it a mistake to redeploy these police officers and close the police station? The fact that it was overturned.
I accept the decisions that are made by these expert police. They have been making them for a very long time and they do a pretty tough job, but they do it well.
So this is the third mistake that's been made whilst you've become Minister. When will you resign? Or how many more mistakes need to be made? This is not a laughing matter, Minister.
I won't be resigning.
You've seen a number of decisions that you've actually said yourself, had you had either more resources, had you had more time, those decisions would have been made. How many more mistakes do the people of New South Wales have to put up with whilst you're Minister?
I don't accept the premise of your question and I will not be resigning.
Minister, what's your understanding of the government's election commitment in terms of the police blue ribbon scheme?
That we will continue to fund the concessional cap going forward.
Have you budgeted for that in the same format over the next 4 years as stated by your election commitment?
It is in the budget, yes.
Do
you want to go down?
Yeah, if you could provide information in terms of where that's listed in the budget forecast, because my understanding is after the 30th of June next year, that's not explicitly clear.
I will provide that for you. I thought it was earmarked here, but maybe not. Yep.
So, just to clarify, you will maintain that current scheme and the benefits for the full term of government over the next 4 years. There's no plans to make any changes, reduce funding, make any, as I said, changes to that scheme over this term of government.
I think we should.
You can finish your answer.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, interesting.
Crossbench.
Thank you. Minister, earlier you said that you have received no information or intelligence to suggest that the chant "Gas the Jews" wasn't said on the night of the 9th of October. Is that still your position?
Well, I haven't, not to my knowledge, and I don't think my office has received anything to that effect. What I can say is I do believe there have been a number of arrests. The police stood up Task Force Mealing, which is now part of Operation Shelter, which we'd all be aware of. And I do understand that there were a number of arrests. What those specifics of those arrests, I would have to ask Mr. Lennon.
Mr. Lanyon, is Operation Mealing still ongoing?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And is it your understanding that there is evidence that the words "Gas the Jews" was chanted, or is it your understanding that there is not yet any evidence?
Sorry, I should correct. It's actually Strikeforce Mealing, which is doing the
That's right.
investigation, and I've certainly been informed that words similar to that were used, and they're actually being investigated by the Strikeforce.
And have you received evidence to that effect?
I believe there is evidence available from recordings.
And you're moving to investigate whether charges will be laid?
Certainly, ma'am. It's part of identifying those who may be responsible. And then I think, as the Commissioner said before, hate crimes, hate speech are a matter to be prosecuted with the approval of the Director of Public Prosecutions. So if that is the case, we would go through that process.
Okay. And so at this point, you're confident that you have evidence that those words were chanted?
I'm confident that matters are being investigated. As I said, that has been reported to me that words to that effect were used.
But, sorry, Mr. Lanyon, when you say reported to you,
Yes.
There were a lot of police present with body-worn cam, and there's been calls for witnesses to come forward.
Correct.
Are you confident that you've received evidence that those words were in fact chanted?
And that's certainly what the investigators are looking at the moment. I have not spoken to the investigators about the exact wording. As I said, I've had those words reported to me as words to that effect being used by parties in that crowd.
And when do you expect that investigation to be completed and that strike force with that in relation to that particular inquiry?
There's no set time, ma'am. It's obviously part of an investigation. It will take as long as it takes the investigators to review whether there is sufficient evidence and to identify any persons who may be responsible. That being the case, then obviously we'll go through a process.
Thank you. Minister, Commissioner Webb has told a review into the force's relationship with Aboriginal people that making officers responsible for addressing closing the gap targets would lead to competing duties. What do you say about that?
Well, I will let the Police Commissioner speak for herself in relation to that, but I will speak of the government's commitment to closing the gap. And also my experience thus far in seeing the New South Wales Police Force interact with Indigenous communities, certainly in Western New South Wales. I've had the opportunity to go out with the police on a number of occasions, but I went to Cabbage Tree Island, which I'm not sure if you've been up there, but yeah, you have. And we've also been out to Walgett as well, and I'm intending to do another
So
trip
what,
as well.
what are you going to do about the fact that your Police Commissioner actually has said that there is a conflict and that police are not responsible for the complex social, economic and intergenerational factors that have led to over-representation in the criminal justice system of First Nations people?
Well, I will finish, but then I will answer exactly what you're asking there. I am really impressed with the hard work that police and the proactive work that police are putting in place around this state with all communities, but particularly in relation to the Indigenous communities out in Western New South Wales. I think that all of us would have to agree that there are significant social problems across our community. We're seeing, you know, we've talked about it in this place already.
Minister, have you
domestic violence
spoken
we've seen in-
Minister, excuse me, have you spoken to the Commissioner about the significant problem that that position presents to all of New South Wales, policing in the public interest, closing the gap, and First Nations justice?
I agree with you that they are incredibly important, and I know that you come from a
Have
very
you
sincere
addressed
place.
with the Commissioner the conflict in her comments publicly and in response to a LEC report and the requirements under closing the gap?
I speak to the Commissioner about all police
And so
topics.
what did you resolve to do?
Point of order.
I got the answer.
Point of-
And what
point of
did you
order.
resolve to do after that conversation?
Well, it's your interpretation that there's a conflict. That is what you're saying.
No,
You're-
sorry.
That,
So
yes,
it's
it
not.
is. Yes, it is.
No,
That
sorry.
is your
It-
interpretation. Yes, it is. You are saying it's a conflict. What I'm saying, what I want to go on to say is that police deal with all of these social issues. And it's important to remember that all of government, all of community have a responsibility when it comes to addressing these social issues that we're experiencing right across the board. You know, domestic violence, sexual assault, Aboriginal misrepresentation, as you've quite rightly pointed out. Like, there are so many social issues that need to be addressed. And yes, police are part of that puzzle, but so are our other departments. And what we need is a whole of government approach to look from top down to address the core issues and where these problems are beginning and start to work towards resolving them. And yes, you're right, police are part of that. And the Commissioner is so supportive of that. And I know that we will, as a police, be part of the conversation to make a better community and make a better society.
And so what have you done to directly address the Commissioner's comments? Do you disagree that the competing duties and that, I mean, you're saying it is the police's responsibility.
Or part-
Have you had that conversation with Commissioner Webb to clear up her understanding of what the job of police is?
Well, I think that's a little bit insulting, quite frankly, Ms Higgins, to suggest that I need to clear up what the Commissioner said. And the Commissioner will have the opportunity.
And I'll speak to the
That's
Commissioner.
right.
I'm speaking
I
to
will
you,
not-
Minister.
Well, I won't be speaking on her behalf. I've made it very clear to you that we have a whole of societal problems
Do
here.
you think the
and-
Commissioner was saying that there is an issue there and that she needs help? Is that what you said? Like, what? These are really serious comments. It's left at large to the New South Wales public to try and understand the real problem here, that the police commissioner thinks that there's a conflict in her duties in closing the gap and policing. Can you not see that that's a really significant problem that has been left hanging? I'm just asking you, what are you doing? Have you sorted it out? Are you confident that Commissioner Webb understands that police are responsible for closing the gap?
I am confident that Commissioner Webb understands the responsibility of police in closing the gap. As I said, it is part of a bigger puzzle. There are so many issues that we need to look at. We've inherited, you know, really significant problems within our community, and the new government has come in eyes wide open and wants to look at the core root of those problems and start to solve them. The
And so have
police
you-
cannot arrest their way out of all of these problems.
And so
Mrs. Higgins.
what have you done to address what Commissioner Webb has said is a conflict between closing the gap and her duties? Have you
Commissioner Webb-
resolved that supposed conflict?
Commissioner Webb is very aware of the police's responsibilities when it comes to closing the gap.
Okay, so that's, you're convinced that from the time Commissioner Webb made those statements, that her position has changed and that you're satisfied that we've moved on and Commissioner Webb now has a different view to what she had when she made these statements a couple of weeks ago.
Well, the New South Wales Police have a strong commitment to closing the gap principles. We have discussed that as well in the National Ministerial forum as well, and New South Wales Police are signed up to those national principles as well. There is no walking away from the New South Wales Police in relation to closing the gap.
Deputy Commissioner Lanyon, are you able to take it on notice or tell me now, have you had any reports or evidence that those specific words, that I won't repeat, but the specific words were not chanted?
I have not. That's being investigated at the moment, ma'am, and I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps to Mr Hudson again through you, Commissioner. Nearly 12,000 firearms of various types were handed in under the permanent amnesty for the last 12 months to September. That's what the Firearms Registry's KPI report says, and I must say it's an excellent report, and it's good to see it back online again. Can you please tell us by category how many were registered and how many were not?
I'll have to take that on notice, Mr Borzak. I can say, I think the number of firearms you're referring to, I think have been handed in since the amnesty started in 2021, so it's probably over a couple of years.
Is that over a couple? Oh, yeah, sorry, you're right. It does say that. 1st of July 21, that's right.
Classifications, I know there are a number of handguns that have been handed in, but I also, the majority of them are obviously long arms, but in relation to registration, I would anticipate that the majority are registered, as the majority have been handed into dealers, not directly to the police. I think it's about 8,000 directly to dealers and 3,500 to police. So many of those guns then have the ability to be on-sold by those dealers. So I would suggest the vast majority, if not nearly all of them, would be registered.
All registered?
Just about, I would suggest, yes.
So are you saying in that, and maybe you do need to take this on notice too, that there would not be a significant number of unregistered firearms that are handed in under the amnesty?
I would be surprised. Majority of guns within our community, and as you're aware, we have over 1.1 million in New South Wales alone registered. So there are obviously grey markets and black markets in firearms, which are used in organised crime and facilitate organised crime, but the majority of guns within our state are registered.
You mentioned grey markets and black markets. I remember I asked a question of the previous Commissioner Fuller, what was the grey market and what was the black market? Please tell me what the difference is. Can you do that?
The grey market that I refer to, and we've done a number of investigations in relation to this, and when we initially created GunSafe, it was priority to include dealers' transactions as a priority for that, for GunSafe. But we uncovered firearms dealers within New South Wales who were ordering guns from overseas, registering with their business, and then allegedly transferring them interstate on a paper-based system, but actually selling them to organised crime. So they had been lawfully imported into the country, but then diverted away from the legal market into that grey market through criminality. And we identified a firearms dealer down the south coast who had done exactly that on 300 occasions with pistols to outlaw motorcycle gangs and organised crime networks. So that was a priority for GunSafe, to get that dealers portal up and running, which has obviously occurred. That has taken a large step into reducing that grey market and the opportunity for that. Black market is totally illegally imported guns that don't hit the books.
Oh,
anyway.
okay, all right. So they've come in somehow rather illegally and then moved into the illegal market.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You've told me something that I just didn't know and understand. Just, Minister, maybe to you, regarding the National Firearms Registry project and subsequent announcements, where are they up to in relation to this program?
It's still being discussed at the ministerial level. We were supposed to have a ministerial meeting recently, but it was postponed, and we won't be having one till toward the end of the year. And I'm happy to provide that update once the communique is out. But my understanding is that all the states are in agreement. But as you well know, New South Wales is way in advance of the rest of the states when it comes to the registering of firearms, and New South Wales has offered for them to use our technology, but the federal government haven't grasped that, as we probably think they should. But we will continue to work with the states and with the federal government in relation to that.
Thank you. What exactly is the proposed under the program? What is its intent?
Well, it's to be able to share information of, as I understand it, of gun ownership across the country. Is that your understanding as well, Mr Hudson?
That's correct, Minister. Also to ensure that each firearm only has a single identifying number. At the moment they're giving a number upon importation, they're given a separate number when registered with a dealer. If they transferred into state, they're giving another number by that receiving jurisdiction. We want one identifying number for a firearm upon its importation into Australia, so they can be tracked and appropriately tracked throughout the market.
So, really what we're talking about is a national firearms tracing system, which is, as far as I know, what was asked for and agreed to years and years ago. Are you saying that system's not working properly?
No, the National Firearms Register is a lot broader than that. It's also in relation to interstate jurisdictions having access to firearms information from a neighbouring jurisdiction, which at the moment has to be a manual process because of the disparity between systems between states. So that to identify an individual in Queensland who may have comes under our notice in New South Wales as to whether he has access to firearms or not, we can't currently identify that. A National Firearms Register will certainly allow that, which is the catalyst for this was obviously the William-Bella shootings in Queensland towards the end of last year with the death of the civilian and 2 police officers, where guns were registered in New South Wales, also co-registered in Queensland, but guns had been registered in New South Wales, and that was the catalyst for this conversation and the federal government's commitment to a National Firearms Register.
So can you elucidate what was the problem there? Because the firearms were registered in New South Wales and were registered in Queensland. Where was the problem? Why were police in Queensland, maybe you can't answer this question, but why were police in Queensland not aware of the presence of these firearms?
I think that certainly the union up in Queensland pushed the National Firearms Register from the day that the William-Bella shooting happened. Whether it would have made a difference in relation to that particular incident is probably still a point of discussion. However, a National Firearms Register for this country has been discussed for the last 20 years and would be a very good outcome for the people of Australia if it occurred, to allow one point of truth in relation to all things firearms, accessible to all states and jurisdictions.
Deputy Commissioner, I am aware of an example where a person moved from the Northern Territory and told the registry up there, as they were required to, that they were moving to New South Wales. And when they got to New South Wales, they obviously, with their firearms in tow, applied for a licence here. And before the licence was processed here, they were informed by the Northern Territory Police that their licence had been cancelled. Do you think that's a problem? The right hand doesn't seem to be knowing what the left hand's doing.
Not being totally aware of that exact circumstance, Mr. Borzak, I don't know whether it was cancelled in Northern Territory for other reasons apart from the fact he'd left the state.
I know that was the fact. That was the fact.
I would suggest that there is that is a problem when potentially you have an unregistered firearm not registered in any state.
Well, the firearm was still registered, and it was going through the process of transfer to New South Wales, and also the issuing of a licence in New South Wales. but because it was cancelled prematurely in Northern Territory, he was actually unlicensed at the time. Now, nothing came of that, of course, because we sorted it out, but it just seemed to not work well. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
I would think that the Firearms Registry would try and make allowances for those type of circumstances if they're made aware of them, and would try and correct that and fast-track that licence in New South Wales for that individual.
Thank you. Minister, does the New South Wales Government intend to hand over firearms law to the federal government to run and administer?
Oh, that is not my understanding, no.
That's not your understanding?
No.
Okay, thank you. Before I start another line of questioning, we'll go to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just coming back to the Blue Ribbon Insurance Scheme, can you clarify that the election commitment made by Labor will be honoured in that you will maintain the current police Blue Ribbon Insurance and workers' compensation benefits for the full term of government? It's been fully funded and you're not intending to make any changes to that scheme?
I can confirm, which was the election commitment, that Labor will continue the arrangement for the reimbursement of excess concessional superannuation contributions brought about by the Blue Ribbon, the Police Blue Ribbon Insurance Scheme.
And you're not planning to review it, look at it, make any changes?
Just answered your question.
Well, you could just say no.
I just answered your question.
Thank you, Minister. Do you accept, Minister, that statistics show that residents of rural, regional and remote New South Wales are more likely to be victims of crime?
Well, we know that there is unfortunately a lot of youth crime in regional New South Wales. In fact, you've spoken to my office about it, and I'm only too happy to continue to receive information from anybody. In fact, members of your party have been exceptional in providing me with examples, and I have consequently, as a consequence of that, spoken to police about it, and we've been able to do some real targeting in regional and rural areas. I understand that in your community in Gunnedah that people are fearful, and you relayed that to my office, and I accept that, you know, that what you said is 100% true. And the last thing that any of us want, but particularly the police want, is people being fearful in their own communities. What I can say in relation to Grafton is that Gunnedah, my apologies, is that the police have redeployed officers to target, or they refer to it as a surge. They put in a surge of officers to target specific areas. We've done the same in Kempsey, and we saw some really significant results there. Tamworth's seen the same, Dubbo's seen the same, and I know that Mr Pasanos would be able to talk to you at length about this, and you'll probably
I might ask
speak
him
to
this
him
afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, and you're right,
Yeah.
my community of Gunnedah
Yeah.
has been impacted, and you and I have discussed that. But it's not just Gunnedah, there are multiple regional communities, as you've just said, that are
that's
dealing
right,
with these
yeah.
issues. The Country Mayors Association, in conjunction with the Police Association and also the New South Wales Farmers, are calling for a parliamentary inquiry into crime, law and order in regional communities to look properly at these issues and what resourcing and support the police need in order to do their job. Will you support a parliamentary inquiry into these matters?
Look, I think that a parliamentary inquiry, I mean, you know, there's been a suggestion in the last 5 weeks that there be 5 parliamentary inquiries for police. I'm a little concerned about how quickly we jump to the this step of having a parliamentary inquiry. You know, it's also no secret that we're 1,500 police down.
Yes.
I'll come to that in a minute, but I'll talk recruitment in a minute. So every time we ask for a parliamentary inquiry, we are taking more police away from doing their job, which is out in community, because we've got them in here in the New South Wales Parliament in front of an inquiry. I just want people to factor that in.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting, I support the country mayors, and I'm speaking actually at their conference, or I'm speaking at the Gunnedah, but I think the other country mayors are coming on law and order soon, sometime this month.
Yes,
and
Minister,
I'm looking
but
forward to
they-
speaking to that, because I want to be able to talk to them about the realities of their community and how we can all participate in keeping our community safe, but particularly about the good work that the New South Wales Police are doing right across the
with respect,
state.
Minister, these are 84 member councils from regional communities. They are all saying that crime, law and order issues are within the top 5 issues in every single one of those towns. You say that you want to speak to them about their communities. I suggest that you should listen to them about what they tell you about their communities, because they're on the coalface. They see these challenges every day. The Parliament has previously held inquiries into regional health, which the Labor Party supported in opposition, which was very frank and fearless in its advice, was honest about the good work happening in health, but also raised awareness of the issues. You've got the Police Association, the Farmers Association, and 84 member organisation of the country mayors all saying, let's have a parliamentary look at this. Let's make sure that the resources are going where they're needed so that police can do their job. Clearly there's issues when it comes to, police responses when you've got potential resourcing challenges, you've got distances that police officers have to travel, when you don't have stations that are manned 24 hours, when you don't have police presence for a full 24 hours in general terms in those communities. Why will you not support a parliamentary inquiry to really look into these issues and to hear from not just police, but those in communities who've been impacted and are victims of these crimes? Why won't you have a parliamentary inquiry and let this chamber, this parliament, do its work?
Well, I am looking forward to getting out and having those conversations with people, as you suggest, and I am an excellent listener. So I will continue to do that, but it's not my position at this point in time, and I won't be announcing in this committee today my support for an inquiry.
So at the moment you don't support a parliamentary inquiry?
Well, I'm going to continue to listen to the community.
But this is 84 mayors telling you that this is a problem. Who else do you need to listen to? This is a very large section of regional New South Wales telling you that this is a problem. It's backed in by the Police Association and it's backed in by New South Wales farmers. Isn't that enough?
Well, you just suggested that I go out and listen, and I'm taking your advice, so I'm going to go out and listen. And as I say, I will speak to the community and listen to the community, including those local police. I really do, again, I take the advice of what the police say, and particularly out in regional areas. They do extraordinary work. They go above and beyond. There's no doubt about that.
But there are real issues, Minister.
Can I just
there are
finish?
real issues out here, as you know.
I acknowledge that. I absolutely acknowledge that. I will go and listen, as you suggested I should do. But at this point, in this committee hearing today, I am not going to announce that.
I know you said you're going to Gunnedah, but are you happy to also meet with a delegation of country mayors to discuss this issue as well?
I already have met with them. They've been in my office several times.
Are you happy to do that following this inquiry, this hearing today? Why won't you meet with them? Not everyone will be in Gunnedah. Will you have if the country mayors would like to meet with you, a delegation to discuss this, will you meet with them?
I've met with them already a few times.
Will you meet with them again?
If they ring up and make an appointment,
yes.
I'd be happy to meet with them
Well,
again.
I'm sure that they will be doing that later today, Minister, so thank you for that.
They don't need your approval to contact my office.
I know that they're watching closely.
I'll definitely be sending that message.
They're watching closely, so I expect a call. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Just following on from in relation to regional crime, Minister, you'd be aware of the announcement made by the previous government in relation to More Cops Go Bush program. I'm interested to know what is the funding amount for this program?
Well, overall, of course, the funding amount for the New South Wales budget for the police is just over $5 billion. I'll have to double check in the budget papers the exact amount, because I don't want to mislead the public. Can I get back to you on that, the exact amount?
And this was a program that was supporting police officers to relocate to regional areas.
Yeah, we have made some changes to that as well. So in remote rural areas, you can get up to $36,000 over 5 years. In remote areas, in rural areas, it's 26,000, but I want to check that, and I think it's 19 in other regional areas as well over the 5 years. And I note if you're going overseas to Lord Howe Island, it was 19,000. I thought, God, you'd have to pay. I thought I'd have to pay 19,000 to go to Lord Howe Island. That sounds like a pretty good gig. But anyway, that was. I must say, it was. It's interesting. So yeah, that is still. It's still being funded, as I understand. I will just check that middle figure though. I think it's around 26,000. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, the 36 and then the 26. And if you could also
here we
then
go.
outline...
I've been given this figure immediately, so I can provide it to you accurately. 36,000 for the 31 and 19, yeah. So 31,000 for the...
31, not 36.
36, yeah, for the remote location.
Yep.
Special remote location is 31, and offshore, remote and offshore, I like the offshore bit, 19. Thank you.
And can you tell me how many officers have taken up this initiative since it began in July this year?
I'd have to check that exact figure, but it is quite popular, of course, but I'll get that answer to you by the end of the day as well. I don't want to give you the wrong figure.
And this
double
obviously
check on my
initiative was announced by the previous government. Are there any other initiatives that you are looking at to support officers to relocate and grow the police force in the regional areas?
Well, there is. Last week, you might have heard about our plan to pay our recruits down in Goulburn, and that will have a significant impact on police recruitment, of course, right across the state. But we know of the concerns that everybody has in relation to regional and remote and rural areas across the state. It's more difficult to get people out there for various reasons, and that's why. And I applaud this initiative from the previous government. It's a good initiative, but the paying of recruits when they're down at Goulburn I believe, will be a real game changer. So it will definitely have a significant impact on our recruits right around the state.
Just on that, how long will that initiative be in place? And how much has it been budgeted for?
Yeah, well, it's so we have 1,500 recruits down at the moment. When we have full recruitment, we'll hopefully... we have been in this position before, believe it or not. I forget which year it was. What year was it that we had full...
So you made an announcement, but you're not sure when it will end?
Yeah, when we have full recruitment.
Okay, so indefinitely. Next 4 years?
I'm hopeful I'm much more positive and optimistic than you are.
Maybe how much have you actually budgeted for?
The Commissioner can take you through that, or indeed Ms Ackley can take you through that. But
you're not sure how much you announced?
Let me finish. It's about paying those people who are being trained, and when we get to a position that we have full recruitment, but we will always quarantine a number so that we're never over. But if we get to that in the next 4 years, then that will be an absolute success.
Wasn't there a budget allocation for it?
Can you just explain that in terms of...
There was no ask of Treasury. It's actually
right.
using the underspend in our salaries.
To underspend.
Oh, okay, thanks.
How many police officers are there in the New South Wales Police Force?
There are 17,000. I want to get you the exact figure, if that's okay. Yep. Oh, it's here. Now I can't find it. You got that exact figure, Karen? Oh, here we go. Right. 16,923.
And
they are, sorry, but hold on, they are sworn officers. 4,119 unsworn officers. 21,042 in total.
And of what date is that?
10th of September.
And is that figure of this just under 17,000 full strength or operational strength?
They are strength.
So full strength.
Yeah.
So how many are operational?
Do you mean
so the breakdown between full strength and operational of that figure?
We'll have to take that on notice. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take that on notice.
And also, if you can also take on notice how many people are on leave, whether that's sick leave, mental health leave, injury, maternity, paternity.
I won't have to take that on notice. I'll be able to provide that with you now. I think.
That's okay, you can take it on notice. And if you could also advise...
Well, I won't take it on notice, we'll get it to you by the end, yeah, because it is here.
And if you could also advise of the full strength and also operational strength as of October this year, or the latest date, which might be the September one, across each station in New South Wales as well.
I probably won't be able to get
No. I'm happy for that to be on notice.
Okay.
Minister, we're hearing reports that stations have been closing because of understaffing. But more concerning is the fact that due to this, we're seeing that detectives would normally be tasked with investigating crimes such as assaults or break-ins, are actually being told to put on a uniform and take on general duties. Are you aware of this?
I did. Look, we know that we are 1,500 police short. There is no secret of that. And we inherited that problem. And here we are, 7 months in, and the Commissioner and I and the Police Association, we're working in a tripartite manner to get recruits into the New South Wales Police Force to address this shortage that we inherited. So there are situations where people are being redeployed in different roles because of the need. Yes, I am aware, and not just in detectives but others as well, and that is why the first thing that I have done as the Police Minister is set about looking at how we fix that gap that we inherited, that gaping hole, and this initiative about recruitment is the first step in
So,
doing
Minister,
that.
you've said that detectives have been redeployed from focusing on major crimes. Is it true that you have junior officers who are being asked to do work that they are unskilled to do because of shortages?
Well, look, I don't know of specific examples, but what I will go back to is I know that we're 1,500 short. I know we inherited it from you lot, and I know that I've
Can you take on notice and come back to the committee?
Looking at a
Minister,
a positive policy.
Minister,
that you
I'm trying to
need.
ask you a serious question. Can you please take on notice how many police officers, junior police officers, are currently undertaking tasks that they are not skilled to do? And how many detectives have been diverted away from doing their job to another job?
Look, I'd have to check with the Commissioner if that's even something that you would be able to provide
The first part of the
information for.
question, it's probably difficult to ascertain because how do you measure experience? But the second question we can take on notice.
You talked about recruitment. I'm interested in pay. Minister, have you begun the award negotiations with the Police Association?
No, not yet.
When will you commence that?
They have asked if we can have our first meeting next week.
And do you intend to increase their wages so that it's on average matching Victoria and Queensland?
So, do you understand how wage negotiations actually happen when you don't have a wage cap? Well, the negotiations will determine how much they get paid because they will negotiate their working paying conditions accordingly.
Have you been given any parameters for those negotiations at this point in time?
No, not at this point in time.
Okay. Are you envisaging pay increases though?
Well, again, I say to the Police Association, bring your best and brightest. It's a negotiation. I know you two don't understand what a wage negotiation is.
Minister, there's no
because
need
the
to
wage, I'm just telling the facts.
Well, it's
because
not.
the wage cap has now been removed, there will be a negotiation between the Police Association, their representatives, and the government. So I can't tell you what the outcome of that will be. I don't have a crystal ball. It will be what is negotiated.
Okay, and you're not, but you won't give any indication today of parameters, or you've just got to wait. Is what you're saying?
I don't have those parameters at this point. I haven't met with them. I've answered that question. I'm not
Okay.
sure what it is that you quite ask. What is your actual question there?
Well, as I said, I'm curious to know whether you're looking to give them a pay rise. That's what they're asking. Is that what you're intending to do?
Well,
above
again,
the 2.5% wage.
I go back to
wage.
the point. Not having any understanding of wage negotiations is very clear.
That's not true, Minister. But my question to
Well,
you
then you
is,
wouldn't
you've
be
just said
asking
there's
these
no
questions
wages.
if you did
You've just said
understand.
there's no wages cap anymore. That
That's
was
right.
at 2.5%. So you're obviously looking to go above 2.5% then? Is that your evidence?
Well, the election commitment was to get rid of the wages cap, and we did that immediately. So I'm
But
very
what
proud that we
percentage are you
honoured.
looking to offer the pay increase?
It's
What are
very
what are your
obvious to
parameters?
me. It's very obvious to me that you do not understand
Oh, I
wage
understand.
negotiations.
Oh, no, I understand,
Yes.
Minister.
Well, then, those
Will you commit to more than
negotiations-
2.5%? Will you commit to more than the wages, the previous
I will
wages
commit
policy?
to an honest and fair negotiation.
Right, thanks,
Because
Minister.
that's how wage negotiations work.
Okay, so that's no guarantee. Minister, can you tell me how many officers were on leave due to mental health reasons as of the 31st of July this year, or your latest data? Have you managed to find that? In your
I haven't, no, sorry, because we've gone on to something else, but I will come back to you.
But
I will
are
come back
you-
to you with that answer.
I would put to you data that I have that is as of the 31st of July. I think there are 1,108 officers who are on mental health leave. Are they numbers that concern you in terms of police wellbeing?
The wellbeing of police concerns me absolutely. It's so important that we really look after our police force, and I'm so pleased that that is one of the priorities of the Commissioner.
Is it one of your priorities as Minister?
Absolutely, yes.
So what are you
Looking
doing
after
to
the
provide...
workforce and the well-being of workforce is of any workforce, but
Sure.
I mean, police, of course, is even more unique.
Absolutely.
What they see, the dynamic environment they work in. You know, I was in the job for 72 hours when I got a call from the Commissioner's office to say that 2 police officers, they were young constables in Newcastle, had been stabbed and that the person of interest had been shot and was deceased. I mean, it was just such a stark reality for me in that short space of time to understand what our police officers face every day.
And Minister, no one is disputing what they do every day and the incredible toll that that would take on their mental health, and I think those figures reflect that. But what are you doing to provide support to those officers so that they don't end up leaving the force
Well, I
altogether?
look forward to the Police Commissioner.
But
being
what are you
given the
doing as
time.
Minister?
Well, I'm working.
She might have wanted to answer that.
Minister, are you aware of what the current New South Wales Police Force workers' compensation premium is?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
Can I give you that exact amount, just so I don't get it wrong? But I'll give it to you, yeah. I might have it here, actually. Hold on. Go on, and I'll just fumble through here and see if I
Okay.
can find it.
In regards to police internal investigations...
Sorry, I don't have the actual amount, so
Okay.
I will come back to you. I've just got percentages, so
Would
I will
it
come
be,
back to you.
is it somewhere in the order of $2 billion?
I'll come back to you with the exact amount.
And if you could tell me with the exact amount when you have it, what it's been over the past few years and whether
100%.
it has
I understand where you're coming
drastically
from.
increased.
Yeah, well, it has increased, that I can assure you.
Quite
but I want to give
drastically?
you, well, I want to give you the exact amount. But yes, we will. What, the last, 4 years?
That'd be good.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just, I think there is obviously concern around policing recruitment and the well-being of the force. Have you been briefed at all on the effectiveness of the internal investigations process?
Which one specifically are you referring to?
I'm referring to the entire system of police investigating police.
Right, okay.
Have you been briefed about the systems and how they work, and the effectiveness of them? And perhaps specifically, are you aware of any pressures that take place on commissioned officers who are carrying out internal investigations to make findings of misconduct to show that they're capable of carrying out those investigations?
No, I'm not aware of those.
Would it concern you if that was something that you could see?
Well, I'm not aware of it, so I would want to see exactly what it is that you're referring to. So perhaps
So
you could
are you
provide
aware?
that with me.
Are you aware of any incentives that might be happening internally for, including police officers being promoted to make findings against their colleagues because of the pressures of police successfully investigating police?
No, I'm not, but I could be wrong there. I'm not suggesting that I know all the information around those internal investigation processes, but no, I am not.
I'll follow up with the commissioners later, but are you aware of any review mechanisms in place to ensure that the way we're investigating police investigating police has any systemic problems?
Well,
look, you can see what I'm suggesting. Police investigating police.
Yeah. And I absolutely can. My observation has been that if somebody does something wrong, then the police commissioner is very prepared to call out bad behaviour and wrongdoing.
So, Minister, would you think then, so let's say somebody has a complaint against them and they go through, and we know we're talking years and years, and it can be 4 years, and then findings are made, and then that police officer ends up in an IR dispute and then has a civil case against the police. And then 4 years down the track, we're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars that the police are paying out Do you think that indicates the system is having some problems?
I think that I'm not sure about your specific example there.
What if I said I could give you
can
several
I-
examples?
Can I just finish what
Sure.
my view is on what's happening? It's a really dangerous job, and there are people being injured for in various circumstances. The mental health of people is a serious concern, and we're seeing those numbers in the insurance scheme increase, which you alluded to from
Drastically.
the get-go. Yeah, from the get-go. Therefore, we need to make sure that there is wellbeing measures in the police force, and I'm pleased to say that the Commissioner has implemented a number of those. We're unfortunately not in a position to be able to review it or see how successful it's been because it's only been implemented for a short period of time. That's the Pulse program, which I know that you know about. And there are other measures, and the Police Commissioner will be able to take you through those. But making sure that people are well on the job, making sure that people have somebody to talk to. I think that we have to look at taking those steps
Thank you.
try and cut off
Agree.
this exit.
But so then, if at the moment the wellness check of the force is you've got thousands of officers on leave, sick, you've got hundreds, possibly thousands, I don't know, of claims against police for mistreatment or wrong conclusions about police within the system, police being pushed out of the system through a complaints process that has arguably been weaponised, do you think you've got a problem? And do you think that police investigating police is something that we should really be taking a better look at?
Okay, so you've asked a few questions there. I'll try and compartmentalise them and answer them one at a time. We absolutely have a retention problem. I agree with you. And that's where it goes to that wellness body of work that needs to be done in that wellness. As I've said, the Commissioner has already put in place Pulse, which is we've at least 11 commands as we speak, and that includes, just in case the committee don't know, having a psychologist in the command that police officers can talk to on a shift by shift basis if that's what's required. There are currently 11 of those in place and 17 being recruited. So
Can
we'll
I
have
ask?
28
Can I
across
ask you
the
on
state.
that? Have you got particularly local area commands that are worse off than others at the moment? And what about the northern region? What is that? Is that one of your main problem areas?
I do know that the northern region has a very serious problem with retention. Yes, you are accurate in that. And again, I go to this initiative, this policy initiative of recruitment. We have to fill that hole.
Is it just recruitment, Minister, or is it actually
no.
retention? I think retention is your biggest problem at the moment.
Well,
and
as I said,
the numbers are, we don't even have them on the table, but they're kind of ringing alarms, aren't they?
It's both, actually. So it's.
Who made the decision? Who made the decision? Was it you, or was it the Premier, or the Commissioner made the decision for the paid training program?
Oh, well, the Commissioner and sorry? Yeah, ERC made the decision, that's right. But, we worked up the policy together.
And did the Premier, where was the Premier's involvement with that?
He's on ERC.
Okay. And did that go to Cabinet, or was that just a kind of decision you guys made?
Well, ERC is...
Oh, sorry, I apologise. I see.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologise.
Yeah.
Right. And that was a recommendation from who?
From both myself, the Commissioner, and the Police Association worked with us as well.
Right, thank you. And so, in terms of retention, if you had evidence before you of a number of police officers, particularly from the northern region, that are sitting in a system where they are wrongly persecuted for policing, would you look at that and suggest that you need to do some significant reform internally?
Well, this is the first time this has been suggested to me, but I have worked all of my life hard for working people to make sure that their pay and conditions meet a certain threshold, which for me it's pretty high. I will always stand up for workers, and I have not wavered from that, and I will not waver from that.
And so are you willing to look at the issue of potential systemic problems? Because that's one of the most difficult kind of places to identify real problems.
Well, this is news to me. This has not been raised with me. And if systemic problems are raised with me, of course I will look at it, and I will work with the Commissioner.
Can I just ask you as well, in relation to police responding to vulnerable people, and I'm referring specifically now to the case of Claire Nyland, Krista Koch, Steve Pampalian, Jesse Deacon, if police were to go out tomorrow, this afternoon, to a similar situation of any of those, what would be different today than yesterday or those cases?
Well, what I can say is that the New South Wales Police, under Karen's leadership, have sent a couple of officers over to London to look at what they are doing in relation to
So what would be
mental
different
health.
here? Nothing.
Well, I'm just... Can I keep going?
Yes, you can.
Sorry, my apologies, Mr Chair. The police are proactively looking at how to deal with mental health issues or incidents in New South Wales, and they're doing that by sourcing other what's happening in other jurisdictions around the world. So, as I've said, the Commissioner has organised for a couple of very senior police officers, one of which is actually a psychologist, to go to London to seek what they are doing in that jurisdiction, and to bring back that information so that the New South Wales Police can look at how to best deal with mental health incidents going forward. There is a proactive approach to this, Sue, because there needs to be.
But
You and I
nothing
have
would be
talked
different.
about it. Well, we have
Today, nothing would be different.
Well, we have talked about it. You know that every incident is dealt with in the way that the police assess the situation, the risk, etc., on a case-by-case basis. I mean, I've just told you about you would have just heard me talking about my first 72 hours in, 2 police officers were stabbed. At one point I was waiting to hear if they survived. They were critical. So it's a tough job that they've got. The perpetrator was shot dead.
24 deaths of people in New South Wales killed by police in the last 12 months. 24 people.
It's my turn now, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Deputy Commissioner Hudson, where is the Firearms Registry up to regarding the implementation of the GunSafe program?
So we've completed a couple of phases. Obviously all licence renewals are now done on GunSafe, the deal of portals that we spoke about earlier, permits to acquire. We're looking at extending that in relation to ranges and a number of other things. And ultimately I'd like to be able to record safe storage inspections through GunSafe.
So when you say ranges, what in that area are you
all the
looking
range
at?
requirements, all the permits to actually shoot on a range, all the approvals rather than I think the 650 forms. When people are doing assessments and seeking approvals to shoot on the range, we want all that captured in one spot.
When people are seeking approval to shoot on a range, you're talking about when they go to actually shoot in a rifle or something like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, not just the licensing process of the range itself. So you're looking to record every attendance at a range?
Well, that's the intent. At the moment, we've got a very high compliance rate with, and I think you'll accept, Mr. Borzak, that the delays in issuing a lot of those licences have disappeared since we implemented GunSafe, and I think that's a credit to the technology team and also the Firearms Registry, and I'd like to give them credit for that, and the commanders that we've had, and Scott White currently and Scott Cook before that, in driving those changes. And I think it's been business changing for the firearms community in New South Wales. We are in compliance with timeframes in relation to permits to acquire, the issue of new licences and the renewals of licences, all within our timeframes. New licences only take 33 days. Now they used to take, as you well know,
Yeah, that's
some used to
on the
disappear
portal.
into
Yeah.
the ether for 2 or 3 years.
As far as dealers are concerned, are you of the view that the system is fully implemented and operating properly?
I am. Not all dealers use GunSafe. It's not compulsory, obviously, but what dealers that are using it would never want to go back to the paper-based system, especially when we do audits and everything else. Everything's laid out there for them, especially with volume guns. Transactions, as I said, we've ostensibly plugged that hole of that interstate transfer issue where guns were disappearing into the ether and then being sold on to criminals. So I think there's always room for improvement, but I think, you know, I'm more than happy with the progress that GunSafe has made from where we've come from to where we are now.
You say that the GunSafe online program is not compulsory for dealers. Why is that the case?
There's nothing, no legislation to force them to do that.
So they can elect not to go on the GunSafe system?
Correct. They can
Okay.
keep their old system in place, but over 90%, I think it's probably closer to 95% now, and all the major ones are. But there are still some who have a dealer's licence but don't trade in a lot of guns, might choose not to, and we respect that.
How satisfied are you that the data held on firearms is accurate? In other words, the register itself. I mean, even from personal experience, I come across examples where the recording of numbers is not correct. What's your view on that these days? I mean, there's been an awful lot of years
obviously
of work
integrates with
done.
the ILS, so there's an integration component from GunSafe to ILS. So the licensing is actually recorded on ILS, and GunSafe reproduces that in that format. Data that's put in incorrectly will reveal itself incorrectly. I can't comment on that, but I haven't heard of any issues in relation to the inaccuracy of the data on GunSafe, and if you've got examples of that you've come across, I urge them to raise them. We need to fix that.
Well, I'm aware, as you are, that over the years there's been a lot of auditing done, and so what you're saying basically is that the auditing process has worked and that the accuracy is much better now than it was initially.
Oh, totally, but as you know, if you put rubbish in, you get rubbish out, and historically probably rubbish has gone in.
Well, that's right. That's with any computer system, in, rubbish out. In relation to clubs and the GunSafe system, what's the police intention in relation to putting them on the GunSafe system?
Ultimately, sir, we would like all transactions and all issues in relation to firearms in New South Wales to be captured on GunSafe, including club information and club activities.
And that includes not just shooting range clubs, but hunting clubs and collecting clubs and...
If there's a requirement at the moment for the police to be notified of their activities, we'd like that captured on GunSafe, because, you know, as a one-stop shop for all things firearms in New South Wales.
And individuals recording directly or through their clubs?
Through their clubs would be the preferred option. But having said that, you know, there's a number of other steps in the way, and not in the way, but in progress, that our priority in relation to the development of GunSafe is ensuring public safety. So rather than just a compliance regime, so those issues that will reinforce public safety and assist us better provide security for New South Wales will be the priority for GunSafe, but ultimately we would like all those things captured in one spot.
Sure. Just talking about compliance and club attendances, for example, I mean, you'd be aware that if you've got a pistol licence, you have to attend at least 6 times a year in a competition shoot. I'm not sure, with, say, clay targets, for example, sometimes 4, I think, in relation to hunting clubs 2. How does the police intend to capture that? Because that data, given that you have people being members of different clubs, different types of organisations of clubs, How do you intend to try to unravel that spaghetti and get an accurate count?
That'll be part of the business analysis that we do prior to moving to a technological solution. As you're aware, there's also pistol clubs that people were registered with guns in New South Wales that were shooting interstate to force compliance, which we had issues for. We've accommodated that, but I think part of the mapping process in relation to putting anything into technology, such as we did with the initial stages of GunSafe and continue to do that throughout its development, will be that business analysis to try and streamline it.
Can you tell me what has been the cost to date of the GunSafe system?
I don't have an exact figure with me because there's, apart from the initial capital costs, there's also been some additional costs incurred. So I can take that on notice and get.
Can you take that on notice? Yeah, thank you. And also, what was the original budget of the GunSafe system? Can you take that on notice too?
The original budget,
Yeah.
which has subsequently been enhanced through the appropriate
Enhanced,
process.
yeah, that's right.
4 different stages, but yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Minister, the WA government has recently announced their intention to implement arbitrary limits on firearms ownership and an age limit of 80 for licensed shooters. Would you support such an oppressive law in New South Wales?
Well, that hasn't been raised with me. I think that we have our settings quite well in terms of firearms ownership, the registry that was just been referred to. It's my understanding and my belief that the settings that we currently have in relation to the licensing of firearms definitely is robust enough to ensure that we have those settings right here in New South Wales.
So can you elucidate on that? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the settings that we currently have here in New South Wales, I think are fit for purpose for the use of firearms and the licensing of firearms in this state.
Okay, thank you. I think probably, again, to you, Mr. Hudson, I've got only a few seconds left. I might actually hand over to the opposition before I start this line of questioning.
Thank you very much. Minister, are you familiar with the GIPA Act?
I'm familiar in terms of what it is, which is the providing information. Yep.
Are you aware of any applications that are before your office?
Before I start again.
Currently, the ones that we haven't already answered, I will come back to you and check. I'm certainly aware of those that I've provided information for, yes.
So, but you're unsure if there is an application before your office currently?
I wouldn't like to say yes or no before I check with my office.
I think there's a note coming
to
behind
you.
you.
Well, I'll be able to answer that. There is one from Matt Cross MP. There we go.
And can I ask when your office will be acknowledging receipt of that application, which was sent to your office over 2 weeks ago?
So my understanding is that there is the legislative timeframe we will definitely work within that legislative timeframe.
However, my understanding is that your office has not acknowledged the GIPA as required under Section 1 of the GIPA Act.
Oh, well, I will have to check if that's the case.
And are you concerned that your office may have committed an offence in not acknowledging that GIPA request?
Well, let me check first and I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Minister, do you support the continuation of the PACER program?
I think that the PACER program is, well, the anecdotal response that I get from people out on the truck is that it is certainly doing a good job. However, we've just heard from Ms Higginson in relation to, police presenting at incidents where mental health patients are subject to that incident, and we need to make sure that we have the right care for the right person, and that is why the Police Commissioner is being so proactive in looking at how police respond to mental health incidents. And I support wholeheartedly that approach, that proactive approach. I'd like to, I am answering your question absolutely wholesomely. I would like to have a look at that review that is presented to the Police Commissioner from those senior officers that I referred to earlier, who are having a look at what's going on in international and other jurisdictions here, so that we can best look at how to provide that first response to people with mental health. But yes, I do think PACER is good. I think that it's universal that people think that it is, it was with health and police working collaboratively together that they instituted PACER. And I'm told that in instances where they appear with a mental health patient in an incident, that it's reducing by about more than 50% that person then presenting at a hospital, for instance.
Okay,
so it's working.
You recognise it's working, but you're going to have a look at
well,
its
no, we're looking at how to best, who is best and what is the best first response for people with a mental health incident.
Can you tell me how long PACE is funded for?
I'm pretty sure it finishes in 2025.
Okay, and you'll make
It
decisions.
is actually a health funding, so it's probably questions best
Well,
to
we
help.
did,
But I do
we
know
did
that it's
ask
20.
the Minister for
Yeah,
Mental Health,
sure.
and she said that they were.
Well, it's actually
we're looking at it.
okay.
Sure. But what? So you don't? She's the lead in relation to that. That minister's the lead. You don't.
Well, it
Do you
is.
discuss with her about the continuation of that program and funding? What's that relationship like?
Oh, I think collaborative. We need to work collaboratively together. 100%. It's critical that obviously, and health as well. Minister for Health, Minister for Mental Health, and the police will work collectively together. I mean, obviously, ambulance are part of this as well, which is the Health Minister's responsibility. So it's critical that we get this right. And I just can't speak more stronger terms in relation to what the Commissioner's proactive steps have been. We need the right care for the right person from the first response.
Thanks, Minister.
Minister, just confirming though that, and I deeply appreciate all the work that is happening. We know that we have hit a kind of crisis point in terms of the deaths resulting from police responding to mental health incidences. We don't actually have anything different yet in place. We've got people overseas, we've got people feeding in, we're looking at things, we've got PACER, which we know is limited, even though it may be good. We don't yet have anything different from the day, say, Krista Koch was killed, to today. I just want to confirm that.
Well, again, I would say to you that each incident that police present to...
We deal with it on their facts. Yeah, and their circumstances. Minister, you met with Karen Isles on the September the 14th, along with the Attorney General and other members of your government. Do you agree that the system has failed and continues to fail, Karen?
Well, first and foremost, like you, I want to thank Karen for being so brave. She came in and she explained a lot to all of us, and particularly in relation to her dealings with police over a long period of time to today.
20 years.
Yes, yeah.
20 years.
Thank you for reminding us of that. It is a long time. She did describe that her more recent dealings have changed. So I did take some heart from her telling me that the police have changed over time. Clearly, I've been in this role for just 7 months, and I want to work with her to continue to make more positive change for women who have been subject to sexual assaults and not believed. I think that that we owe that to the women who are in that situation.
I think the big distinction here is women and young people who are subjected to such, and then the police don't do their job. That's her point.
Yeah,
and one of the things, Minister, that she is calling for, along with a large group of advocacy, is that there be a duty placed on police in relation to how they investigate these matters. Is that something you're open to considering as that case is put in front of you?
Look, she did mention this to me, and I want to continue to work with her. And then I had her meet with Jane, can you remember? Jane Doherty? In any case, I had, she knew Jane, and Jane came in and we sat and spoke with Jane, and we talked about a various number of initiatives that that New South Wales Police could adopt on the back of her experience. So I want to keep working with Karen. She's super brave, you know.
And so you're
coming
open
forward.
to the consideration of looking at whether a duty is the best way to, or one of the best ways to really progress this kind of work with a success rate?
Well, Sue, I'm not going to make any policy announcements in this committee.
It's not a policy
hearing.
announcement. I'm just asking if your
No,
mind is open.
I
You're
just-
saying you
I
saying you will want to work with her. We know what she's asking for. It's come from a place of serious consideration. She's an expert lawyer. She's worked with victims. She's an unbelievable advocate. This is what she's put on the table. I'm just asking if your mind's open to that.
I will absolutely continue to keep working with her.
Thank you. What's your understanding of? I'm happy to finish that.
Time.
Thank you.
That brings our questioning and examination of, beg your pardon, government questions.
Yeah.
I'm sure the government would like
Can
to
I-
ask the
can I-
Minister questions.
Is there something that...
Would you
you'd like
mind
to
if I?
clarify, Minister?
Would you mind? Thank
Please.
you very much.
Sorry, Chair.
Opposition members, in relation to the rural incentives, since 1 July, 835 officers have received an incentive payment and 36 officers have relocated to remote or special remote locations. No mention of the overseas one here. I suspect that position's filled. And in relation to long-term sick, there isn't an actual breakdown of mental health, those who are on mental health sick. But as of the 30th of September, there were 1,427 sworn police officers on long-term sick.
Okay,
Wow.
thank you, Minister. Any
Wow.
questions? Okay, thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very
We're
much.
now
Mr.
finished
Chairman.
and we'll break for lunch and be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. We'll start with some questions for you, Mr. Wheaton, and then perhaps release you for the rest of the day if no one else has got any questions for you. Okay.
We'll try to be nice where we can.
Opposition? Being just after 2 o'clock, we'll start again.
Thank you very much. I might start with a few questions to Mr. Wheatley, just in regards to as a minister's position as Minister for the Hunter. How often do you brief the Minister in relation to matters pertaining to the Hunter?
So we meet really regularly with her staff. I'd say we have a standing fortnightly meeting with the Minister's staff on the Hunter portfolio.
And how many staff are assigned to the portfolio of Hunter?
So we have a combined Hunter and Central Coast team. So all around the state we have 8 regions, 8 regional teams. They are not directly assigned with supporting the Minister's portfolio. So those teams are out on the ground staff that support the overall regional New South Wales portfolio. Part of their work in the Hunter Central Coast team will be supporting the Minister for Hunter, Minister for Central Coast. There's 26 team members there, and it's actually split down the middle. We have 13 based in Central Coast, 13 based in Newcastle.
And how many ministerial staff attend those fortnightly meetings?
I would have to take that on notice. I imagine it would have changed over the fortnight based on availability. But as I understand, there's a dedicated advisor in the Minister's office for the Hunter portfolio who would attend.
Okay. And what are the nature of those briefs?
So there would be a standing agenda item. It would be quite, or a standing agenda with items of interest of either the Minister's office or priority projects that our team are leading across the Hunter.
Mm-hmm. And do you deal with direct requests from members of Parliament in the Hunter, or do they make requests or representations to the Minister of the Hunter and then that is sent to you?
If it is a basic request of ordinary activities that our team would be doing, we would field those through the MP, through our office. If it is for information that they are after around more specific information, that we would direct them through the Minister's office.
And do you have a breakdown of the correspondence and the matters by each electorate that you've dealt with?
No, I don't imagine that we would capture that data by electorate, but I can take it on notice. I'm sure we can collate it.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice. How many matters have you dealt with that specifically pertain to the electorate of Swansea?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As we indicated to the Chair, we don't have any further questions for you, Mr.
Okay.
Wheaton, but depending if, I don't know if the other crossbenchers
Well,
do.
the crossbench is not here. I don't have any questions. Mr. Wheaton, you're released. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borsat.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you, everyone. I just wanted to go back to the matters relating to the Opera House, and I might direct my questions to you, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, as I believe you were acting Commissioner at that period of time, if that's okay.
Correct.
Thank you. So the Minister, when she gave evidence earlier, said that you did speak on Sunday the 8th of October. Do you recall how often you spoke and what advice you provided to the Minister on that day?
Thank you, ma'am. The first time I spoke to the Minister was shortly after 10 a.m. that morning, Sunday the 8th, in relation to what was happening in the environment following the terrorist attack in Israel. And I advised her we had processes underway to commence taskings of both synagogues and mosques, and those communications were going out to both metropolitan field operations and regional field operations to conduct those taskings. I did indicate that I think it was the second phone call I had was that earlier or later that afternoon, and we did have information that there was proposed protests to occur, one that night and one the following afternoon. One at Bankstown on the Sunday night and one at Town Hall the following day.
Okay. Would you, and I'm happy for you to take on notice, but the time of that second phone call in the afternoon, if that's something you can provide to the committee if possible, on notice?
It was approximately 3:30.
Okay, thank you. And then just in relation to, again, the concerns that you had, and there are emails that have come through, obviously through the call for papers in the upper house, and I'm sure you're aware of, that do indicate that there was some concern about the impact that the events would have on the streets and particularly escalating tensions. The Minister said this morning that it wasn't envisaged that there was any heightened risk at that point. That was on the Sunday. Is that your recollection as well?
That's correct. At the time, I asked for the threat assessment. I wanted that to inform me whether we had concerns or not.
Yep.
So at that stage, I just wanted the assessment. I didn't have particular concerns. I was aware that that was in response to being told by the Chief of Staff that there was a consideration being made to light the sails of the Opera House with the Israeli flag. But at that stage, there were no concerns that had been relayed to me, and I didn't have the threat assessment from counter-terrorism at that stage. But as I said, other icons around the world had been lit up, I was led to believe.
So how did the police find out about the lighting of the Opera House sales? In his evidence, the Premier said it may have been through the media. Do you know how that information made its way to the police?
My recollection is that after the threat assessment had been requested, it got processed through to my normal staff officer, who was in my normal role, which oversights counter-terrorism, to request, and he responded that too late. It was just on the news.
Okay. So it was media reports that gave you the confirmation that had been the
Well, I didn't
previous
see the
decision.
actual media reports. My
Your staff
normal
member did.
staff officer didn't relay that through an email.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of further advice that was provided to the Minister, probably moving on to the 9th of May, the date of the actual lighting of the sales. So you said you had a threat assessment report, if that's the correct terminology. Can you just talk me through the timeline of what really happened on that Monday the 9th from a policing perspective?
Monday the 9th, during the normal executive meeting on Monday morning, we discussed the potential for a protest. At that stage, I think, and Mr Lanyon may correct me, but I think we had 11 police that were going to be deployed to that. It wasn't
At Town Hall?
At Town Hall. It wasn't anticipated there was going to be anything untoward. That particular group had protested there numerous times previously without incident and had been appropriately managed by the Central Metropolitan Command with their own internal resources. And that was the point of discussion, that a further assessment would be done based on the lighting of the Opera House sales, and we would reassess throughout the day.
And the Minister said earlier that there was advice that it would move from, I think she used the terminology of a static sort of rally at the Town Hall to then be one that marched down to the Opera House. Do you remember when police became aware that the group intended to move from the Town Hall down to the Opera House?
I became aware about 3:30 that afternoon.
On the Monday?
I became personally aware. We had quite a busy day that day. We had a Commissioners' Executive Team meeting, which I was chairing, and then a counter-terrorism exercise, which we do monthly for the Executive. That concluded about 3 o'clock, and Mr Lanyon came into my office about 3:30 and told me. But I believe organisationally we were aware maybe an hour before that.
Okay. And then in terms, I guess, from an operational perspective, the decision to have that pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian group march down, I think, again, the Minister said that the decision was made that they would be escorted by police to try to, not have any conflict or tensions. As best as you can, what are sort of the operational considerations that go into how you manage that protest moving from static to one that did obviously involve marching down to the Opera House? What are the considerations to let them do that as opposed to trying to keep them back up at Town Hall?
The considerations are that we don't have the legislative ability to detain them at the Town Hall. The options were, and they had indicated a strong opinion that they were going to attend the Opera House. If we didn't facilitate the march, they could have lawfully walked down the footpath to get there.
Okay.
And taken significantly longer and wouldn't have been controlled on the route. Our concern was that they may take a route that bypassed the Great Synagogue in Coercive Street. We facilitated the march outside of that envelope so that didn't become an issue. But we also became aware that there were numerous social media posts calling for others who weren't at the Town Hall protest to attend the Opera House as well. And there's no way we could have prevented the congregation at the Opera House. It was about ensuring the safest way to achieve that.
Okay. Can you explain to me the difference between this particular incident and rally and previous issues? I've got a document here that came again through that call for papers that mentions that when there were pro-Russian supporters trying to disrupt the displaying of the Ukrainian colours on the Opera House flag, the Opera House sail, sorry, it says the protest was small, used lasers and wore iconic Z t-shirts, but they were moved on by police. And I'm happy if someone else is better placed to answer this. But how come in that instance those pro-Russian supporters were able to be moved on? Why was this a different scenario for this particular march?
I'm not aware of that particular protest. I didn't have any involvement in it. Mr. Lanyon may have
Does anyone have
greater knowledge about it, but if they were using lasers and breaking the law, then there's offences never identified, then they would have been arrested for the offences of using those lasers and things such as that, I would imagine.
Okay. Is that... Sorry, Mr. Lanyon, did you want to add anything?
No, sorry, I don't know any additional information. Was that a protest that was actually static outside the Opera House?
This comes from one of the documents that came, as I said, through the call for papers, that spoke about an incident at the Opera House where they were moved on by police. I'm happy to give you a copy of that document if you like, but I'm just trying to understand or clarify, I guess, how you deal with those situations differently and what the rationale is behind that in an operational sense.
Yeah, without actually knowing the circumstances that you're speaking of there, I think the way that Mr Hudson has outlined it, obviously the operational consideration was to maintain control of those people that wished to assemble and then march that night. It may well have been, in terms of the one you're speaking about with the pro-Russian supporters, it may well have been they were already at the Opera House, and there could be a different set of tactics depending on how many people were down there, what the actual strategy was to actually maintain community safety.
Okay.
It really depends what's on the ground, what the police commander and what the forward commander deem is happening and the behaviour of the crowd.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the police operations on both the 9th of October and then also on the 15th of October, I know that the Premier made some public comments saying that there would be more police available for a later rally that took place in Hyde Park, is my recollection. What's the cost of the police operations to do that and the difference between what occurred on the 9th and the 15th? Do you have that information?
Only from the cost of the actual police shifts that were deployed, I think there was 100 at the October 9th with another 100 in reserve at the Opera House, and then on the following Saturday, following Sunday, there were over 1,000 police. So their shifts, the difference would be significant.
Okay, and the distinction between having 100 on the 9th and 1,000 on the 15th, is that because of lessons learned from the Opera House protest, or what was the operational decision to significantly increase the police presence on that day?
We were going to potentially, and we announced this, potentially utilise Part 6A of LEPRA in relation to, because of the behaviour that was demonstrated on the 9th of October and the difficulty in investigating potential criminal offences that had taken place on the 9th of October. We're going to activate part of that power under LEPRA to ask for identification of individuals and potentially search some individuals because of flares that were used on the 9th. So it was believed that we would need additional police for that. The numbers that were proposed for the second protest or gathering were significantly more as well.
Okay.
Significantly more.
Sure. And that information that you would be, I guess, escalating the police presence at that second rally, was that relayed to the Minister's office, the Premier's office? I know the Premier did media in relation to it, so I'm assuming there was some communication about those decisions by police?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And that would be normally the process that you would undertake if you were going to have significant or increased police presence at one of those rallies?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. In terms of any arrests that were made from activities on either the 9th or the 15th of October, do you have any details in terms of numbers of arrests?
There was no arrests on the second protest. I think the 9th is still under investigation. Some matters under Strikeforce Mealing, which is being conducted under Operation Shelter. My last update was there were 3 arrests had been made. Mr Lanyon may have additional information. That Operation Shelter and Mealing now report directly to Mel.
We can provide those on notice if that's okay, ma'am. I think it is still a moving investigation, so happy to provide those figures to you.
I understand. Thank you. That would be useful. And then also, again, perhaps on notice, whether there were any arrests arising from the activities in Lakemba on the 8th of October. Again, media reports indicating cars sort of speeding through traffic lights, fireworks, that there was some issues happening. Any information on arrests or investigations?
There have been no persons arrested from the 8th.
Okay, thank you. And again, probably this is now more broadly, so maybe directed to you, Commissioner, or if one of your other colleagues is better placed to answer. I'd like to know what increased police activities have been implemented around both synagogues and also Jewish schools, considering the concern, I guess, in the Jewish community over the last few weeks. Who makes those requests, and is there an update on what support's been provided to them from a policing perspective?
I'll hand this to Mr Lanyon shortly because it falls under Operation Shelter, but essentially we're providing a proactive community engagement across both communities, if you like. So not centred just on the Jewish community, but also in South West Sydney for that community, and we're mapping and managing our resourcing and tasking into those areas to make sure that we really get a sense from the community. And it's part of what we need to understand, how the community sentiment, because as has been mentioned earlier, any operation, particularly around a protest or anything else, is built on a risk assessment. And to really inform a risk assessment, you need to understand not just what's happening globally and nationally, but also the local sentiment. So we've got a large operation. It still remains ongoing. I think it was stood up by Mr Hudson when he was Acting Commissioner on the 11th of October. And remains ongoing, and we'll review that. I think we've set it for 6 weeks, and we'll continue to review that periodically to make sure that it's achieving its outcomes. So I'll hand to Mr Lanyon for a more complete answer.
Oh, that was pretty good, Commissioner, but if you have anything else to add, Mr Lanyon?
It was excellent, ma'am, actually. Operation Shelter was formed to coordinate intelligence, community engagement and tasking, so high visibility taskings, as the Commissioner quite rightly indicated, to communities right across Sydney. So it's not just centred on one community. Since it's been established, we've done over 5,500 taskings, generally in terms of places of worship, places of significance such as school, just to give community reassurance. Children going to school, the members of the public, they see very visible police presence there. We've engaged over 600 times with senior community leaders in both.
600 times?
Over 600 times.
Over what time period?
Since Shelter was commenced.
Yep.
So significant consultation. It would be unusual that Operation Shelter would not have regular contact with the community safety group within the Jewish community and also within Muslim faith leaders and Muslim community leaders. So there is significant engagement right across the community just to ensure that we have a very visible presence and that people can engage. So if there is a particular issue that comes up, if there is a particular fear from a particular part of the community, we make sure that we task appropriately.
Okay, and that Operation Shelter, sorry for my lack of knowledge, but that will continue for as long as it's needed? That there's no end date for that particular?
We'll continue to review it. Obviously, it was established to ensure community safety, and whilst ever that need is there, we will continue with Operation Shelter.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question back to the events on the 9th of October. The Minister said this morning probably one thing that she would have liked was to have more time in terms of managing the issues on that night and the lighting of the sales. Would you agree that if the police had more time, perhaps the situation could have been different?
In relation to whether we allowed the march from the Town Hall to the Opera House?
Yes.
In hindsight, I don't think we would have made any other decision. I think it was the easiest way to facilitate based on the fact, and bearing in mind we had, and I didn't personally until some time after the event have any indication that any Jewish people who were attending the Opera House to view the sales. There was no proposed vigil. The vigil for the Jewish people was to be on the Wednesday in the eastern suburbs. So there was never expected to be any conflict down at the Opera House because that particular group, the Palestinian Action Group, had never engaged in an assembly that had turned violent in any way prior to that. Based on the information, I think we would have made the same decision in ensuring that the pathway from the Town Hall to the Opera House was done as quickly as possible, so it didn't inconvenience other members of the public, because as I said before, we could not have stopped them walking down the footpath if needed, if they wanted to, from Town Hall to the Opera House.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
my time.
Commissioner, can I just go to where I went briefly with the Minister around the amount of staff, police officers, and the potential or the reality that we've got a lot of police officers off work. From the numbers that were roughly cited, it sounds like there's around 10% of the police force sworn officers who are on long-term sick leave. What do you identify? What's the main cause of that at this point?
Well, I think it's between 9 and 10%, you're right, and that's a significant gap in our capability. We do analyse as an executive and down to deputy and AC level to try and undertake some analysis to find out root cause. There's some areas, and I think you rightly pointed out earlier, that there's, and it's not new, it's been a trend for as long as I've known and have worked in Northern Region, that Northern Region does have a higher absentee rate, long-term sick.
Do you know what percentage of the 10% what we're talking about with the Northern Region?
I can take that on notice, but I think it might be 20%. So it's over-representative of the rest of the state.
Yep.
And there is a growing trend in psychological claims versus physical injury claims. And as was mentioned earlier by the Minister, we instituted the Pulse program. It's funded for 5 years. The previous initiatives and programs, and this has been, we're a learning organisation, so we're always adding in more things from chaplaincy to EAP, centralised psychology, the Pulse program, and what's really different about that is the decentralisation of wellbeing services. So clinicians, as was mentioned, we have 11 on board already that will service, they'll be located in geographical areas to service a small cluster of commands, so 3 commands per clinician, so that officers have easier access. We did hear from officers over time that they couldn't get access to treatment or services when they wanted it, and so we're very optimistic that this will provide some respite for that officers can get access earlier. That, like anything, the sooner that an officer can get access to treatment and start treatment, the better their outcome will be. The 17 additional positions are under recruitment. We hope to have those in place by early next year, and not just clinicians, but also wellbeing officers and support through physiotherapy, dietitians, other things. So it's to address the whole needs, not just their psychological needs. Sometimes their symptoms might present as physical injuries. In fact, it could be a whole lot of things going on. So very optimistic about what this might offer. And as was alluded to, funded for 5 years, and the evaluation will be undertaken by Wollongong University, and that process of setting up the evaluation framework has commenced. So we will start the evaluation at the beginning of the program.
And have you looked and assessed at whether there's any, like they are all good measures for dealing with the symptoms, and once the problem's happened, are you looking at what the cause of the complaints are, and whether there's things that can be happening internally before somebody finds themselves in a position of unwellness?
Well, part of that, having those services available, is to identify any indicators early. In fact, part of the suite of the Pulse program is also the Early Access to Treatment initiative. And I think there's been over 330 referrals to that already, which is quite a high uptake. So officers are putting their hands up, which is a great sign. There is probably some work, and I'll hand to Acting Deputy Commissioner Catley to talk about the difference between those that cite accumulated exposure, and then what is it that's the last exposure, but how do you start to set up resilience and things very early. And then there's a whole lot of reasons. Like anything, there could be some work related, and then it's coupled with other things that happen outside of work as well. But there's a range of factors, and we're really open to examining all those things to make that whole person a well person.
And can I just ask, what do you think the percentage is of those who are on long-term sick leave that actually have complaints that are in the system?
I'll have to take that on notice. We do have a process that an injury is treated separately, and if there's a complaint process, that is treated separately. There is a way of identifying through the workers' comp injury notification that if there's a complaint within that, that is assessed separately, so that doesn't it's not just an injury that's treated, it's picked up as a complaint and managed in a parallel process. So we're very mindful that there's some of those things may be borne out through an injury process, but I'll have to take on notice the actual number, and it might be difficult to discern.
But it's fair to say, though, that many officers that have a complaint against the police, and whether it's in IR or a civil complaint, but they're still in the police force, they're often on sick leave as well. Is that a fair thing to sort of say, that that's a trend that would...
And then Mr Hudson owns the Professional Standards Command aspect of it. I don't think it's right to say that everyone that's got a complaint would be
not saying
sick,
everyone, but
be.
it would be a fair chunk of people that have a complaint against the police force, who are still within the police force,
attached,
are likely to be on sick leave of some form until their complaints are resolved.
That's possible, but I think, do you have anything on the data?
Not necessarily the data, but ma'am, are you saying that individuals who have complaints made about them are off sick, or people are off sick who make complaints about the police force?
Both actually. I'm making the assessment that it's likely to be both. Both.
I think there is people who do have complaints made against them sometimes do go off sick. I've seen that numerous times, and until those complaints are resolved one way or the other, a lot of people don't, but people who generally make complaints about police normally avail themselves of sick leave first and then make the complaint.
Right.
There's a lot less numbers of those.
So just on the complaints process, and I was talking to the Minister kind of in part about that, and particularly, what's your view in terms of the current complaints process, and in terms of its effectiveness, the internal complaints process, and what is your assessment? Like, if you think, it's working quite well, so if somebody makes a complaint against a police officer and then that's investigated internally, what's the success rate? Do you think it's a healthy complaints process you've got going on?
I think it can be clunky. I don't think it's streamlined enough, and we're working with the Professional Standards Command to actually improve that.
And do you think people are getting more hurt than they should?
I think the longer a complaint goes, the more likely is that the involved officer will be damaged in some way. I accept that. It's a difficult, that risk matrix in relation to whether depending upon what the allegation is and the veracity of the evidence against that officer, whether they remain in the workplace, and that risk assessment's done by their commander in relation to whether they're suspended in some form or managed within the workplace, perhaps potentially on the restrictions until the complaint's resolved.
And what do we do? So if a complaint is resolved and it's found that, there was... the person ends up psychologically harmed from the whole complaints process, there might be a finding against them. They then sue the police or, they end up... What happens to that person at the end? Is there only recourse to engage in some kind of civil litigation to get some compensation? Or is there a stream that we're actually taking care of these people?
A lot of that will be dependent upon the outcome of the complaint investigation, about their recourse against the police for taking that action. I think as an organisation we accept the process takes too long, but when you're dealing with potentially reviewable actions where people are penalised either financially or could ultimately be dismissed by the Commissioner, there are appropriate processes to follow, which have been and we're guided by the Industrial Relations Commission in relation to those processes. But I think there's a lot of matters that end up at the higher end of the scale that shouldn't be investigated at that level. They should be investigated at the lower end of the scale and resolved much more quickly. That's my personal opinion, and an opinion I've relayed to the Professional Standards Command, who are taking steps to try and improve the timeliness of their investigations and the investigations statewide. Bearing in mind most investigations are conducted at local level. That's a recommendation from the Police Royal Commission all those years ago, that you look after your own, and therefore only that way can you improve behaviour, by taking responsibility for what happens on your patch. And we still follow that mantra. Complaints are not generally centralised under professional standards. They manage the system. But most investigations are conducted at the front line at local level and take too long, I might add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, during NCAT hearings, is it usual for the Commissioner to be represented by counsel assisting and various other lawyers?
I'll have to take that on notice, sir.
Can you answer that, Mr Hudson?
I would suggest to be dependent upon the matter itself, Mr Borzak.
Well,
I wouldn't say that'd be the case in every NCAT matter, and it's not just firearms matters that end up before NCAT. I would have
sorry, I'm specifically talking about firearms-related matters. There's all sorts of things obviously end up in front of NCAT, that's for sure. And if that's the case, and I certainly know of quite a few examples, why do the police need to lawyer up so much at NCAC?
I think, in particular in relation to firearms matters, I think the decisions of NCAC can be persuasive on the rest of the firearms environment. So if there's a decision or an appeal against a decision that the firearms registry or police have made that we think is valid, we need to defend that, so that it doesn't become precedent for all other firearms holders.
Well, this is supposed to be a jurisdiction. It's not a court, is it? I mean, it's just a tribunal.
Correct.
But is it true to say the police are actually treating it as if it is a court?
No, I think the decisions out of NCAT can have influence over other matters and will be relied upon by NCAT in the future, and it would be probably remiss of us if we didn't take that on board in the decisions of NCAT, that we have done on numerous times in relation to the classification of firearms, from memory, a few years ago. So the decisions, whilst it is a tribunal, are influential.
Have the police ever offered expert assistance to the NCAT decision makers in relation to firearms matters? I mean, I've certainly seen plenty of decisions where they're obviously well and truly out of their depth in relation to understanding firearms-related law and/or matters.
Specifically, within the tribunal hearings, we have experts who give evidence in relation to firearms classifications and things, but outside of that, I'm not aware. Not aware personally.
Is it true that the police automatically appeal unfavourable NCAT decisions?
Not always, no.
Not always?
Not always.
Okay. And I'm again talking specifically about firearms related matters.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Turning now to secret evidence at NCAC, is it true that the police routinely use their privileged ability to present secret evidence at a hearing under Section 64?
I would have to take that on notice, sir, but I would suggest that it's happened, but the frequency of how often it happens, I would...
Could you take it on notice and perhaps tell me, by way of a subsequent answer, how many times in the last 12 months that's happened at NCAT?
I can try and ascertain that.
Thank you. The appellant and their solicitor have no idea what this evidence is. It is impossible to frame an opposing argument to such evidence. Do you accept that such evidence is an affront to justice?
No, I don't. Picking up on your questioning, I would suggest that you're talking about criminal intelligence that may have been provided to the tribunal in the absence of others.
Don't you think that
review it.
using the term intelligence, criminal intelligence, is a bit of an overstatement in some cases?
Without having seen the specific items that are being tabled, but I would suggest that it be linked to intelligence that we're protecting.
Do you think there could be another way that would be fairer and be seen to be fairer to the people that are appealing from a justice point of view, that would not leave the tribunal in a situation where it has to make judgments that it's not equipped to make?
The tribunal is the tribunal, and that's the arbiter in many of these decisions. So we adhere to the rules of that, and the rules are that we're allowed to take privilege over certain information that's presented to the tribunal, and we do that if we think that's required.
Do you know of any other legal jurisdiction in this state that allows that to happen?
For information to be
Secret from the appellant so they can't defend themselves?
Courts in relation to human
Yep.
source information, that information's not available to the other participating parties in a criminal matter.
So you're saying that judges get secret evidence and the appellant doesn't get access to that to try to actually understand what the charges they're facing are?
There are occasions when evidence is presented which is protected, yes.
And under what circumstances would that occur?
If we're attempting to protect the identity of a human source or an informant.
Well, identity is one thing, but the actual evidence itself, you're saying that would be protected also because the source might be identified?
No, the court would be entitled, well, the court and the defendant would be entitled to hear the evidence of the charges brought against him and the evidence used to support that. But there are instances where material is not made available to all involved in the proceedings.
But I thought it was an obligation for the Crown to disclose all the evidence they had to the defence.
Yeah, it is, but as I said, the question I thought you were asking was, is it usual, or in any other jurisdiction, do we keep secret information? And certainly...
Well, that is the question I'm asking, and so are you saying that it's justified in terms of the NCAT to this to happen, but not necessarily elsewhere in the Supreme Court, for example, or the local courts?
But they're the rules of NCAT, Mr. Borzak. I don't know.
So do you think the rules of NCAT should be changed?
I wouldn't give an opinion on that.
Can't give an opinion? Okay. In adversarial proceedings, do you accept that as a fundamental element of common law, it is a fair trial is missing in these circumstances? In other words, we're not actually seeing justice.
At NCAT?
At NCAT, yep.
Again, I can't really comment on...
Commissioner, would you like to comment on that?
No, I agree with Mr Hudson. I think it's a tribunal that it's not managed or controlled by us, and we're a party to it like other people are. So,
Do you think it's overused and abused by the police at NCAT?
No, we're just a party like anyone else, and we would only go in response to a person that might take something to NCAT. So we're a party to it. So I don't.
Commissioner, with respect, the Commission, you've got unbelievable powers under the Firearms Act. You're not just a party to the action. You are there, not only prosecuting but defending. Don't you think that it's also incumbent upon you to see to it that there should be some natural justice going on? I mean, I do know of examples where subsequent information's come to me that the secret evidence may not have been all that correct, may not have been justified, and I can give it to you if you really need it.
Happy to take that offline. But yeah, NCAT's obviously a process that we don't own or control.
The process could potentially be open to abuse. Do you agree? Mr. Hudson, you agree?
I have no evidence of that, sir, and I have no information to support that.
Thank you. Yeah. Would it be fairer to review how this secret evidence is heard and handled in the future?
That would be a decision. How evidence is taken would be a decision for NCAT.
Okay. I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Can I have your last
Hmm?
name?
Yep. You.
Is it correct? Is it correct that you use a? I'm not a weapons expert, but a .40 calibre weapon. Is that right? Sorry, Commissioner.
I'll defer to someone that knows guns. I've got a gun and I get trained in it every year, but don't ask me if it's 40 calibre what it is. Yeah.
Is that the case? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a round.
Yeah.
Use our operational round.
And is it the case that there was a plan to replace that weapon with a 9mm weapon that is more in line what is used by law enforcers around the world, but that for some reason hasn't happened?
There is a
the replacement program
coming.
correct.
To replace the existing Glock with a 9mm Glock. There's a program of replacement, a rollout program.
And what is the decision?
Yeah, I could probably just weigh in. So that is part of the interconnected officer program. So we have had a first round of Glocks that have been rolled out, and there'll be several subsequent phases of those Glocks that will be rolled out.
And they're the 9mm ones?
They're the 9mm.
And they're
correct.
less deadly than the 40 ones, is that right?
40 cal.
40 cal?
Probably need a
Oh,
weapons.
you would know this, Chair.
Well, I don't know that I do know it.
They
It's
are.
a different velocity. It's a different round.
And less deadly.
I don't think that's right.
No, I wouldn't want to be shot by either of them.
No, I don't think that's.
Especially up close.
We'll have to take that on notice because
That's not the reason they're moving. It's a better weapon, apparently.
Better in what?
The ability to put a light source on so that police officers can view things in the dark if carrying their firearm or having to take their firearm out. It's more of an operational safety issue, a better firearm than a less lethal option than our current 40 cal.
Are they both Glocks?
Both Glocks.
Yeah.
So it is a less lethal option?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I don't think it is.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
It's never been raised with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, I'd like to go back to the $30,000 payment for new recruits. So in our session this morning, it was said that that was from underspend. How much is the underspend?
it'd be to, well, I don't have the exact dollar value, but be to the equivalent of the 1,500 vacancies we currently hold.
So, so every recruit will, of the 1,500 will be able to get.
That's right. That's my intention. I need to fill the organisation.
And where did the underspend come from? Was anything? What programs were cut, or
there's no cut. The funding for police budget around police positions has always been on headcount. We have an authorised number of headcount, police officers in our organisation at 18,000 something or other. The current headcount is 16,860 something. So so that gap. So we're funded to the 18,000 odd. So we're funded for the full headcount.
Okay. Were you consulted when this program was announced?
Yes.
And also, for those that are currently enrolled in the academy, are they receiving that funding as well, or is it only for new recruits?
They will receive a pro rata top-up in the amount. It's not strictly the same as the program starting in March, because the program starting in March, they will be temporary admin employees and have the entitlements around an employee, whereas they're currently students with a scholarship, but they will be bumped up pro rata to the same amount. We don't want them leaving and then coming back in March, so that's been communicated to all the students currently in Goulburn.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask on that payment, Commissioner, is there a requirement to remain in the police force for a certain number of years' service, or could someone theoretically get that support to go through the academy and then only work for a brief period of time? There's not sort of a requirement
and
to
that's
remain?
always the case.
Okay.
We have officers that join, and for whatever reason, at probationary constable level or constable, there's no actual return on investment, but they might decide that it's not actually the career that they expected it to be and leave the organisation. Equally, if we get to the student police officers and at any point in that 16 weeks and they're deemed not suitable or they don't pass the exam, etc., then that may mean that they don't pursue or come through as a sworn officer. So there are a number of reasons that someone might leave.
Sure. So the payment is really to help get them through that period at the academy, not so much as an incentive to stay in the police force. There's not a requirement.
Because we're expecting people to leave wherever they live to go to Goulburn without an income for 16 weeks to be trained. So it's really to offset being away, and particularly if they've got financial commitments.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Can I ask in relation to the optional disengagement scheme? Can you explain for the committee what that is, how it operates?
It's like a early retirement scheme. It was approved by Cabinet May 2021 for a period of 3 years only. So it's funded with a class ruling from the tax office for the period only.
Okay.
The tax office was very clear about that being an approval for that class ruling for that defined period for that program, and it was really about helping officers that were ready to leave with dignity on their terms.
Yep.
And so it's been fully subscribed so far, and we've got another tranche to go.
So how many officers have taken up that scheme?
I'll get the exact number, but it's about 225 each year.
Okay.
And
but it's you say
217 in the first round, the first year, and then 247 last year.
Okay, and there's one more year of the program to go. And then in terms of, have there been any instances where a police officer might have taken that payment but has then tried to rejoin or been employed again? What happens in that scenario?
So I'm not aware of any, but when we were building the rules around this, that like any equivalent role in a public sector, they'd have to repay the money for the balance.
Okay.
But I don't know of any examples.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask now about, I guess, recruitment more broadly. I've had some reports, and happy for you to, provide clarity as to whether that's the case, but whether there has been effectively, I'm going to say like a lowering of the bar to entry into the police force, that some who might have initially been refused entry to the academy in previous years have then been contacted to reapply and have been hired. Has there been a process where you've gone back and looked at those who maybe were not eligible or didn't receive entry in the first instance and asked them to reapply because of the staffing pressure?
Yeah, I'll go to Mayor Ackley in a moment, but certainly the first part of there is an online component that was, we've halved the time of that or halved the payment of that to encourage people through, but we were at a point where 70% of people doing that online course didn't then follow through to join the police.
Okay.
So it is possible that we've contacted those people to encourage them to come into the police. So
Okay.
they might do that online course and then move on to something else completely different.
Okay.
But that's a whole cohort of people, from my point of view, that could be potential applicants.
Okay.
In terms of standards, and the same goes for the education qualification, that hasn't changed.
Okay.
So it's still AQF 6,
Mhm.
although some jurisdictions around Australia do AQF 5.
Mhm.
Ours is a higher standard.
Mhm.
In fact, there's at least one I know of, an officer who came from Queensland, a student came from Queensland to join the New South Wales Police Force because it was a higher level qualification.
Mhm.
So we have, no intention to change that.
Mhm.
And some of the other requirements are really about physical agility, a grip test of all things, and they're
Mhm.
things that you can practice and come back and try again.
Okay. Ms. Ackley, did you want to add anything about those people being asked to reapply? If there's
Yeah, I
any
would just
information on that?
follow up on those comments from the Commissioner. Obviously, there's a series of assessments that happen even before someone's accepted into that first 16-week online process, physical, psychological, background checks, et
Mhm.
cetera, that individuals have to go through. For those people particularly who may have not met the physical standards, the team at the Academy, the recruitment team, is usually following up with them to see if they can continue to work on those aspects that perhaps didn't meet the standard at that time, so that
Mhm.
they can prepare and get to a point where they are suitable for entry into the program and application. So there's an ongoing dialogue, if you will, with applicants that for whatever reason may not quite meet those requirements in the
Mm.
first instance, but can continue to work on them. There's certain things that obviously, certain criminal charges in
Sure.
their background that won't ever be able to be changed
Yes.
in their backgrounds or in their history, that won't be able to be overcome to be able to gain entry. But we certainly are looking at trying to encourage those people that can overcome some barrier, if there
Mhm.
was one in some of those assessments, to change that and get to a point where they're suitable to be admitted.
Okay. And that's not a new...
That's not new. That
Sure.
has been ongoing for
Okay.
for quite some time, as I
Okay.
understand it.
Thank you. And again, just in terms of, I guess, the staffing challenges and pressures, are there any positions that were formerly held by sworn officers only that have now been open to unsworn officers, given that you do have that shortage of police?
No, not specifically, because as I mentioned earlier, we're funded on the basis of a head count. So that's, blue shirts, as we often refer to them.
Mhm.
So, and as you know, we've got over 4,000 unsworn positions. We have roles in the organisation that, say for example, crime scene officers who could be civilian, and we've got crime scene investigators, so we've got different classes of crime scene officer, for example, but that's been the case since 2007, so that's nothing new. But we haven't given up police positions for non-sworn.
Okay, so there hasn't been any extension of the duties performed by unsworn officers over the past
No,
12
but we
months?
equally, and I'd like to say that we've got very highly qualified, motivated people in places like, as I said, forensics, intelligence, so that some of those areas are combined, or a blended workforce, so civilian and police roles, but the workforce numbers can cater for both of those.
So no
for example.
significant change in the last
No
12
significant
months.
change.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to ask you now, Commissioner, about the Blue Ribbon Insurance Scheme. Now, obviously, I've directed some questions to the Minister earlier, but have you had any discussions with her in relation to maintaining that scheme in its current form over the next 4 years?
As I understand it, there'd been a commitment from the current government to continue that, and obviously it's important that our officers know that they will be insured.
Yep.
So, and any sense that they fear that they won't be insured could cause an adverse impact on that policy. So we were very careful about that. They need to be insured and need to be protected.
Yeah. Is it budgeted for beyond the 1st of July next year, to your understanding?
I couldn't tell you. I know that the premium, the workers' comp is one part of the puzzle, and then the police Blue Ribbon insurance is the second part, and the provider that insures us for that current provider, premium becomes due in October. So it's not necessarily aligned to a financial or a calendar year, but also noting that there is the current award will lapse at 30 June next year, so all those things may collide.
Okay. And then I guess in terms of how the collaboration, for lack of a better term, sort of exists between the police force and insurers to make sure that you've got that scheme to support off, as you've said, and as the Minister and I sort of discussed this morning, obviously given the very important role that police officers have and the fact that they do every day put themselves at risk for the community, what kind of, as I said, collaboration is there to ensure that the insurance schemes are really supporting officers in the way that they need to be supported?
Well, in addition to the Pulse program and all the things that I said we're already doing, we have quite a rigorous program, and it's been in place for some time now, around return to work arrangements, injury management advisors, senior injury management people, workforce safety, a whole command set up to look for better ways of returning officers to workplace on a return to work, and whether that's graduated or it's a different duty type or some other flexible arrangement. Really, we're open to as many options as we can to get officers back. And as I said before, the sooner you can engage with an officer to get them back, get them well and get them back, I think the better outcomes for both them and for the organisation.
And then, so just so I'm clear, Commissioner, you're obviously aware that the government made election commitments to continue it, but that's not something you've discussed with the Minister in the last 7 months since she has been the Minister?
No, I mean, I'm really only concerned with getting past this year and then knowing that the award is due at the end of June. So,
okay. So you would expect to have discussions about that with her?
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll hand back to my colleague
now. Thank you very much. Just on recruitment and staffing, I'm interested to know how many new recruits were sworn in the last calendar year?
I'll go to my colleague to my left, who will have exact numbers.
So for 2022, we had 1,046 attest at the Academy in Goulburn.
And how many police officers have left in the last calendar year?
As in resigned or for any other, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm afraid I don't have that.
More broadly, have you looked at reasons why officers are leaving? Recruitment is one thing, but retention is always key.
I mean, one of the things that I was really pleased about the recruitment announcement, because when I visit police commands and talk to officers, one of the things that rang loud was that they're tired, and I think our PMES survey has revealed that. But also things like, when are the recruits coming? They really were wanting to know when's help coming, and I think the announcement will also go towards retention, because they know that there's hopefully officers in the door. In fact, I think the announcement was Wednesday or Thursday, and we had 40 applicants on the weekend, which is, it's normally 10 in a few days, so good signs. But there's certainly work to be done. I think it was mentioned this morning around the retention, what else can we do? And I think one of the pieces of work, and we often talk about, and I think there's some research that people at Capability Command are wanting to look at, is we joined the police to be career police officers, but we're talking now about Gen Z, and their work life is not necessarily a career 30 or 40 years as a police officer, and how do we...
2 years.
Well, I think it's 3.4, but how do I entice people to stay longer than 3.4 years? And I think we really need to, what I often say is we actually need to change the way we look at things rather than expecting that the Gen Z are going to change their thinking.
Yep.
And so we really need to be open to what that is.
And you said your body of work's being done internally to look at that?
Yeah, we've started that work because we can't, it's the definition of insanity to keep doing the same thing, get the same result.
Yeah. This might be something you need to just take on note in relation to the specific regions and departments where there is the shortage of current staff numbers.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice.
In relation to the Paddington closure, I understand that a review is being looked at, but I'm just wanted to understand, I suppose, it was closed for 2 weeks. The staff there then worked on the mobile police cars, then came back into working at the station. Did that mean that there was less people using utilising the mobile police cars, or were other resources diverted from elsewhere?
I'll hand to Mr. Lanyon for that, but as you'd say, that's 2 officers minimum in the station to man that station, and that's why it's important that we do a review to see what the walk-in numbers are versus if it was the calls to the police car and the radio, how many calls would they attend and that sort of thing. So that's why a review is important.
No, there were no additional officers diverted to obviously replace that when the station was reopened there. It was simply a realignment, so the local commander thought that better value would be obtained by having them on a mobile car at that time. It's gone back whilst we revert and do a review, obviously, of what the best alignment of the boundaries are.
And what would be the normal process for closing a station from an operational point of view?
The command would normally put up basically a case for change. So what is the reason they want to change their hours? It may well not be a total closure, it may well be certain hours, they may well not have officers at the desk. They would work out what the traffic looks like, what the amount of people look like that are coming through the station, calls for service, those types of things, to see whether we're going to inconvenience the community or if there's a better way of delivering that service. They would then consult with local members, local community, the local council, and then they'd put up a submission, obviously, to be considered by the executive as to whether that was an appropriate course of action.
Okay. Just in relation to, and I don't have much time, so we might come back to it, but interested to know about repairs and upgrades and refurbishment work of current stations. What is the process for, I suppose, prioritising which stations will be done?
I will hand to Kenna on my left, but certainly within the budget for either minor capital or major capital in terms of priorities. As was mentioned this morning, we've got over 500 police premises across New South Wales, and that doesn't include our residential housing portfolio that's with Properties New South Wales. So a substantial number of police properties, some owned, some leased. So there will be, some triaging around what gets upgrades or maintenance. But I'll hand to you, Ken.
Yes, no, thank you. So we have, like all government agencies, a capital investment plan, which we have to deliver and will develop and deliver every year. That looks at a 10-year horizon. We're also looking at a 20-year horizon around our property portfolio, which is quite extensive. In fact, we have even a broader number than what has been quoted here of non-police stations, our education and training facilities, the dog unit, the mounted unit, the stables. All of those things are things that we have to maintain. Clearly, there's challenges in our portfolio given it's so vast, but we also have a significant number of heritage listings. So of our police stations, over 60 or just about 60% have heritage listing, and we have a number of Aboriginal land claims. So all of those things come together in terms of the assessment that's done to develop the capital investment plan that then helps us determine which of those stations, if we're talking stations specifically, should be redeveloped, refurbished. What are the options in that for us to develop business cases and put forward to government in a budget process to be able to utilize our capital investment plan to expend funding on those projects.
And what's the current budget?
For this year, our capital budget is $364 million. Of that, there's about 317 is for actual capital investment. The remainder are for lease acquisitions, the accounting treatment that was changed some years ago. That means we have to recognize those as capital expenditure.
Okay. I've only got a couple of seconds, I'll come back to it.
Well, I'll take 40 seconds. Can you provide, and I'm happy if it's on notice, an update on the upgrade to the Singleton Police Station, whether a development application's been submitted and where that project's up to?
I can take that on notice.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. As much information as you can provide would be lovely in relation to that station.
Sure.
We won't start in 20 seconds. We'll hand over to Crossbench Chair.
I think, okay.
Who?
Ms. Boyd.
Oh, sorry.
So quiet.
Doesn't happen often. Thank you. Commissioner, if I could come to let's start with the Auditor General's report into police responses to domestic and family violence. Mm-hmm. One of the recommendations in that report related to police investigating DFV issues where police themselves were involved, and recommending that measures be taken to do something about that. Yep. What measures have been taken?
So firstly, I guess what LEC didn't recommend, nor the Auditor General, was that we create a specialist unit. But what we have done is elevate it to an inspector of police at the command where it's reported or the officer is attached. So that it gets that next level of oversight to make sure that those things that would happen in a complaint process, and that goes to Mr Hudson's point earlier, I'm sorry you weren't here, about a commander and their senior management team knowing their own people and managing their own people, but that the processes are in place for any conflicts of interest. The investigation can be allocated to someone where there isn't any conflict of interest, and if that can't be managed appropriately, then it might go to a neighbouring command or, in fact, a professional standards command.
What sort of circumstances would be appropriate for a matter to be investigated by the accused perpetrator's police command or station? Apologies, I don't know what the language is, but when would that not be a conflict of interest?
Well, most of the police commands, and if I look at places, and it's just an example, I've got commands as big as Penrith, it's 330 police.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty of independence in that process and size. And what is important in the complaint process is the triage process asked for when the complaint management team, which comprises the commander and the other members of the senior management team, to consider the allocation of the investigation, that they must consider the investigator in light of any conflict of interest or bias in terms of the involved officer. So it depends on the rank and the age and responsibility versus, it's always a senior officer that will get a complaint investigation.
Yeah.
So not a junior officer or someone, say, for example, the complaint is about a senior constable, it wouldn't be given to another senior constable to investigate. And as I said, not only would it be allocated to a sergeant, but it would be also oversight by an inspector. Is there anything further?
Is consideration given to, I guess, whenever we're looking at conflicts of interest, we're not just interested in the actual realisation of a conflict of interest, but we're also interested in the perception. When it comes to encouraging victims to come forward and make complaints, do you think it's appropriate that we still have police from the same command investigating police who are being accused?
I think it is on a case-by-case basis, and sometimes it is entirely appropriate. And if the victim comes forward, it's really about whoever that person is dealing with that victim in terms of establishing a rapport, managing that conflict, really managing a victim like we would any other victim, particularly a very personal crime.
But we know that there are extra hurdles when it comes to claims of sexual assault and claims of domestic and family violence for victims. And what we're trying to do is encourage them to come forward so we can keep them safe. We have seen report after report in the media of women saying they did not feel comfortable raising their complaints because they knew that it would get investigated within the same command. Is that not sufficient for there to be action taken to just give it to a different command?
Well, and I think I'm not sure that I agree with your proposition, and I think particularly in regional areas, if you're from Dubbo and you want to send it to a neighbouring command, Broken Hill or somewhere, that's not going to work either. I think it needs to be practical and meet the needs of the victim. Primarily, it's about putting the needs of the victim first, and if we can do that adequately within our systems, then I think that's appropriate.
We obtained some data to a question on notice, which came back telling us the numbers of police officers who are currently serving in New South Wales who have been charged with DV crimes and those charged with sexual violence crimes. And we had, and my eyesight's not good enough for this, there we go, it's 60. 60 current serving police officers have been charged with DV crimes, and 19 current serving police officers have been charged with sexual violence crimes, and yet only 2 in 2023 police officers had been dismissed on the basis of acts relating to domestic or sexual violence. Does this concern you?
Well, since I've become Commissioner, I've introduced a process that officers where the evidence is compelling and the incident is serious, such as domestic violence or sexual assault, are referred directly to me for consideration. That process means now that what could ordinarily take 18 months comes before me on average within 4 months for me to consider their employment in terms of 181D for dismissal. So there's been quite a shift, positively, I would say, to address that issue, that very issue, to make sure that those officers are no longer in the organisation. So some of the officers, and equally that's the same for officers with AVOs, some of them are in various stages of the disciplinary process where I have to show fairness through a show cause process and consider their response, etc. And that there is time associated with that.
Just looking at statistics for the numbers of police officers dismissed on the basis of acts relating to domestic or sexual violence, we had between 1 and 3 police dismissed in each of the years 2014 to 2020. 2021, none were dismissed. 2022, I believe you were around in 22, there was 8, which was an all-time high. 2023 financial year appears to be just 2.
So far.
So far in this calendar year? Okay. How many of those have come to you that you've said, actually, no, these are fine, these people can stay?
I'll have to take that on notice, but certainly I take a very dim view of, as I said, those matters that come directly before me because of the seriousness and because of the veracity of the evidence to commence that procedure. So then it goes back to the officer and for a show cause notice, and then it will come back to me with legal advising before they then exit the organisation. So there's a bit of a delay in that period.
Okay, but if we've got 79 current serving police officers who have been charged with either a DV crime or a sexual violence crime, so they're awaiting trial, are they...
So they might be awaiting a criminal process as well as a disciplinary process, and I will take it on notice whether they're suspended with or without pay, pending the outcome.
That would be useful. Do you agree that these sorts of statistics and the at least historic lack of action in relation to police officers charged with these crimes may also be a little bit of a deterrent to victims coming forward, particularly when it involves a police accused?
We were talking, ma'am, before you came in the room about the complaint process, and the quicker that the complaint process is dealt with, the better the outcomes. And my change of the process, particularly around these serious matters, I think is a positive step in the right direction. But as to the numbers and their employment status, I will take that on notice.
Thank you. We were talking about the Mark 43 contract earlier and the procurement process to try and get that old COP system replaced with an IPOS system. Can you tell me when that procurement, that's for phase 1, is it?
Yes,
when that's
I'll ask
to be completed?
Jenna to talk to that. There's two parts to that, so I'll ask you.
Yes, no, thank you. So the IPOS program in its current form was funded in the 2021 state budget process. So it's a $328 million capital project, which was kicked off in 2021. Obviously, you've noted the engagement of Mark 43 and then the subsequent termination of that contract. So as a result of that, we've been looking at the program and how we will be rephasing it. There were 3 phases originally envisioned with the Mark 43 contract. We still think about the program in 3 phases, but based on what we've been able to do in terms of market engagement and market scanning around what the advancements in technology have been even since that original business case back in 2021, we'll be able to rephase certain things so that we'll be delivering components of it in next year, 2024, components in 2025, components in 2026, and thereafter. I can't speak, as the Commissioner mentioned this morning, there are active procurement processes underway, so I can't speak to a lot of the detail, given the commercial confidentiality
but
of
we
that at this
effectively
point.
haven't begun. Like, we've got back. Are we any further than we were in 2013 when we first agreed to upgrade the system?
I can't speak to 2013. I wasn't in the organisation there then, nor in New South Wales actually. But I can say that since the pivot from Mark 43 last year, I think we've made considerable progress and are on track to be able to deliver some really significant capability out of the program. In some cases, even before we had envisioned being able to deliver it with Mark 43 back at that point.
Thank you. Is that my time up?
Oh, is it back to that?
No, it's
Is that my turn, is it?
Yeah, or mine.
Oh, sorry, you
No,
jump.
if
No,
you're happy
I'll
for
have
me.
a go. I've got a couple of questions.
Abigail looks happy.
I mean, I could keep going.
Sorry.
Commissioner, we had a riot control truck or vehicle with a water cannon at some stage, did we not?
I think we did.
You're smirking. Where is it?
I understand we sold it to Fire or RFS and it was repainted. It's probably a bright red somewhere right
Instead
now.
of black, it's red now, is it?
I understand. Yeah.
What a
I
good
think we gave it
idea.
away. Yeah, Mr. Hudson gave
Good
it
for
away.
you.
You
How
gave it away.
charitable.
Why did it become redundant? Can you explain that?
Sir, it had never been used. I was actually signed off on it when I was relieving as the Commander of Counter-Terrorism in 2006 to obtain it. It had never been deployed. Probably never should have been deployed. It was obtained at the request of government following Redfern, Macquarie Fields and Cronulla at the time. I can say that it was, a couple of years ago, it was gifted to the Rural Fire Service as a water tanker. It was deployed down the south coast and I'm told saved 3 lives because we did about 2 weeks after we actually donated it, so sort of justified it. We would still have never used it.
Still never. Okay, thank you. Do you still have a dedicated public order and riot squad?
Yes. Mr. Hudson can talk to that too.
Yes, we do.
You
Based
do?
at Homebush, about 110 officers currently.
And when was the last time it was deployed?
They're deployed every day.
It's deployed every day.
They do random patrols in the protest activity at the moment. They're the first officers selected. I think the last protest we would have had 30.
At least 30.
Pause officers deployed. They deploy to search warrants. They deploy to, as I said, do random patrolling. They very
So
active. Deploy to the country. Deploy on surge operations.
Sorry, go on.
No, the surge operations Mr. Pizzanos talked about in the country, we send them there as well.
Oh, okay. So not necessarily to deal with some sort of riot that's going on and they're sitting around there. They obviously have other duties.
They have other duties and they're the second group that we issued long arms to as well. So they have a long arm capability rather than pistols as well.
Well, talking about long arms for a moment, what are those long arms? You walked right into that one.
It's a very good point. When we put them in place 4 or 5 years ago, I could have rattled that off. I'll have to refresh my memory.
What are they?
Do you remember what they are?
Do you know what they are, Mr.
He does.
Sanos?
Colt M4.
Okay, sorry, I can't hear you.
M4.
M4?
M4.
What calibre?
I think 223.
223?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And shotguns?
No.
No shotguns.
TOU.
Are shotguns ever deployed in police cars in New South Wales?
Only by the Tactical Operations Group.
Tactical operations. Okay, thank you. What are the guidelines around the deployment of a taser as opposed to using a Glock on someone?
When you're looking for a less than lethal option in relation to the threat that's posed to the police officer or to a member of the public.
So what drives that decision? Is it? Can you elucidate on that a little bit more?
It would depend upon any arms that the suspect is presenting, any threat that they're presenting to the police involved. If they are armed with a firearm, then police would respond with a firearm.
Sure, if they got firearms. But what about with knives?
Potentially, depending on the circumstances, the confined space, the size of the space that the confrontation is taking place in, all these things would be taken into consideration by the officers deployed. One would probably deploy a firearm and one would deploy a taser, if issued, to try and appropriately deal with that threat.
Okay, thank you. That's me.
Commissioner, what's going to be your approach to the cooperation requirement under the no body, no parole laws?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I certainly work with the parole authority or DCJ around that.
So, but do you think, in terms of cooperation, if there is no body and there's no information proffered about no body, cooperation to you is a broader concept?
I mean, we work in partnership with people all the time, but the issue around parole and no body, obviously we don't sit on the parole board or anything, but certainly it's for families and victims that lose a family member, and it would be nice for them to have some answers.
But you have a role in the no body, no parole satisfaction in terms of what cooperation is. If there is what is your understanding that the threshold in relation to giving information about cooperation is much broader than proffering a body?
I'll have to take that on notice. Do you have a particular...
I think I may have written to you about it, so maybe if you could respond to my
Okay.
letter, that would be great.
That's
But
what you were getting to.
if you could also take it on notice
Sure.
as part of this, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Are you aware of the use of firearms prohibition orders, and particularly in relation to people who, in circumstances, particularly young people, where there is absolutely no history or evidence of firearm possession or even offending?
I can take that on notice, but it's a tool that is used, both firearms prohibition order and a weapons prohibition order. But
so, do you think if they were being used in a circumstance where there really is no evidence, or there's no previous circumstance of that person ever being involved in a firearms, would that be an appropriate use of a firearms prohibition order?
I think under Mr. Hudson's area, they've been conducting a review just to make sure that from a governance point of view that we're satisfied that it's being used appropriately. I'm not sure whether that review has finished.
No, it hasn't, Commissioner. I can say you don't need to have a history of firearms to be subject to a firearms prohibition order. It can be some other serious criminal offence or offending that an FPO is issued for. We are conducting a review more generally. I think there was a question on notice or a GIPA application that came through. It may have been from you that we responded to suggest there may have been 11 young people that may have been subject to FPOs at certain stages.
Is that concerning?
They were all reviewed, and I think there may have been, no, I won't comment, I can't remember the exact outcome of our internal review.
Because the reality with an FPO is if somebody is subject to an FPO, that provides police with more powers to stop somebody, question them, search them. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So in terms of that, could you please take on notice how many people are currently subject to FPOs and how many people were subject to an FPO in the financial year of 2021 to 22? And of those people, how many identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander? How many were under 18 years of age? And of that under 18 years of age, how many identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander? And how many were under the age of 14? And again, of that cohort, how many are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander? And also, if you would be willing to take on notice a breakdown of the police area that those orders are subject to. Thank you very much. In terms of, can I just go back, Commissioner, to your comments about the closing the gap and the conflict with police duties?
Yep.
Do you regret saying that?
I think it's been, taken out of context in the context, the way I meant to convey it. So on the basis that there's two things that concern me really about, a lot of discussion seems to centre on closing the gap targets, that it's just reducing incarceration. One of the pieces of work that we've done internally in our organisation, I know one of the LEC reports talks to us working with Boxar on it, is the number of Aboriginal people who are victims of crime. And when you look at that data, that's startling. Our responsibility as police is much broader than just reducing incarceration, for example, and I've said it many times publicly that it's not, we don't want to arrest our way out of it, but our primary duty is are safe in New South Wales and protecting our community from violence, etc. And there is a lot of work to be done right across the community. And so when I became Commissioner and announced the 5 priorities, it includes the silent crimes, which is sexual abuse, child abuse, domestic violence and cybercrime, for example, as well as our next generation. And I think there's a lot of work to be done that is not just police work. These are big, complex societal issues, and the point I was trying to make is that we're a big partner in it, and we certainly are a partner, but I don't think we can take a lead on some of those when we have a statutory obligation, to arrest people and put them before the court. So that's the conflict for us. But we do work extensively in the prevention, engagement, disruption. I mean, our response part of the business is really a small part of it, but we certainly have huge responsibility. And I think my intention wasn't to convey that we can't do both things, but we have a very broad remit.
So you're saying that there's no conflict, really. You can do both things. You can undertake your police duties and you can work wholeheartedly on closing the gap to the extent that they're relevant.
More fully, exactly. And my conversation with the Chief Commissioner and Commissioner was about that broader context, not just about the reducing incarceration, because of our real concern around the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander representation as victims of crime.
Can I just ask...
You've got 1 minute.
I've got one. All right. Can I just ask about protest Form 1? And have you done work within your own police force to educate around the truth of that? And I note that Deputy Commissioner Hudson was very, very clear for one of the first times I've heard in quite a while about the current law and the situation, namely, you don't need a Form 1 to have a legal protest. Is that something that you have communicated clearly internally to police across the state?
That's well known, I think, within our organisation about the ability to protest in this state.
And would you suggest, therefore, that because there has been quite a practice of weaponising that Form 1, or so to speak, across the state. A recent one in Coffs Harbour only a couple of months ago, saying, oh, we don't have a Form 1, therefore it's not lawful. So, I mean, I would suggest to you that more work could be done around that to facilitate the safe gathering of people, whether or not they have a Form 1.
I think there's also, it needs to be understood, in the absence of a Form 1, certain behaviour at a protest may become unlawful.
Yeah, and it's the obvious
certain
things.
Behaviour, such as obstructions and all
obstruction.
those protections and things like that. But, and that's the message. We have a public order intelligence section which captures all the Form 1s and tries to put them in one place. So that we've got greater visibility over the whole state as to where protest activity or assembly activity is taking place.
But do you think it's healthy and reasonable that police are clearly stating that people have a genuine right to assemble peacefully together, regardless of whether they have a Form 1 on public land safely?
It's part of what we are.
Can I pick up a little bit on that, please, Ms Higginson? Obviously, just in terms of the metropolitan area, Central Metropolitan Region managed 2,600 assemblies each year. Sydney City Pack on its own manages about 1,700. They vary in size from very small to very large. About 13.5% of those are managed in the absence of a Form 1. As Mr Hudson said, obviously there are certain protections afforded by a Form 1. We prefer to, and we will actively work with organisers to make sure that we can facilitate protests where they're appropriate and where they're conducted lawfully, and that's what we continue to do. So the wording, I don't think, is misunderstood by police, and I certainly think the police that we have that engage with the organisers are very clear of the legislation under the Summary Offences Act and the purpose of a Form 1.
Thank you.
All right, we might call
Sure.
for a break now. We'll return in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're on the air again. Questions from the opposition, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I want to go back to the issue of regional and rural crime and some of the concerns that I put to the Minister this morning. What do you see as some of the current crime trends in rural communities and how that compares to urban areas?
When I first became Commissioner, as I said that our next generation is something we need to focus on. And very early on, the commissioners across Australia had a teleconference, and the then WA Commissioner said that he was experiencing a youth crime problem, similar to what other places are experiencing now, a serious level of crime like aggravated break-in and stolen vehicles, etc., by very young people. But what had changed in that environment was that they were video recording their antics on things like social media, TikTok, etc., and then posting it with a hashtag that then seemed to spread. So other young people were doing the same thing, trying to outdo each other. We've seen video, or I've seen video where we've got young people, very, very young people, in cars, to the extent one young person is in the footwell of the front passenger seat, that tiny, and they record themselves getting the car to 300 kilometres an hour. So youth crime is not new, but what is new is the way that it's being copycatted, exploited, and the risk-taking behaviour is escalating. It is a regional and metropolitan issue. I mean, it's not unique to New South Wales either. It's one of those things that keeps me awake at night, because when I hear of anyone, but particularly old people living in a home, their residential home, and get broken into at night, 84-year-old or whatever, then that it probably frighten them for the rest of their life, sleep with the light on type thing. And how to tackle that. And so we've commenced in the Sydney area is Strike Force Sweetenham, which is an operation that it's basically targeting the top 300 kids. And in regional New South Wales, it's Operation Mongoose, which is a similar operation targeting those young kids that are identified as being working together to commit crime. And what is problematic in some of those investigations is that they they'll travel from up near the border, and they'll make their way all the way down to Newcastle and then steal more cars and back again. So it's it actually puts police at risk because of the nature of their offending. We try and use more and more air assets to reduce the risk to police on the ground. But it is very risky, and it's something that we need to work with communities, and it's a whole government issue around DCJ and others to try and stem the desire, I suppose. I'm not quite sure how to remove their motive. And the other thing that recently I was out at Nations of Origin, where we get young kids, PCYC, get teams together to try and help kids get into sport. And the youth engagement officer from Orange only had 5. He said, normally I have a team here. He said, I couldn't get the others here because they were more interested in staying up at night and committing crime. He said, I had businesses in town that offered up 5 apprenticeships for more than $100,000 a year each. And he said, I couldn't give them away because they had a higher interest in committing crime.
So from what you're saying, there's certainly a correlation in terms of the perpetrators being younger people with some of those escalations that we see around, breaking in and motor vehicle theft and the like?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of, and I mean, I mentioned Gunnedah before, where I live, and full disclosure, I've had family members who have been victims and friends, and it is pretty horrific, and there are a lot of people who are very frightened in our community, even though it's a great town, and I think that's certainly a concern that we're feeling at the moment, but I know that that's shared amongst other regional communities. You mentioned social media, and again, I'm aware of, challenges on TikTok and young people using that to copycat each other. What conversations do you have with those social media companies about how you can use what they get to broadcast, track down some of these kids using their social media accounts? What's that interplay?
They've been very cooperative with us in terms of removing the content, but usually once it's posted, it's gone in seconds and spread. But certainly, really, I think the challenge for us now is really identifying ways of changing their motivation. But we are working with social media companies and others to try and remove the content. Where the investigations are actually using a variety of investigative methods to identify and track these people so that we can act more quickly to arrest them rather than going on a spree.
And in terms of the two, I've got the task force and particularly the regional one, Operation Mongoose. So are there additional police deployed from other areas to support particular communities that are seeing a rise in those issues?
There is, and I'll hand to Deputy
You look like you've been wanting to say something.
Pizzanos,
I'm just going along with the Commissioner. I'm enjoying the narrative.
So, yeah.
No, look, it's definitely part of Mongoose is obviously a framework for an operational response, but the capability comes from surge, and that's in partnership with State Crime Command.
Okay.
That's the aerial assets and other technical.
So how do you determine the surge? Who goes where, when? What's the trigger for sending in additional
Basically
support?
the crime. So,
okay.
Just in regards to between, say, for example, the 26th of September and the 29th of October, Operation Mongoose has investigated 54 of the aggravated break-in, as the Commissioner referred to, and 72 stolen vehicle incidents, arrested and charged 96 individuals. To your point, ma'am, 73 were juveniles, so that's over 70% were juveniles, and charged 159 individuals with 53 breach of bail offences.
Okay.
So that's just around New England. Orange, particularly New England. You're talking Gunnedah as well. Around Tamworth.
Okay.
Out of Boggabilla, around Tumla. And also across to Kempsey, which is part of Regional Mongoose, Northern Region as well, around Kempsey.
Okay.
So it does slide right across regional. And it's basically that surge of just putting the right resources above local resources where we need them with the right capability. And that includes State Crime Command. Some of these are quite significant operations that can go for 2 weeks at a time to supplement the local police response.
And then in terms of 24-hour police stations, again, a lot of regional communities do talk about this, some that don't have that capacity. And I appreciate the Minister said earlier that every police vehicle is equipped to provide support and you have your rostering systems and the like. But what's the criteria when looking at providing a 24-hour police station to a community? Is there a set policy, or is that at the discretion of you, Commissioner, or the Minister? When is that decision made, and what's the trigger for that?
Often it's based on the data around crime, etc. And I know, for example, around Gunnedah and some of those country communities, they've changed their rostering to extend their hours, to stretch across the hours. And I think Gunnedah in particular and others, it's probably 2 hours that they're not open. But certainly in all country towns, and not just the bigger ones where there are police lockups, officers are attached or have considered a lockup keeper that are on call and are called out as necessary, and often are called out. So that's a process not just for police but other sort of frontline services like that in those really small country towns, but certainly trying to extend their operating hours to meet demand.
And again, that's something that, how often is that looked at in terms of the resources that you need, I'll use the term like spate of crimes that might be occurring when these things do sort of tend to surge. And again, a lot of times in small communities you see a pattern where certain things happen, arrests are made, and then sometimes you can see it increase again. How often do you sort of look at that individual resourcing and when you need to provide that support?
I guess it's dynamic depending on the crime and other community needs. If there's evidence to say that we need a change in our resourcing, then we'll have to look at how we might create an additional resource or as has been said, surge for a particular purpose. Sometimes our operations actually quell a problem and then communities go back to normal. So it's difficult to say, we'll just add in extra police, because that might change and it might disperse a problem somewhere else.
Sure.
So we need to be quite dynamic in how we deploy.
Okay, and you mentioned before, I think it was aerial sort of support.
Assets.
Assets. What other sort of technology or tools are being used to improve things like response times and how you deal with those sort of instances? How has that evolved?
I can ask both my two deputies down at the end, but Mr. Lanyon owns the Aviation Command, and that command has 3 fixed-wing aircraft that can actually stay up in the air longer in terms of surveillance, etc. Has 5 helicopters that are able to do surveillance and operations as well, and they've been supplementing regional areas quite a lot of recent times, Newcastle and Hunter and wherever they're needed and can get there, subject to weather of course, but also really increasing our drone capability. So that's another resource that's starting to evolve.
The technology can certainly assist us to reduce the risk, obviously, of that sort of criminal offending. One of the great probably concerns for us as a police executive is that we may well have a tragedy result to a young person who's involved in one of these offences, obviously an aggravated break and enter, followed by a car theft, followed by an exceed speed. We know that the behaviour is likely to escalate with a lot of police cars chasing a stolen vehicle. Obviously at the time that we may enter a pursuit, we may not know who the offender is, but if we can use an aerial asset that is unknown to the offender, it obviously takes away some of that risk that's there. So the idea is to basically reduce the risk as much as possible. The Commissioner spoke about remotely piloted aircraft. That is something that we are trialling and we're really trying to push out more because it gives us another capability, obviously, to manage and, again, reduce the risk in pursuits, reduce the risk in some of the criminal offending that's there. But you asked particularly about, you're asking about station times and how we actually get that better. Technology is a really important part of that. So we've moved very much to be a mobile police force. So most general duty officers have now what's called a MobiPol device. Each will have one soon. So basically they can access just about all of the records they need using a mobile phone whilst they're out. And that's really part of where we're going, obviously, with iPOS and with mobile technology. So a lot of things can be pre-populated at scenes, so officers don't need to go back to police stations as often. And it's about trying to use that to basically force multiply, make sure we can take the administrative burden away from police officers, get them more time with victims, get them more time out in the field.
Can I take you now, it's not so much youth crime, but rural crime more broadly. And you mentioned drones and obviously how you can use them, but I've also heard reports of, I guess, those with less honourable intentions using drones, particularly out on properties, to look at things like delivery of fencing materials or using drones in an unauthorised way, I think, to sort of target specific properties for rural crime. Is that something that you're seeing an increase of, and how do you combat that?
I'll have to be honest, it's the first I've heard of it, but I'll take it on notice, probably talk to the RCIs about that, the rural crime investigators, as to whether that's something that we're seeing. It hasn't been reported to me as a major issue, but maybe that's because it's not being reported. And to counter that, I mean, to counter the technology, there's countering technology available for unlawful, unauthorised drone use, but I mean, you know, that's again something that really it's hard to assess until you know how big the problem is.
Yeah, okay.
But
if there's any information that you can, yeah. As I said, it's more anecdotal from some farming communities in the northwest who have had noticed drones on their properties that they're not aware of the origin of them, and then there's been concerns about it. So if there is anything that you have on notice, that would be really helpful. So thank you, I appreciate that. And then just, you mentioned the rural crime investigator. How many do we have in New South Wales, and where are they deployed? I'm happy for that to be taken on notice.
That's 63.
63.
Okay.
And they're deployed right across southern region, western region, predominantly western region. I'd say that's the spiritual home of the RCI, is western region, and then northern region. Some of the, you know, sort of more north bordering western region areas of northern. So they're deployed based around, I guess there's a bit of a deployment matrix based around crime need and community need and the like.
Okay. And are all 63 positions or roles filled currently, or are there any vacancies?
I'll have to take that on notice.
That's
They're very popular roles, so...
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't you want to live in the country? I can understand that. But yes, in all seriousness, if you could let us know if any are vacant, that would be great. I might hand over to my colleague now. Yeah, thank you for that.
I might actually just go back to the upgrades and the urgent repairs and maintenance of police stations, the $8 million that was announced in the budget. I'm just interested to know, and you might need to take it on notice, what stations are being upgraded in that $8 million?
Sorry, can you, the 8 million, which projects were those?
It's the, believe it was the critical upgrades, repairs and upgrades and maintenance of stations.
I'm just trying to look at the titling in our budget papers and what we call the project, so I'm talking to the right one. It's called critical upgrades. We had a number of them that were separately articulated around some roof repairs for Glebe Police Station. So that's one. We have some upgrades around unlimited power supply at Nepean, and it's the Sydney Police Centre. So those are some bigger projects that meet the threshold of major works, so those were listed separately. Within our minor works program, we obviously do a whole range of maintenance ongoing based on need and urgency and risk, certainly, around that. We're also doing, in terms of the major works that were announced in the budget, repairs to the Balmain Wharfs, to Potts Hill, and to, I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head, and then some things that are more in the both the technology space, but also the southern radio infrastructure. So the southern region radio infrastructure, which also has the word critical in it, which is why I'm trying to distinguish which title you're talking about. So that project is quite significant. That's about $26 million to replace and refurbish all of our radio network in the southern region.
In relation to technology, do you intend to upgrade all the police stations with improved communication technology, or is it just some?
Again, it depends on the current status and capability of those stations. As we roll out various programs in the technology space, we have multiple. Obviously, we've talked about IPAWS and Integrated Connected Officer, which is more around the tools on the officer, if you will, and in the cars. But for the stations, we have a whole series of projects that support upgrading needed technology within stations and within offices and some of our other properties that are ongoing. We have, our sort of usual asset refresh program for our desktops and our laptops. We have then tactical equipment, telecommunications equipment. We've got the Moby poles that Mr. Lanyon referred to. So there's a whole host of technology projects that we are investing in to make sure that we're bringing our sort of the entirety of the organization up to speed with sort of fit for purpose and being able to take advantage of some of those advancements in technology to be able to streamline, to make our work more effective, more efficient. Obviously, we've had to do a series of upgrades around 4G and 5G capability across the network and a whole host of other projects in that space.
Would you say that all stations are fit for purpose now, or do you have a percentage that are sort of need urgent upgrade?
From a technology
point of view?
perspective, I think, again, as I mentioned earlier, we have a high percentage that are heritage listed in terms of some of our police stations, which cause some challenges in being able to upgrade. I think we're constantly looking at making sure that we are as fit for purpose as we possibly can be and do those assessments ongoing. When there are issues, we try and address those. We're obviously looking at cloud and some of the advantages that gives us, regardless of having whatever the state of the premises is that someone's in, having a cloud-based level of IT infrastructure is, where we're all going in terms of government and non-government. So that's part of our program and our strategy moving forward as well.
Okay. Do you have another one more?
I can, yep. I will ask Commissioner, just in relation to elder abuse, specific officers who are employed to work in that space. Firstly, do they exist and what is their specific role?
So we had a trial of 12 officers and had a review of their duties. And since that time, they were doing duties that were really community engagement activity. When we met with the Commissioner for older people and disabilities, his concern was around the investigation of reports of elder abuse and how we manage that. So the cohort of officers that would deal with an investigation are not one in the same as the community liaison type role. So what we've done is train all the crime prevention officers in signs and around elder abuse. And then so detectives can work with reports of elder abuse if it's, you know, families or it's physical abuse or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms Fairman. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I just wanted to turn to the issue of drug dogs, if I can. I put in my office put in a set of questions on notice to your... are you aware of those in relation to drug dog statistics?
I've got some. I'm not quite sure when the question on notice was returned, but...
Yes, in fact, it
homework.
was... I do have questions about that because the question on notice was actually due back... I was just wondering what the delay was, firstly. It was due back, let's see, on the 26th of October, and for a number of days we were told that there were delays with checking with the New South Wales Police, that we were awaiting sign-off on the data from the Commissioner for Police in terms of this data. Was there a reason why there was a hold-up of several days of these questions, which is just, I thought, pretty straightforward in terms of the data?
No, and then the process after that is that it goes to the Minister and then to Cabinet Office, so it's gone as I understand, so it should be on its way.
Yes, there was, I think, some toing and froing between your office, Commissioner, as well as the office of the Minister for Police. There was a toing and froing over several days, I understand, in terms of the data, checking the data. You don't know what that was about?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know specifically what was in question.
Okay. So the total of the cost, and I just wanted to clarify in terms of the question around the cost of drug detection dog units, what does that cost entail when we're asking what the cost is? What does that involve?
So the question, from my memory, and
Yeah.
I can check the homework as I said, but there was a question around the drug dogs and the number and detections, etc. And then the question about the cost of dog unit maintaining the detection dogs that didn't specify a drug. And so we haven't got that data down to the detection dog type. So we've got a whole cohort of detection dogs. We've got general purpose dogs, and then we've got drug detection, explosives, cadaver, all sorts of dogs. And so the cost is not broken down by the type of commodity that they detect.
Yeah, okay. So the drug detection dog, the cost of that is the cost of the dog, the handler.
That's right.
Is
It's not
right?
broken down. Yes, but it's not broken down by commodity type.
Commodity is...
Meaning drug dog versus explosive dog
All right.
versus cadaver dog.
Thank you. Okay. So we have the cost here of...
Total cost?
46... Let's see, what have we got? We've got 3 million, so 46 million. Does that sound about right over the last decade?
Per annum or total?
Yeah, that's over the last decade, total. And then for each drug detection dog, I think there's about 6 to 10 police officers. There's a policy that the officers have to be.
Yeah, that's right.
So with there's also been quite a significant number of complaints that have gone through to the police as well, 57 in that time. Do you have the stats as well in relation to the percentage of there's been almost 95,000 searches undertaken and the percentage of drugs that were found in that time?
I don't have so you're talking about the cumulative, the total number?
Yeah, like an
I don't
average
have
over the
total,
10.
No, but, and then not to be confused about drugs found or detections where the person has admitted use prior to, which in that case is over 80%.
But that's not the objective of the drug dog program, is it? To get people to admit that they may have been around drugs or taken.
No,
because
that's
that's
right.
often brought up as this success KPI.
Well, I think there's two parts to that, because success is not just drugs found, because the dog is trained to detect something. It's the same type of training as if it was one of the dogs at the airport, that they're trained to detect a particular smell. They're not trained to nod 3 times if it's a supply. So they will detect a scent for a drug. They're trained to detect scent for drug, and then they're a screening tool. They're not actually, don't have any other role other than that to help officers. Then officers then have to determine their own reasonable suspicion before they conduct a search.
Thank you.
And so that discussion is part of that then with the person.
So I wanted to, so it's a lot of activity. There's a lot of activity of however many dogs, that's unclear, but 95,000 searches. I wanted to get a sense with the new pre-court diversion scheme that will be in operation, I understand, early next year. What changes are going to happen within the police force in terms of the way in which units are deployed with drug dogs at festivals, at stations and what have you? Anything?
Well, firstly, there'll be training and education around the change, because that means that there's 2 court infringement notices available to that person rather than what's currently in place. So
Which is police discretion.
Yeah, but that means it's 2 now, and the agreement we have with the Chief Health Officer is that option then to seek health advice and have their fine waived, basically. That's sort of where it's the intent.
Do you accept that there's a fair bit of work to do to ensure that discretionary powers aren't applied in a way that targets particular minorities, particular vulnerable groups, particularly First Nations people? The statistics, of course, with the cannabis cautioning scheme speak for themselves in terms of how many people, First Nations people, end up going to court, even though that scheme is in place. What are you doing within the agency to deal with that?
Well, that will form part of the education and training for officers in the implementation of that new scheme around the 2 court criminal infringement notices and the subsequent access.
But what exactly in terms of training? Because whatever's happening now isn't working in the way in which officers know in terms of the cannabis cautioning scheme and the extremely high rates of First Nations people who go before the courts compared to non. What will you be doing in terms of training?
Well, remembering the cannabis cautioning scheme, the criteria for that is whether they've got any criminal history, etc. So it's not just what is presented before the officer at the time, but what is also taken into account is their history.
So there's nothing to see there then if there are no issues? Is that?
I'm just saying that's the context of that system that you say that Aboriginal communities are overrepresented. It might depend on.
But does it? Do you know in terms of that data? I don't think it's as clear cut.
Well, I'll take that on notice, but certainly that's been an element that we've discussed about why the cannabis cautioning system is.
Sure, and if you could also provide the cannabis cautioning scheme guidelines as well when you do that, that would also be extremely useful. I wanted to quickly, in the time I have left, user pays at music festivals. Why is what do you put it down to in terms of the rate of what New South Wales Police are charging music festivals to operate in New South Wales? Exactly the same festivals operating in different states with exactly the same number of people. Is the difference of, in terms of user pays, police, $45,000 for one festival in New South Wales, $17,000 the police quote for Victoria. Many festivals talk about this. Why does New South Wales charge so much for police presence at music festivals compared to other states?
I'll ask Mr. Lanyon to talk to this in a moment, but I don't know the charge out rate for other jurisdictions. We've got.
I'm telling you, it's a lot less.
Right, and that so my.
I think it's a lot less police presence to begin with.
That was what I was going to talk about, was the size of the festival, the risk assessment around the festival, and the negotiation that takes place with the organiser around the police presence, and that's all done with an organiser. But the charge out rate is a separate issue altogether, and I'm not quite sure. what Victoria or other jurisdictions charge.
Well, Victorian Police, for example, and Queensland Police charge less. They have less police, they have less dogs, and they actually have less deaths from MDMA. It's incredible.
Do they have less participants? I don't know. I can't answer what they have.
No, I said they had the same number of participants. So what's going on with that, Commissioner?
I don't know.
Maybe we should find out.
Well, I think...
Because something's not right in terms of the way New South Wales is doing it.
Well, I imagine, I can't speak for the government, but I imagine that the government will consider those things when it comes up to the drug summit, when that happens.
Thank you. Can I just ask why the officer involved in the incident of Claire Nyland, why those charges, or if those charges have been updated?
That's a matter, the DPP are now leading that matter. It would be a matter for them to consider. I'm not aware that there's been any change to that, but he next appears at court in early December.
Okay, because my understanding is the charges were announced just shortly before Ms. Nyland died, and that's 5 months ago now.
I can't speak for the DPP, but certainly they have carriage of the matter.
Thank you. Are there still police cars driving around the northwest with Santos all over them?
Santos?
The gas company?
I can only talk for Metropolitan Region, ma'am. I'd certainly not...
I've not heard of that, so I'll have to take it on notice. I'm not even sure
Just
what
curious.
you're referring to.
Just curious about any marked vehicles or
Unless
sponsorship.
you're talking about sponsored vehicles?
Yeah, sponsored
Yeah.
vehicles.
I don't know.
Do we have any in New South Wales?
We've got sponsored vehicles, but as to Santos, I don't know. I'd have to take that on notice.
How many sponsored vehicles do we have in New South
I'll
Wales?
have to take that on notice. They're usually local area command initiatives or recruitment branch initiatives, so they're really done at that local level.
And do you have criteria around what?
There's a deed in terms of the way the process is managed. They work with our, I think, General Counsel around signing up and how it all works. It's been well trodden path, but I couldn't tell you the exact number at the moment.
Thank you.
And they're not equipped with police equipment.
No.
And they're really community engagement cars, and particularly useful by our recruitment branch. We actually used them for the announcement the other day. So it's really trying to, get an attention grabber. And often they're used at, carnivals, family days, all those sorts of things as a way of engaging the community.
I'd suggest they're particularly unuseful when they're running around promoting a particular corporation that's causing grief in a community.
Another question or another
That was just
It's a piece
me.
of propaganda.
That was just me at 20 past 4 with the budget estimates. Why is 1-4 such a problem for the police?
It certainly can. There's the potential for that particular group of people to incite violence from others with some of their music or alleged music. But and certainly they have links to other individuals that we believe are engaged in criminality.
And is that ongoing? Are you going to continue your targeting of that particular?
I don't think we currently are. I'll stand to be corrected on that. I think it's been...
It's all been done?
I think so. There was a couple of them in custody at one stage, and I'm not sure. The 3 remaining members, I think there were 5 in all, were still continuing to perform at one stage, but I'm not too sure what the current status is. I'll stand to be corrected.
Okay. In March, during the sentencing of the climate activists Alan Glover and Karen Fitzgibbon, the police backtracked on their original statement after the protest had concerned, and this is the Sydney Harbour Bridge climate activist protests that took place, that no ambulance was obstructed from responding to an emergency as a result of the incident. And you'll recall it was a major part of the so-called outrage that some members of the community concerned about climate change would block one lane of the Sydney Harbour Bridge for 20 minutes. But that as an incident, an ambulance was blocked, but the police retracted that from their evidence. Was there any consequences for that false evidence being given internally for the police officer involved?
Can I take that on notice, please, ma'am? I don't actually know that particular retraction that you're talking about, and there may well have been a proper evidentiary reason why that had to be retracted.
Well, the only reason was because the defence showed that it was just completely fabricated, that it hadn't happened at all, and that no ambulance had been blocked, and notwithstanding that police statement had caused some kind of moral outrage.
I'm unaware of the specific facts you're talking about, but I'm very happy to take that away and have a look at it.
Thank you. I'm just referring to the anti-protest stuff now. On the 18th of February, student activist Cherish Coolman was arrested at 12:30 a.m. in the night by several police officers, and I understand now all of her charges have been withdrawn. I expect she'll probably pursue some kind of action. Are you undertaking a review into what the heck went so absurdly wrong in that situation?
We regularly review those matters, but in light of you indicating there may be civil proceedings, I'll probably stay short on saying too much, but we absolutely review matters to ensure that we get the best outcomes.
And so, is arresting somebody in their home after midnight when the highest possible suspicion is a possible trespass as part of a public protest, do you think that's a bit excessive?
Arresting someone is obviously a matter of last recourse for us, so it's a matter of working out exactly what had been committed. The police may well have been attempting to find that lady for a period of time. Again, I don't know the circumstances, but obviously police don't take lightly having to arrest people, so I'd suggest that the police officers felt that that was the most appropriate time or the most appropriate opportunity to arrest that person.
Okay, but that's the sort of thing you would look into?
Absolutely, we're always looking to improve our performance.
Great. And so with the anti-protest laws that were introduced, gosh, feels like a long time ago now, but it was, so last year in budgets, it was revealed that there were 36 people who had been charged under the Roads Act offence that was introduced, when was it? Was that last year or the year before? I think I've lost a year somewhere. But it was the Section 144G of the Roads Act, and that specifically 27 people were charged by the Strike Force Guard. And so since then, have more people been charged under that provision?
I'll take that on notice, please.
Okay, thank you. And then really, if you could, out of all the charges since the outset, since the introduction of that provision, could you please take on notice how many have been charged and how many of those charges have been dropped or withdrawn, sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. And could you also please take on notice since the introduction of Section 144G, how many people charged under that section were refused bail, police bail, yeah, and how many of those people that were charged were imposed with house arrest as part of their bail conditions?
That one may be a difficult one. I'd have to have a look because that's obviously a court-imposed bail.
True. And then out of those, out of the people charged, how many of those had prior criminal records?
I'll certainly provide what I can in that space.
Thank you. Thank you. And could you also, perhaps it needs to be taken on notice, indicate how many complaints have been made to the New South Wales Police regarding excessive force in relation to protest actions?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And can I just ask, how do you assess how many people are at a protest? How do you undertake that exercise of guessing how many people are at a protest?
It's a best estimate normally by the commanders or the experts that are on site, someone who's had significant experience with assemblies, protests. It's an estimate only.
In relation to, just one final one, in relation to the rural crime concern of the mayors, do you think that the response to that is you need more police?
I think it's more complex than just needing more police. But, you know, as I said, I think it's a wider societal problem when we've got young people gloating and skylarking and putting themselves at risk. And I think that's a challenge that, as I said, we can't arrest our way out of that one. So I think it is a complex one, and I think we all need to come to the table.
So do you think an inquiry into that would be helpful?
So there is a youth task force jointly shared with the Deputy Commissioner Regional, who's also the corporate sponsor for youth, and DPC, what was DPC, I think our Premier's office, with other agencies to have a look at, well, what else can be done. I know there's a lot of active work being done in education, the Secretary for Education, Health is engaged, and many others, but I can ask Mr Bazanos to talk to that.
Yeah, there's a high-level steerco looking at the harmful behaviours of the 10 to 14-year-old cohort, and that we're heavily invested with a working group sitting below that at senior officer level. We're engaging at sort of secretary, sort of DepSec, ED level in there in terms of immersing, I guess, the right resources, and putting aside, the police, but police plus others in terms of, so we call them activation areas at the moment. They correspond with where we're seeing a lot of crime and youth crime and social issues. Also, pushing through that, it's domestic family violence, neglect, abuse, out-of-home care issues that manifest obviously in this crime and criminal behaviour. So what we're doing is we're activating programs in those areas where that crime occurs, and through these established working groups, generating those partnerships across government to make sure that the right preventative measures are in place, because effectively we're only dealing with the issues as they manifest in terms of crime. They're far deeper and far more complex. So to the Commissioner's point, I've heard it said, you can throw 200 more police at an area, but it's about what do you actually want to achieve? It's far more, to the Commissioner's point, it's far more complex. Early signs are that some of these working groups are starting to break through some of the complexities around information sharing, about, approaching the right sort of family groups, engaging with elders in community when they're Aboriginal and First Nations families. It's becoming more and more complex. Elders are looking to the police actually in a lot of communities to try and help them restore order, because it's just become so complex, so volatile. To the Commissioner's point, they are complex issues. Police really are genuinely at times just the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff that is just trying to resolve and restore and maintain community safety.
So do you think it's unhelpful when the Premier stands up and responds to a question about would it be helpful to have an inquiry, and he stands there and says, no, we just need more police?
I just wonder whether that question is in order.
I'm fine to withdraw it, Mr Donnelly.
I'm sure the Commissioner would say she'd like more police.
Well, I don't think that's just what was said, actually. I think it's
I
more
think
complex
you could
than
always,
that was what I heard.
right.
More
Well, we need an
complex.
inquiry to look
An
into it, so-
inquiry, incredible.
Can I actually ask about gang crimes, and what programs or initiatives are in place to reduce gang crimes?
I'll hand to my colleague on the right, and I notice the Crime Commissioner is not here at the moment, but certainly we're doing a lot of work and actively with task forces and other things to get to the root of it. It's actually a really complex global problem, and a lot is reported on it, and it often plays out on our streets. The commodity often in dispute is drugs and money. Most drugs making its way onto our streets are a seepage at the border. So it's a very complex issue, but I'll hand to Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, Commissioner. You're talking about generally organised criminal networks.
I have to do in both two parts. One is in general and then youth.
Firstly, with the youth, Strikeforce Raptor, the Raptor Squad now, engages with the Youth Command. They've got different programs they do in Western Sydney in relation to specifically the Islander youth. There's a couple of Raptor operatives that are of Islander background, and they work very heavily in that environment with the Youth Command, trying to steer individuals away from a life of crime and out of some of these youth gangs that frequent that area. In relation to the higher echelons, we've identified that these youth gangs feed into larger organised criminal networks, and they're actively recruited. The organised criminal networks actively recruit from those youth groups, which is why we're trying to break that cycle through the Raptor Squad and through the Criminal Group Squad. But there's a plethora of individuals who want to engage in organised crime in this state. This city is unfortunately the highlight, or lowlight, however you want to refer to it, within Australia in relation to organised criminal activity. We have more criminals here. We have more drugs that pass through here. Potentially 70% of all drugs imported into Australia come through Sydney. And that creates its own network of criminality around that, which is based here in Sydney and New South Wales. But we have a large number of programs. Obviously, we've seen the violence play out on the streets through conflict through criminal groups, and we've established a number of strike forces to actually interrupt that and disrupt that. Currently, Strike Force Magnus is having significant success in detecting those organised crime murders and detecting the offenders and putting them before the courts. But we've had previous successes through Strikeforce Erebus and a number of others as well to prevent the gangland violence we've seen permeate Sydney over the last 3 years. But it's a fluid environment. Is actually with the arrest of a number of individuals over in Turkey on the weekend. I've asked for an assessment, which I've received this morning, in relation to what's next. What does that mean for Sydney? And what does that mean for New South Wales? Because our Commonwealth partners haven't been forthcoming with that. There'll certainly be conversations with the New South Wales Crime Commissioner, Mr Barnes, who's here, in relation to that. But we need to get onto the front foot and see who's going to fill that void. Because there will be a void, and that could lead to further conflict on our streets. Because the amount of money that's involved in the illicit commodities that are traded, are the attraction obviously for these individuals, and the rewards are significant for them.
You just said that your federal counterparts aren't being too cooperative, and you also mentioned before 70% of drugs that come into this country come in through New South Wales. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why is that?
I think the particular nature of the ports, particular nature of the way they're run. As I said, as the Commissioner said, importations, whilst we do participate in joint agency agreements with Commonwealth agencies, it's really a Commonwealth responsibility to stop the drugs coming in. And we try and assist with that, and we take the lead on that on some jobs. But there are still significant amount of drugs making it through the border, and the seizures that we make, or the Commonwealth makes, it's still not enough to disrupt the business model of them trying with the profit motives that are aligned here. When you consider that a kilogram of cocaine in Colombia will cost you $1,000 US, probably cost you 15,000 US dollars in America, and you can get up to 200,000 US in Australia. There's certainly incentive for people to try and get those drugs into Australia.
And is that has there been a increase in, so, well, I suppose the last 12 months, has it changed in relation to the support or the level of support you're getting at a Commonwealth level?
Support. We work jointly on many jobs, and it's more of a collaboration. We're currently in joint arrangements, permanent joint arrangements under Strikeforce Fabertor with the Commonwealth, with the AFP and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, in relation to strategic targeting of individuals we believe are responsible for drug importation matters, and that's been in existence for the last 2 years and currently under review. But we regularly collaborate with the Commonwealth in relation to these matters. It's in our interest to stop the drugs entering the state, because once they hit the streets, it's our problem. So obviously, trying to stop it at the border is in our interest as much as the Commonwealth, who has the overarching responsibility.
But are they providing enough resourcing to do that, or is putting more pressure on the New South Wales Police?
You know, I think the Commissioner of the Border Force, has come out and said he requires additional resources. I think he's come out and said that. Having said that, the actual drug use within New South Wales seems to be fairly static over the last 12 months, 2 years. The ACIC do wastewater capture through, I think, a number of treatment plants throughout the country, and they assess, after treating and examining that wastewater, they assess drug use within the community, which we rely upon, as every other law enforcement agency does in relation to drug use. There seems to be a correlation in some of that data that would show a reduction following massive seizures at the border, which is good incentive to keep trying to seize it at the border.
Can I move to mental health support for officers, and I suppose how you engage with your current officers and what supports are available?
As I said earlier, through that Pulse program and the whole array of support programs that are available, plus the additional ones that are being implemented now. But I might hand to Kenna to talk through some of those things that are available to officers of the many and varied. Just to say at the outset, some of the original service offering was only really available to 10% of the organisation. Under Pulse, those services will be available to all parts of the organisation.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So I think in terms of putting Pulse into context, it really was the opportunity for the organisation to re-establish our offering and put it under an umbrella of Pulse, but with all of those existing initiatives also incorporated into that, with Pulse and the funding that we received as an enhancement to really focus efforts on expanding the offerings to the entirety of the organization, so not just certain cohorts or a certain percentage of the organization, but to really open it up to both sworn and unsworn, in fact. And the focus, of course, is really trying to shift the thinking to prevention and early intervention, so that we can address some of the issues that we've talked about previously here today around retention and people going off long-term sick. In terms of the program specifically, we've talked a little bit about the clinicians, the mental health clinicians that are embedded. Those are embedded in the field. The first 11 are embedded in the field, and we have the next 17 coming online through the recruitment process, which is really critical, and the early feedback from those first 11 is incredibly positive. The commands where those individuals are stationed have provided really great feedback about how important and how much they've already established themselves. And what they're there to do is a whole mental health education, not just having chats with people individually, but starting to really get out that mental health education piece, because that's really one of the key pillars of the Pulse program is that mental health education more broadly, trying to build resilience, make sure that we are highlighting those triggers for individuals to come in and seek help, again, from a prevention and early intervention perspective, so that it doesn't exacerbate to get to a point where there's need to go off sick. We've got also an expansion of what we call the recon program, which is the reconditioning. So that's a focus on people who are rehabilitating, if you will, after an injury, whether it be physical or psychological. We're bringing on further psychological assistance and psychologists into that program. We talked a lot about the return to work and the importance of having plans. So that recon program is very important. We have the early access to treatment, so that's financial support to those individuals who are seeking psychological assistance in the community, so from GP or other psychological clinicians in the community, to fill the gap between Medicare or private insurance so that they're not out of pocket, so it's a reimbursement. As the Commissioner, I think, mentioned earlier, there's already over 300 individuals who have availed themselves of that program since 1 July, so that's a really good indicator that individuals, A, there was a need, and B, we're able to fill that with that program. We also have the eWellCheck program, which is an online tool we're piloting at the moment. That's kind of a self-assessment that gives you sort of a green, amber, red kind of status on how you're going, which is a really important piece around getting people involved in their own kind of reflection on how they're going. Again, this prevention, early intervention is really critical around self-assessment and having people understand and reflect on what's happening with them so that they can seek help and seek help early. So those are all various components, along with the chaplaincy, along with the emergency, the injury management piece, which the Commissioner also talked about. Pulse is a whole restructure of that and a reframing of the focus of our injury management team and the workforce health and safety team around making sure that we're focusing on return to work. And where there are people who are going to leave the organization, we start focusing on career transition. So there's also a career transition element to the Pulse program that helps people get ready for leaving the organization for either retirement or perhaps for a next career. So that's all in that umbrella. It's really critically important. It dovetails with a number of other strategies that are, connected to retention, our culture strategy, thinking about our talent, our succession, how do we develop people within the organization. All of those pieces are part of the puzzle around why people want to stay and work for us and stay in the organization over the long term. So it's a big, broad sort of focus on retention. Pulse is the kind of the real focus on that mental health, both mental and physical health.
Just on the early intervention, I come from a nursing background, so I know the importance of early intervention, but also the challenges of sometimes people self-identifying that they do need that support. Yep. Is there a mandatory assessment or anything like that requires? So at the moment you're relying on people to sort of say, yes, I would want to do the either electronically or come forward.
And that's where those mental health clinicians are really important around that education. We can't force, we don't want to force people to self-assess. We don't think that will be particularly useful, and I don't think the research bears that out. I think it needs to be people coming to the table saying, let me self-assess and seek out assistance if I need it. And that's both that eWellCheck component that allows people to do that anonymously or confidentially, I should say, but also having the mental health clinicians embedded so that people can start getting an understanding of how they might go about seeking out help if they feel like there's some early signs that they might be struggling. That's really critical. It's that education piece that's on many different levels. It's not just the eWellCheck or the mental health clinicians. There's a whole component around mental health education, including in sort of our online training. We're going to be mandating, the importance of mental health and mental health first aid, if you will. Again, connected to other things, peer support officers and things that we have already available in the organization.
Thank you.
Thanks. The ACT obviously recently made some changes to their drug laws in terms of decriminalising the possession of a small amount of some drugs. I'm interested as to whether there's been any impact on police in those border communities, particularly areas like Queanbeyan. And I understand there is some sort of reciprocal arrangement where New South Wales police officers, if they're in the ACT, can have some powers. But what's been the impact in the last sort of month or so since those drug laws came into effect? If anyone has any.
I think it's premature. I think it's early days, but there's concern in the ACT that even, I think it was 70% of their fatal accidents, and they had 16 fatal accidents in the last year, which is high number compared to their normal number were drug related. Our statistics around drug related deaths is like 24%. The highest contributor is speed. So it's a really watch and wait to see what happens in the ACT, and I guess we're all a bit nervous in some respects, but we'll just work with our counterparts, and we're in discussion with them all the time.
So what happens in practical terms, say if they need assistance, do officers from Queanbeyan get deployed into the ACT? I'm just trying to understand sort of operationally what happens.
Yeah, special constable provisions.
Okay.
And I think there's a cross-border collective that work on these things with us in Queensland, us in Victoria, us in ACT.
Okay.
It's represented by an assistant commissioner from New South Wales. So the real issue is making sure that people are sworn in and can operate legally in that jurisdiction, among other things, and understand their powers in that jurisdiction and the like.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it's too early to sort
For
of
drugs.
determine
Yeah.
whether. Okay, well we might come back to that at a future hearing and see what impact there has been. Whereabouts are the New South Wales Police uniforms sourced from? Where are they made?
I'll have to. So the new supplier, I think the contract moved over maybe this year or 12 months ago.
Maybe a little bit longer, yeah.
Defence Apparel, isn't it? I think it's called.
I'll have to.
I'm happy for you to take it.
Their
on.
name
Yes.
doesn't. There's an acronym, and I just can't think of it off the top
ADA.
of my head.
which is-
ADA.
Yeah. Australian Defence Apparel, and
Okay.
but where they supply them from, I don't know.
Okay.
So we can take that on notice.
That would be great. And then similarly for New South Wales Police Force weapons, where are they currently sourced from?
I'll take that on notice. As was mentioned earlier, we're transitioning to the 9mm Glock. It's highly likely they'll come from the States. Austria.
Yeah.
There we go.
From Glock
Made in Austria.
directly.
But as for the rest of our weapons, in terms of our accoutrements, the taser and OC spray, etc., we can take that on notice.
Has there been any, inquiries into whether any of the local manufacturers, I know that there's one in Lithgow, for instance, are equipped to be able to supply weapons? What's the procurement process? How does that work?
As you want to.
I mean, I think, we have to, as any government agency, we have to abide by the proper government procurement rules. So our strategic procurement team, which is a really strong team within the organization, are very good at making sure that we have broad-reaching market opportunities, so that we look at all the options when we're going through a market testing process for whatever it may be, whether it be uniforms or contracts for weapons or other things. So we have, robust, we have to abide by the government guidelines around both Aboriginal owned businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises. Those are all targets within the procurement guidelines for New South Wales government agencies, so we have to follow and do so very much so in our strategic procurements across the board.
And has the advice around that changed with the new government in terms of local procurement? Has there been any updated advice to you as an agency?
I've not been informed that there have been any changes to the procurement requirements, targets, and otherwise.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the police force vehicle fleet, what's the process for determining which vehicles are in need of replacement?
It's a long and complex issue.
Sure.
Affected by the current supply chain, but equally, since not having local manufacturers, there's quite a rigorous process that they go through for assessment. Brake testing, manoeuvring, all sorts of processes to determine their suitability, and the classification in terms of the type of duties they do. So high patrol vehicles will be assessed at a higher level, basically. General duties vehicles that are marked at the next level down, and so on and so forth. And then there's vehicles that can be used that might be unmarked for non-pursuit type work. So, and then it's trying to source and obtain vehicles through the fleet suppliers, government fleet suppliers, to fill that order. Post-COVID, there's supply chain issues for chips and all sorts of things, so some vehicles have been retained longer than we would normally retain them at their 60, 80, 90,000 kilometre mark.
And that's just a supply issue in terms of replacing
generally,
them?
or
Okay.
suitability assessment to get access to vehicles to test their suitability.
Okay, and I'm happy for you to take on notice, but whether you do have a number of how many vehicles are currently listed as needing replacement across the fleet?
Oh, that would be that would change daily,
Okay.
weekly, based there'd be a whole schedule of replacement in terms of when the vehicle's due for replacement, when it goes in. You get a slot to take your vehicle back and have it changed over, and there's really quite a regimented process, but it would change, every day and week, because there'd be a changeover nearly every day.
Okay, so but is there any data even over a longer period of time as to how many replacements there've been?
We could
that
try
you
and
could
get
provide on
something
notice.
for you.
Yeah, I can
Possible?
take that on notice. I mean,
Yeah.
we have over 4,700 vehicles.
You know, I
in our
appreciate
fleet,
it's a big-
so
it's a big
quite significant,
task,
and they're all
but-
different types of vehicles. And as the commissioner outlined, we have that vehicle evaluation methodology that does, including field testing on
Sure.
that. But in terms of the time frames and in say a calendar year, how many are
Any
swapped out?
information you can provide would be
Yeah, we can
would be
take
great.
that on notice.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate that.
Can I just confirm, with the suspect target management plans, we know that that's ceased in relation to young people. What is your instruction or your recommendation for the entire?
So we're reviewing the whole process.
Yep.
I know that the LEC was reviewing STMP for young people, and as an executive we decided to suspend that activity but to review the whole STMP process. That project is being led by Mr Hudson and one of his assistant commissioners in partnership with the assistant Mr Pazanos and his assistant commissioner in charge of Youth Command, to look at what are the other options on the basis that it's that targeting of individuals, that the 90-20 or 80-20, 90-10% of people are repeat offenders, rather than driving around aimlessly trying to just catch someone in the act. It's about trying to prevent crime by targeting those that we know are repeat offenders.
But so we're not doing it. We've ceased that plan as it applies to young people.
That's right.
We're reviewing it as it applies to other people who aren't young. So everybody who's not a young person. So then is it incorrect? I thought it was reported that it would cease to operate at all before the end of this year. Is that not correct?
We are reviewing that. I'm not quite sure when the review report is coming to us. One of the main reasons that we haven't suspended it for adults is because it's been a valuable tool in the targeting of high-risk DV offenders. So, and I might get Mr Lanyon to talk to how it's used in that space, but also Mr Hudson can talk about the review that's being underway in the development of something that might replace it.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are currently under review. It will be replaced by the end of the year, I anticipate.
But not for young people?
There will be 3 tiers to what's proposed. There will be a DV strategy, which, and basically the overarching process will be that a number of data analytics will identify a number of individuals through our systems. The Commissioner's quite right. The old intelligence adage that 10% of the population are responsible for 90% of the crimes is what's been behind STMP since its inception in the early 2000s.
But sorry, just to interrupt. So there's 3. There's DV.
There's the youth. The DV training will be strategies, whilst they're identified through these analytics, the strategies to be deployed will be determined by the domestic violence registry.
Yep.
The same analytics will identify youth, but the strategies in relation to what is utilised to try and control that behaviour will be determined under the youth strategy.
And the third?
And the third will be what's left outside of DV and youth, which is currently our normal cohort. What we're heavily influenced by at the moment is a High Court decision in 2019 of Damien Vella and considerations made by the High Court in relation to considerations the court should make in relation to issuing a serious crime prevention order. And there were 5 things considered by the High Court in that matter, and I think they're all very valuable in relation to what the criminal history is, what the likelihood of further offending, the considerations that should be made into whether an order should be made, and those strategies will be incorporated into what we develop for the broader cohort.
So should I be concerned that we're going to... So are we going to be seeing significant differences in what you're planning to change the STMPs into?
There won't be significant changes. The current STMP 3, the third version of it, was heavily involved in prevention if that's what the target action plan was determined by the front line.
But how do you reconcile that with what LEC has found? How do you reconcile that?
Well, they've only reconciled it in relation to its use of young people, not the broader cohort. And to be perfectly honest, I don't think there was too much wrong with the policy. It's the way it was applied and the record keeping engaged in relation to how it was applied at the front line. Each of those target action plans in relation to each of those juveniles and currently in relation to each of the adults that are on it is signed off by a commissioned officer. But the options were not necessarily for, I think you referred to earlier, home visits and bail compliance checks. There were a lot of preventative strategies working with other agencies in relation to employment and education and everything else, depending on what that particular individual needed.
But I don't think anybody has any concern about those other elements. It's the elements you just mentioned that are the problem. So can we be guaranteed that those tools within the management plan won't be deployed? The constant... I've literally had police officers tell me it was awful. We used to have to go and hit targets and knock on doors and meet the demand that we'd satisfied the requirements under the plan. Like, I think they're the elements. This over-policing is the stuff that is leading to serious problems. Is that going to carry on, or is that what you're planning to change?
The individual subject of those type of strategies, that target action plan was signed off by a police area command or a police district by a commissioned officer as being the most appropriate activity to deploy against that individual.
But according to the LECC, they've been wrong, very wrong. Like maladministration wrong, misconduct wrong.
We reviewed each of the young people on the list. We did it centrally, and we had the commander of the youth command have a look at all the strategies, and we reduced that to one prior to discontinuing it. So the application at the front line was wrong. I totally agree with that, and that is what the findings of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission have been.
So that the signing off of the commissioned officer signing off on that is where the error happens?
That failed, yes.
Right. So what are we doing? So, okay, so we're not going to do that, but how are we going to make sure that your new plan isn't just going to have the same problems where you're not relying anymore on commissioned officers signing off on things?
That may form part of what the process will be. However, we are, as I said, heavily influenced by the determinations in the High Court in what we should be looking for in relation to preventing criminal behaviour.
Can I ask how many, and that you may need to take this on notice, but it is a bit of a, I'm trying to get the data on this. How many bail compliance checks have New South Wales police officers conducted on persons of interest where there was no court-ordered enforcement condition in place? And like I'm looking for the police area command or police division, the local government area where the person of interest resides, the Aboriginality and the age of the person of interest, and the from the financial year from 2017 to June 23. Can I get that broken down? Is that data that would be available?
Not my area, but I would imagine it would be available, and we can take it on notice and provide it.
Thank you very much. And then just in my final minute, you would be aware, I'm going to make mention of a member of the committee, you would be aware that there's a problem in relation to police prosecutions of domestic violence accusations that are retracted and then police charging that person with a false accusation and the evidence is that is relied on is the retraction. Are you, perhaps that's you, Mr. Lanyon, that's your area. Are you aware of that and that it's disproportionately impacting women, First Nations women?
I'm certainly aware of the reporting of that, and I think from certainly from internal examination, I think the actual instance of that happening is far less than has previously been reported. What I can say to you is that simple retraction of a complaint or retraction of a statement by a victim is not sufficient on its own.
So how come it has happened? Like, how come that those cases are brought by police and have been brought by police?
Well, I think what's important is to probably get the detail of some of those cases. What we can say is that we've had some prosecutors, certainly out in the Burke area, based on the overrepresentation that had been reported of Indigenous persons involved in that, they could only find 3 cases. And in each of those 3 cases, the victim admitted lying, and there was evidence that the person had lied as part of the statement they'd given, which obviously is then sufficient to launch a prosecution. But certainly a retraction in itself, and there's a number of reasons why a victim may wish to retract a statement. And that's
There's also a number of reasons, Mr. Lanyon, that a person may say they lied about something.
That's part of investigation. But so again, the fact that a person says I lied during a statement is something that we would then investigate to test the veracity of what is being said.
And you accept that many people may actually say they lied about something in order to protect somebody else that may end up in a harmful situation as a result of the truth they may have told before they claimed that it's a lie.
And that's why I think what I'm saying is that we can only find very few cases where that has occurred, particularly in those areas there. It's not something, obviously we are very much pro supporting the victim, so we wish to encourage victims to come forward, be confident to do that. But I think the community, and I think the committee itself, would be alarmed if someone was falsely accusing someone and no action was taken. So I think there's a real balance. We are here to support victims, that's what we're doing there. I believe it is only in fewer cases compared to what has been reported. I'd be very keen if there are some other matters there that we can have a look at, and I'll certainly take that on notice.
And I think that it's probably important to understand here that I don't think anyone's questioning you, Mr. Lanyon, and whether you support UCare, but we're talking about there's some 9,000 police officers out there, and maybe perhaps not everybody has as deep an understanding as you do and as much interest in protecting victims of domestic violence.
I don't know that that's the case, Ms Higginson.
Well,
I think we've got a very professional police force, and police do an outstanding job every day in terms of domestic and family violence. So as I said, I'm prepared to look at that. I was alarmed by what I had read as a report, but the initial inquiries we've made don't seem to bear out the types of numbers we're looking at. And as I said, I would expect there to be sufficient information that a person had taken a deliberate step if we were then to prosecute the person.
And so have you got a now that you're aware of this, do you have an alarm procedure in your system that if somebody is being charged of a false accusation, that it would come to your attention before that gets to court or proceeds?
So certainly there's an escalation process in any case. So if a victim, it is proposed to charge a victim, approval must be sought from the crime manager in either the police area command or the police district. That person is obviously the most senior investigator within the police area command or police district, and that person would review the evidence before deciding whether the charge is appropriate.
And so you're satisfied that that process is in place and that if something was happening, you would be made aware of it?
I'm satisfied that that process is in place.
Thank you. I just want to ask now about what I was talking to the Minister earlier about. There have been 24 deaths in New South Wales in the 2022-23 years, and 15 of those involved, sorry, when I say deaths as a result of police force, 15 of those involved somebody experiencing mental health distress. I have seen, and as has many people in New South Wales, seen the details of some police responses, and suffice to say, they've been quite shocking and alarming in the aftermath. What are you doing? It's one thing for the Minister to kind of say nothing's happening, but I kind of get the feeling you must be doing something.
Point of order. I think, to be fair, that's...
No, that's what the Minister said. Nothing's changed. Sorry. Some people have gone overseas. You're right, Mr. Donnelly. Some people have gone overseas to investigate how we can do better. I'm strongly suspecting you might be able to tell me something else is happening in terms of police response.
Well, certainly we're not going to change policy on the run, but we've given a very short time frame to the officer that's doing this review. That's her sole role, reporting directly to Mr. Hudson on the review of mental health or police response to mental health, so we can get the report and have a look at it to see what else is possible, what are other jurisdictions doing. Whilst we've got PACER, it still relies on a joint response. There's a question that we need to ask ourselves: does it need to be police response at all in some cases? And you know, I'm sure, I can't speak for all the officers, but I'm sure there are police out there who don't want to be responding to this. We've trained officers to respond, but they're not trained clinicians. I don't want them to be trained clinicians. So if there's someone else that's better, more appropriate to be responding to that individual at that time, then I think that's something we should consider.
And so what is the capacity, what's the current capacity of PACER? So if there's an incident...
We've got 16 PACERs around the state. Of course, that's not enough to cover 24/7, nor is it enough to cover every police local area command or district. We have 54, 58 of those.
So where are those 16 kind of capacities located?
Yeah, I can give you the breakdown.
Thank you.
But equally, like I said, it doesn't cover, it's not a 24/7 response. And often the PACER finishes at, I think, 10 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
A lot of our calls happen after then, of course.
Yeah.
So we've got 7 in Central Metropolitan Region. We've got 3 in Southwest Metropolitan Region. We've got 4 in Northwest Metropolitan Region and 2 in Northern Region PDs. So that's not enough, clearly.
No, that's not very much of the state.
I mean, it has grown. It was 12 and now we're at 16.
Wow.
But I think it's really, that's why we're doing the review, and I can talk. They're funded by health, but it's really what concerns us is the 24/7 nature of the business.
Yep.
And is it a role that we want police attending at all? If we will be attending, I imagine, where there's a threat to someone's life, and that's not, other people aren't skilled to. But I think it's 70% of matters could probably be dealt with without seeing a police officer.
Is the use of I can't believe it's called this still, but is the use of the beanbag still suspended?
Yes.
It is?
Yep.
It is pending some testing that's being undertaken on it, some specialist testing. We've refused to re-engage it until that's complete and we get a report and we have a look at it.
And do you know when that's anticipated?
I think the report was due at the end of last week, actually, but I haven't seen it as yet. But the Counter-Terrorism Command will be looking at that.
All right. So in terms of, we hear this term de-escalate and escalate, and I know Deputy Commissioner Hudson, there was that you did a stand-up in Martin Place and talked about how even seeing a police officer can escalate a situation or a uniform. Are there standard operating procedures around when a uniformed officer attends a situation without PACER or with PACER, without PACER, let's say, which is lots of them, most of them? What is there a standard operating procedure if the person is somebody experiencing mental health? And what does de-escalation mean to you?
So police, for example, police will be called to a concern for a welfare of someone in a public place, or could be somewhere else. And general duties officers will be deployed to that location and will engage with that person to try and ascertain what's going on with them, and just really talk through that scenario. So every situation will be different. And we train our officers through our simunitions training, through annual training, about engaging people, whether they've got mental health or some other just issue, or vulnerable member of the community, or whatever. And, you know, I guess on public record, I'd like to invite you to what we've just reinitiated, is the Behind the Blue that we commenced last week, where we take people, not in the police, to that experience to see what it's like for officers, because each time I was present for it down in Goulburn, each time we sent 2 officers into that scenario, it all unfolded differently, and they're very dynamic situations, and I invite you to participate in that as well.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the material around the death of Krista Koch in Stockton?
No, that I'll have to take that on notice, but I believe, I mean, it's a current critical incident investigation. It's a matter that's still before the coroner, and it'd be too premature for me to review that.
Has anybody been charged in relation, any police officer been charged in relation to that incident?
No.
No?
2 minutes for
Thank
the
you.
opposition.
You go for it.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you very much.
Minutes if you want.
Very generous.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have a couple of questions around incidents at schools. I'm just interested to know how often the police have been called to a school for an incident either involving a student, staff member, parent or volunteer. And you may need to take it on notice.
May need to take it on notice, and then one of my deputies can answer that.
Can I just ask over what period of time?
Over the last 12 months, calendar
12
year.
months?
Yeah, calendar year's fine.
Okay.
And also, of those incidences, if any of them involved weapons, and what type of weapons, so whether it was a knife or a homemade weapon, if you have that information.
Sure.
Also, how many of those instances are related to sexual assaults as well? And what was the most common non-violent incident that has led to police being called out to our schools?
We'll take those on
Sure.
notice.
Yep.
I am mindful, and I'm not taking up your time, but we've had a Deputy Commissioner sitting here, Deputy Commissioner for Emergency Management, and he hasn't had a question yet. So I'm wondering whether there's a question around his biosecurity risks and lumpy skin disease or something like that. You
Not
know,
about
so.
that.
Well, Commissioner, we could come back again. do
Yeah,
we?
that's
Happy
right.
to
We
have
can.
back
True.
again.
Can I
I'll
ask?
just take that on
can I
notice
ask
then.
one question?
I see Mr. Hudson's smiling.
Yeah, no, I've
He's
just
looking
one
forward
question.
to it. I know.
Oh, okay, great.
No, but
Awesome.
that is
I didn't know
a
that.
valid point to make, Commissioner. Have you got a question?
We've got a minute.
He's stealing
Hang on,
your
hang on,
Okay,
Hang on,
sorry,
you're not on
sorry.
your turn yet.
Oh,
This is where we scrap.
Get
Get ready.
Your patch, otherwise I'm going to look a little bit silly, aren't I? Who's responsible?
Yeah, no, please come up.
The local emergency management service delivery, does that fall under your?
Local Emergency Management Committee.
Committee.
Is that what you're
Yes.
talking about?
So the independent flood inquiry, the former government committed to funding additional sworn positions in the police force to help with local emergency management service delivery. Is there an update on that for the committee? Is that in your remit, Deputy Commissioner? I hope it is, so we haven't had you here all day.
Yeah. I don't want to
Tell
be
us
here
what
any longer
you can
either.
about
But
3 seconds.
That's not actually quite right. It wasn't funded. Ultimately, that's what the flood inquiry recommended, but ultimately the government asked the New South Wales Police Force to do a review. We've done the review, we've completed the review, and we've put that review to the government for consideration.
Okay, is there any advice about what was in that review that you can provide to the committee?
I suppose it's fair to say there's a gold, silver and bronze plated model in terms of resources as to how many we think that we could get, but there's also the current financial issues as well, and what is realistic in terms of what funding we may get.
Okay, I might put some more questions on notice.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question, please? I've just got one
You're
final
in government
question.
time now. And
I've just got one final question. If I don't want to name the person here and now, but if I have one specific complaint, would one of you undertake to have a look at it? And it's one that I've analysed and I think is a police officer who is experiencing serious harm as a result of the complaint system. Would you be willing to have fresh eyes and look at?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
So I
government
did have a
questions?
question about emergency management, but it was exactly the same question.
What a coincidence.
I was hoping it'd be
What
more
a
specific around
coincidence.
their type of biosecurity threats. You know, we've had red fire ant, we've had
Yeah.
fish kills,
Bees.
and we've had bees, varroa mite, but
Dead fish.
but yeah, there's lots of
I
threats.
didn't realise police had a role to play in those.
Well, we're not always the
We
combat agency, but the role of the CECON is the coordination when it exceeds the capability of the combat agency.
Okay.
So if there's something that he would like to elaborate upon in that regard, I'd certainly like to hear it.
So would I.
Red fire
No,
ants
Deputy.
particularly, I mean.
We don't have red fire ants. That's a Queensland issue at the moment, but it may well come to us.
Varroa mites?
The,
Got plenty of those.
Look, I think it's fair to say that the threat posing to New South Wales and Australia in general is biosecurity issues. Diseases coming from places like Indonesia, foot and mouth, lumpy skin disease, that would cause devastation to our agricultural industry. So, as a state, we just need to make sure we stay on top of those sorts of things and be ever vigilant to make sure our security laws and regulations and practices are up to date.
So
Okay.
could you perhaps just elaborate on exactly what the police involvement is in that space? Because I'm not familiar.
You know, Department of Primary Industries is the combat agency for biosecurity issues, but they would, if there was an outbreak, they would rely heavily on the New South Wales Police Force for assistance. It was similar to COVID, where New South Wales Health was the combat agency at the start, but then the police really had a strong role to play. And the reality is that DPI doesn't have the resources that we have, and there need to be roadblocks and monitoring of agricultural sites and all that sort of stuff, and that'd have to come down to a police response, which would be coordinated by through the CECON.
And so generally, how are things tracking as we head towards the warmer months in terms of the emergency management processes?
The bomber said it's going to be hotter and drier, and hotter and drier means more and more fires. And as we get into summer with more storms, etc., lightning strikes, etc., it's inevitable that we're going to have a significant number of fires across the state that'll run for the next 6 months.
You're going to need that truck back.
No, it's better with the
Sorry.
RFS.
We'll
I
have to
think.
paint it black again. All right.
Thanks, Chair.
Look, we can
Thank
come back
you.
next week and do this all again.
See you
But
soon.
I don't think we will. Look, thank you very much all
Thank
for coming
you, Chair.
today.
Thank you.
The Committee Secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.